Thank you for choosing this video to fall asleep. Make sure to subscribe and tell me in the comments where you are listening from. Story 1. The Conquest's Bloodiest Night. It was the night after the Field of Fire, a night that would live in infamy. The battle had been a decisive victory for Aegon Targaryen and his dragons, the great beasts that had scorched the fields and consumed the armies of the Reach and the Rock. Balerion's black fire, Vhagar's scorching breath, and Merryx's deadly flame had turned the battlefield into a smouldering wasteland. The green banners of the gardeners were ashes, and the golden lions of House Lannister lay charred amidst the burned bodies of thousands of men. Victory had been absolute, and Aegon now had two of the greatest kingdoms of Westeros at his feet. But that night, the taste of triumph was bitter on Aegon's tongue. While the world slept, the conqueror sat alone in his tent, the air heavy with the stench of burned flesh and death. The sounds of celebration from his camp felt distant, muffled by the weight in his heart. He had won the battle, but the carnage haunted him. Thousands had perished under dragonfire. The screams of dying men, the sight of men and horses engulfed in flames, still flashed in his mind every time he closed his eyes. He had done what he needed to do, but had the cost been too great? The blood of thousands weighed heavily on his conscience. Aegon was a conqueror, a man destined to unite the seven kingdoms under one banner. But in that quiet moment he was only a man, plagued by doubts and fears. He wondered if this was the path the gods had truly intended for him. Had he become a monster in his pursuit of the throne? He looked around the tent, his eyes resting on the massive shadow of Balerion through the canvas. The Black Dread had been his greatest weapon, but there were times when Aegon wondered if he truly controlled the dragon, or if Balerion had some control over him. The dragon fire, the destruction it wrought, the power it granted, was it a blessing from the gods or a curse? As the fire in his brazier flickered, casting dancing shadows on the walls, Aegon felt a sudden coldness seep into the tent. The air grew thick, oppressive, and the darkness around him seemed to deepen. It was then that he felt the first pull of the dream, the drag of something otherworldly tugging at his consciousness. His eyelids grew heavy, and though he fought to stay awake, the weariness of the day overtook him. His head dipped forward, and the world faded away into a chilling darkness. In the dream he stood once more on the field of fire, but this time it was not the battle he had witnessed that day. The field was not just scorched, it was an inferno. The ground burned beneath his feet, rivers of molten lava snaked through the land, and the sky above was filled with dark, swirling clouds thick with ash and smoke. Dragons flew overhead, but they were not his dragons. These were larger, fiercer, and their flames were not the red-gold fire of life, but the black and blue fire of death and shadow. The dragons roared, and with each bellow the land beneath them cracked open, swallowed by the flames. Before him in the distance stood the Iron Throne, but it was different. The jagged blades of the throne were no longer merely sharp. They gleamed with blood, dripping with the lifeblood of those who had fought for it, died for it, and killed for it. The Iron Throne seemed alive, pulsating with a dark energy that radiated outwards like a heartbeat. On the throne sat a figure cloaked in shadow, their face obscured by darkness. But Aegon knew instinctively that this figure was one of his own blood. As Aegon approached the throne, the figure turned to face him. Its eyes gleamed like molten gold, glowing with a fire that consumed everything in its path. Aegon saw flashes of his own lineage in those eyes, his children, his grandchildren, all his descendants stretching far into the future. And with every flash he saw them rise to power, seize the Iron Throne, and then be consumed by the very flames that had granted them their might. And he saw civil wars, brothers fighting brothers, sisters betraying sisters, dragons turning on their own kind. Each generation fought harder, bled more, but in the end it all led to ruin. The shadowed figure on the throne raised its hand, and Aegon saw it holding a crown, his crown. The familiar golden circlet with its flames seemed to writhe and twist in the figure's grasp, transforming into a twisted mass of metal and bone. The figure laughed, a sound that echoed through the burning landscape, and as it did, the Iron Throne erupted into flames. The fire raced towards Aegon, engulfing the land and sky, and the shadow's figure's laugh turned into a roar. In that moment, Aegon realized the truth. The flames were not just fire, they were the Targaryen bloodline itself. His descendants would be consumed by the same power they wielded, fire and blood. The words of his house were not just a promise of conquest, they were a curse. The dragons would bring not only victory but destruction. His house would rise to unimaginable heights, but in the end it would fall, consumed by the very fire it had used to forge its empire. Aegon awoke with a start, his body drenched in sweat, his heart pounding in his chest. The dream's vividness clung to him, and as he sat in the darkness of his tent, the fire in the brazier flickering low, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. His destiny was clear, but it was also terrifying. He would conquer, he would rule, but the dream had shown him what lay beyond. His house would burn, his bloodline would tear itself apart, and the dragons would be their undoing. He stood moving to the tent's entrance, and stared out at the distant flames that still smouldered on the battlefield. The stars above were hidden by smoke, and the moon cast an eerie red glow over the land. The conquest had begun, but Aegon knew that the true battle would be fought long after he was gone. The field of fire had been a victory, but the real war, the war for the soul of House Targaryen, was only beginning. Story 2. Visenya's Blade. Dark Sister was more than just a sword. Forged in the fires of old Valyria, the ancient Valyrian steel blade had passed through the hands of generations, each wielder leaving behind tales of glory and bloodshed. But none wielded Dark Sister like Visenya Targaryen, the fearsome warrior queen, whose legend was as fierce as the fire of the dragons she commanded. The sword was said to have a soul of its own, a hunger that could only be sated by the blood of traitors and enemies, and it was in Visenya's hands that its thirst was truly unleashed. Stories of Dark Sister's origins were shrouded in mystery, as were most things that came from Valyria. Some whispered that the steel had been tempered not only with dragon fire, but with the blood of an ancient sorcerer, bound forever to serve its rightful Targaryen wielder. Others claimed it was forged with the magic of the Valyrian freehold itself, a blade that could never be dulled, never be broken, and never be satisfied. Yet of all the hands it had passed through, it was Visenya who truly understood its nature. She was no stranger to the weight of power, and in Dark Sister, she found a companion that mirrored her own ruthless resolve. The blade first earned its fearsome reputation during the Targaryen conquest, when Aegon and his sister sought to unite the Seven Kingdoms under one banner, while her brother Aegon wielded the terrifying power of Balerion the Black Dread, and her sister Rhaenys fought with the grace of Merax as Visenya fought with cold precision, holding Dark Sister in battle as if it were an extension of her own hand. She was known not only for her skill but for the unyielding brutality with which she dispatched her enemies. It was said that Visenya could hear the whispers of the sword as it called out for the blood of those who betrayed her family. In one of the most famous battles of the conquest, the Vale of Arryn resisted the might of the Targaryens. The proud mountain lords swore they would never bend the knee to a foreign king, and their knights rode out to meet Aegon's forces with banners of defiance. But Visenya would not allow such rebellion to stand. With her dragon Vagar she descended upon the vale like a storm, flames scorching the mountainside. The fire alone could have ended the rebellion, but Visenya dismounted from her dragon, Dark Sister in hand, and walked into the heart of the enemy camp. The sword gleamed in the moonlight as she moved through the battlefield, cutting down any who dared stand in her way. It was not just death she brought, but something more sinister. The men she killed were left with expressions of terror, as if they had seen something far worse than a mere blade. Some said that Dark Sister fed on their fear, that it devoured not just their lives but their souls. Visenya showed no mercy that night. She slaughtered the knights of the Vale until their cries for surrender echoed from the mountains. The blood spilled on that battlefield became the stuff of legend. It was said that Dark Sister drank so deeply that night, it gleamed red for days afterward, as if the blade itself had absorbed the essence of its victims. The Vale bent the knee, not just out of fear for Aegon's dragons, but because of the terror Visenya and Dark Sister had wrought upon their forces. Traitors would think twice before raising their banners again. From that day on, the Vale remembered Visenya's wrath, and stories of her unrelenting pursuit of those who opposed her family spread throughout Westeros. But the sword's thirst did not end there. During her brother's reign, Visenya took it upon herself to root out treachery wherever it lingered, and Dark Sister became the instrument of her justice. One such tale tells of the treachery of House Darkland, who plotted in secret to overthrow Aegon and claim power for themselves. The Darklands believed their plans were hidden, that they could gather their forces in the shadow of Duskendale without arousing suspicion. But Visenya had spies everywhere, and when the time came, she arrived at Duskendale, her dragon's shadow looming over the town like a death sentence. Visenya gave the Darklands no quarter. She marched into their halls alone, Dark Sister gleaming at her side. The heads of the family, shocked by her boldness, demanded parley, but Visenya had no patience for words. Without warning, she drew her sword and cut down the head of House Darkland, his blood spilling across the stone floor. She moved swiftly, methodically, cutting through each family member as they screamed for mercy. None were spared. By the end of the night, the halls of Duskendale were filled with the bodies of the traitors, and Dark Sister was once again soaked in the blood of those who dared oppose House Targaryen. The people said that Visenya's eyes glowed with a fire as cold as ice as she slaughtered the Darklands. Some even whispered that it was not Visenya-wielding Dark Sister, but the blade itself controlling her, guiding her hand to enact its insatiable thirst for traitors' blood. Wherever there was rebellion, wherever there was betrayal, Visenya and Dark Sister were never far behind, a deadly pair that brought swift and unforgiving justice. In her later years, as Visenya grew older, her bond with the sword only seemed to deepen. Though she remained a fierce warrior, those close to her claimed that Dark Sister whispered to her in her sleep, that the blade called to her from across the room, always hungry, always wanting more. Even when she sat in council with her brother, the sword was never far from her side, a silent but ever-present reminder of the power she wielded. The tale of Visenya and Dark Sister became legend, passed down from generation to generation. For centuries the blade continued to pass through the hands of Targaryen princes and princesses, but it was Visenya who had left her mark on it, her bloodlust forever intertwined with the sword's legacy. Small folk spoke of Dark Sister as if it were a living thing, a blade that thirsted for the blood of traitors, and that would never rest as long as there were those who sought to betray House Targaryen. And so the legend grew, Visenya's blade, Dark Sister, forever thirsty, forever seeking the blood of the disloyal. Those who knew its tale trembled at the thought of being judged by its cold, unfeeling steel. For it was said that once the blade hungered for your blood, there was no escaping its bite. Story 3. The Dragon That Never Was. The tale of the dragon child is one that has haunted the halls of Dragonstone for centuries. Whispers of its existence are passed down among the servants and maesters, hushed in the shadows, as though speaking too loudly might awaken the spirit of the creature long hidden from the world. Some say the child was a curse, others claim it was a prophecy gone wrong, a harbinger of doom for House Targaryen. But all who know the tale agree on one thing: this was the dragon that never was. The story begins during the reign of King Jaehaerys I, when the Targaryen dynasty was flourishing, their dragons soaring high above the skies of Westeros. Queen Alysanne, his beloved wife, was with child again, and the realm anticipated the birth of another royal heir. The queen's pregnancies were often difficult, and though the maesters attended her closely, they were always cautious in their optimism. Alysanne herself had long suffered with the burden of bringing Targaryen heirs into the world, for her children, though precious, had often been born with unnatural complications evidence. Some whispered of the Valyrian bloodline's strange magic and its ties to the dragons. It was during a particularly brutal storm on Dragonstone, when the winds howled like banshees and the sea lashed against the blackened cliffs, that Alysanne went into labor. The storm many believed was a sign from the gods, an omen that something unnatural was about to occur. Her pains were long and severe, the child seemingly fighting against its entrance into the world. Hours passed, and the midwives grew pale with fear as they heard the queen's cries echo through the darkened corridors of Dragonstone. Some claimed they could feel a strange energy in the air, as if the very walls of the ancient castle were vibrating with unseen power. When the child was finally born, the There was a moment of stunned silence. The midwives, who had seen every manner of birth, gasped in horror at what lay before them. So the child was not like any Targaryen heir they had ever seen. It was not merely deformed, it was something else entirely. Tiny wings, black as night, jutted from the child's back, and its skin was covered in fine, silver scales that shimmered like the scales of a dragon. Its eyes, wide and alert, were the color of molten gold, and as it opened its mouth, a strange sound, neither cry nor growl, escaped its lips. The maester, who had been present for the birth, immediately covered the child with a blanket, his face pale and his hands trembling. He had seen many things in his long life, but never anything like this. Lisanne, weakened and delirious from the birth, reached out for her child, but the midwives hesitated. It was not long before the king was summoned, his face as grim as the storm raging outside. King Jaehaerys, known for his wisdom and fairness, was deeply shaken by the sight of his newborn child. He stared at the tiny creature, his heart torn between his love for Lisanne and the creeping terror of what lay before him. This was not an heir, he thought, not a child that could sit upon the Iron Throne. It was something else, something that defied nature itself. Jaehaerys turned to the maester, demanding to know what should be done, but the maester could offer no answers. "It is a child of Valyria," he whispered, "born of the blood of dragons, but cursed by it as well." The king, torn by his duty and his love, made the decision that would haunt him for the rest of his life. The child would be hidden away, never to be seen by the world. Lisanne, still weak and fragile, was told that the child had died moments after birth. She wept bitterly, but in time she believed the lie. Jaehaerys, ever the dutiful king, ordered the maester and midwives to swear an oath of silence, binding them to secrecy under pain of death. The child, the dragon that never was, would be kept in the depths of Dragonstone, far from prying eyes. And so the creature grew, hidden in a dark chamber beneath the castle, tended to by only a handful of servants who were too afraid to speak of what they had seen. The child, if it could be called that, grew slowly, its wings becoming more defined, its scales harder and more brilliant. It was said that the child had a strange intelligence, that it could understand the servants' whispers and respond with its golden eyes. Though it never spoke, there were times when the servants swore they could hear it make soft, growling noises, as if it were calling out to something in the deep. As the years passed, rumors began to swirl around Dragonstone. Servants would claim to hear strange noises coming from the lower levels of the castle, soft scratching sounds, as if something with claws was moving through the dark. Others spoke of glimpses of silver scales shining in the shadows like moonlight on water, but no one dared speak too loudly, for the king's decree was absolute. The dragon child was to remain hidden, forgotten by the world. But even in its isolation, the child grew restless. It was said that during stormy nights, when the winds howled and the waves crashed against the cliffs, the creature would become agitated, pacing its small chamber, its wings fluttering weakly against its back. Some believed that it could sense the presence of the dragons above, the great beasts that belonged to the Targaryen family. Others thought it was simply the call of the storm, the pull of something wild and uncontrollable that lived within the creature's blood. One night, during a particularly fierce storm, the child vanished. The servants, terrified, searched every corner of Dragonstone, but the creature was gone. Some claimed it had flown out into the storm, its small wings finally carrying it away into the night. Others believed it had died in the depths of the castle, its body consumed by the dark magic that had created it. But no body was ever found, and the creature was never seen again. To this day, the tale of the dragon child lingers in the shadows of Dragonstone. Some say it still haunts the island, a ghostly figure with wings and scales, waiting to be claimed by the sky. Others believe it was the first warning, the sign of the curse that would one day consume House Targaryen, a reminder that even those born of dragon's blood are not immune to the madness that comes with it. The dragon that never was, they call it, the creature born of fire and blood, but destined to be forgotten. Story 4. The Day Balerion Roared. The tale of Balerion the Black Dread is etched into the histories of Westeros, a legend as old as the Targaryen reign itself. His wings darkened the skies and his fire consumed armies, but among all the stories told of Balerion, one stands above the rest, the day Balerion roared at Harrenhal. It was a roar so fierce, so powerful, that it shook the earth and cracked the very walls of the cursed fortress. That day those who heard it would speak of its terror for generations, the sound that reverberated through the hearts of men and left them trembling in its wake. It was the height of Aegon's conquest when Aegon Targaryen, the first of his name, arrived at the great fortress of Harrenhal. The monstrous castle, built by Harren the Black, was the largest and most imposing structure ever raised in Westeros. Its towering black walls seemed to defy time itself, standing proud and unyielding, a monument to Harren's arrogance. Harren had built the castle to be impervious to siege, with walls so thick that no siege engine could penetrate them and towers so high that they touched the clouds. But Harren had not counted on dragons. Aegon came with his sisters Visenya and Rhaenys and their dragons. But it was Balerion, the largest and oldest of the Targaryen dragons, who struck the most fear into the hearts of men. With wings that blotted out the sun and fire hotter than any forge, Balerion was the embodiment of death from above. His scales were black as midnight, his eyes like burning coals, and his breath pure destruction. As Aegon's forces approached Harrenhal, the men inside the castle trembled. Harren had defied the Targaryens, believing his great walls would hold against any army, any dragon. The Black Dread would prove him wrong. The day was sweltering, the air heavy with anticipation. Aegon and his sisters circled Harrenhal from the skies, their dragons casting long shadows over the land. Below, the soldiers of Harrenhal looked up in fear, the sight of the dragons unnerving even the bravest among them. But it was when Balerion descended, with Aegon upon his back, that the true terror began. Balerion landed at the gates of Harrenhal, his massive form dwarfing the blackened stone towers. His great wings flapped once, sending a gust of wind through the courtyard, knocking men to their knees. The ground trembled beneath him as he stood, his eyes fixed on the castle's looming walls, his nostrils flaring as he sniffed the air. Aegon sat tall upon the dragon's back, his Valyrian steel crown gleaming in the harsh sunlight. The gates of Harrenhal remained closed. Harren the Black refused to surrender, confident that his walls would protect him. Aegon, calm and composed, called for Harren to bend the knee, offering him the chance to join the new order under Targaryen rule. But Harren, proud and unbending, sent no reply. The silence from within the castle was deafening, but what came next would be remembered for centuries. Valyrian's head reared back, his chest expanding as he took a deep breath. Aegon gave the command, and the dragon let out a roar that could be heard miles away. It was not the roar of any ordinary beast, it was the sound of pure, primal power, a roar that seemed to rip through the very fabric of the world. The ground beneath Harrenhal quaked, as if the earth itself trembled before the might of the Black Dread. The walls of the castle, thought to be unbreakable, groaned under the weight of the sound. Balerian's roar was like the thunder of 1,000 storms crashing together, a sound so loud it sent shockwaves through the air. Inside the castle, men clutched their ears, some falling to the ground in terror, others weeping in fear. The walls of Harrenhal, which had stood for years, began to crack under the sheer force of the roar. Massive fissures appeared in the stone, running from the base of the towers all the way to their peaks. Sound of cracking stone echoed through the courtyard, a terrible reminder that even the strongest fortresses could not stand against the power of dragons. Harren the Black, hidden within his towering fortress, felt the tremor beneath his feet. He had never believed the stories of dragonfire, had scoffed at the idea that mere beasts could bring down his mighty walls. But as Balerian's roar shook the very foundation of his castle, the truth became undeniable. He had built Harrenhal to withstand armies, to defy men, but he had not prepared for the wrath of a dragon. Balerian roared again, louder this time, his mouth opening wide as fire licked at the edges of his lips. Cracks in Harrenhal's walls deepened, pieces of stone falling to the ground with a thunderous crash. The soldiers inside the castle began to panic, their bravado crumbling with every shake of the ground, every crack in the walls. Some tried to flee, others stood frozen in fear, but there was nowhere to run. And then Balerian breathed fire. The black flames erupted from the dragon's mouth, hotter than any fire seen in Westeros. The flames shot toward the towers of Harrenhal, engulfing them in a torrent of heat and destruction. The stone itself began to melt under the intense heat, the great towers sagging and collapsing in on themselves. Harren's great masterpiece, his indestructible castle, was reduced to rubble in a matter of moments. Inside, the men who had once believed they were safe behind Harren's walls were incinerated where they stood. Harren the Black, proud and defiant until the end, was burned alive in his tower, his body turning to ash as Balerian's fire consumed him. The walls of Harrenhal, now cracked and crumbling, stood as a testament to the folly of defying the dragons. The roar of Balerian the Black Dread would echo in the minds of men for generations. It was said that on that day those who heard it could feel their hearts stop, their blood turn cold. Some claimed that the very air seemed to vibrate with the force of the sound, as if the world itself was breaking apart. The cracked walls of Harrenhal stood as a silent reminder of the day Balerian roared, a day when the might of man was humbled by the fury of dragons. For years after, the small folk would tell stories of that day, passing down the legend of Balerian's roar, as a warning to all who would defy House Targaryen. It was a reminder that no matter how high you built your walls, no matter how strong you thought you were, there were some forces that could not be contained. And on that day at Harrenhal, Balerion proved that the power of dragons was not to be questioned. Story 5. The Cursed Crown of Jaehaerys I. The crown of King Jaehaerys, the first Targaryen, was unlike any other worn by the rulers of Westeros. It was not the simple circlet of Valyrian steel that Aegon the Conqueror had worn, nor the more elaborate creations of kings who followed. This crown was an artifact of mystery, a gift from a distant land, brought to Jaehaerys in the early years of his reign by an emissary from the Free Cities. Crafted from black iron, studded with strange shimmering stones that no maester could identify, the crown had an eerie quality about it. It seemed almost alive, as if the metal itself pulsed with a hidden energy. And soon whispers began to spread, whispers that this crown carried a curse. Jaehaerys, known as the Wise King, was a ruler beloved by his people. His long reign had brought peace and prosperity to Westeros, a time when the realm flourished under his steady hand. He was a man of reason, of intellect, and rarely did he place stock in superstitions or old wives' tales. So when the crown was presented to him as a gift from the merchant lords of lies, he accepted it without hesitation. It was a beautiful piece, striking in its craftsmanship, and Jaehaerys admired the artistry behind it. But there was something about the crown that troubled even the most hardened members of his court. The first sign that the crown was no ordinary gift came the night after Jaehaerys first wore it. The king had donned it during a grand feast at the Red Keep, where lords and ladies from across the Seven Kingdoms had gathered to celebrate the marriage of one of his daughters. It was a night of laughter and revelry, and all seemed well as the king presided over the festivities, the strange new crown resting upon his silver hair. Yet as the night wore on, those seated closest to the king noticed something peculiar. The air around Jaehaerys seemed to hum with a low, almost imperceptible sound, as if the crown itself was emitting a faint vibration. One of the king's most trusted advisors, Sir Harold, a knight who had served House Targaryen for decades, grew concerned. He had always been a man of superstition, and though he had served many rulers, something about that crown filled him with dread. That night, after the feast had ended, Sir Harold took it upon himself to inquire about the crown's origins. He sought out the emissary who had brought it, a man named Martis, a shadowy figure from lies known for dealing in rare and exotic goods. Martis, however, was nowhere to be found. He had disappeared from the Red Keep without a word, leaving no trace behind. Days passed, and the court soon forgot the strange occurrences at the feast, but Sir Harold's unease grew. He had dreams dark and vivid of a great black shadow consuming the Iron Throne, and at the center of that shadow was the crown, and seemed to call to him, whispering promises of power and glory, yet behind those whispers was a threat or warning of doom. Harold, desperate to protect his king, confided in the Grand Maester, who shared his concerns. Then came the first death. It was the king's steward, a young man named Donal, who was tasked with bringing the crown to Jaehaerys each morning. Donal had always been healthy, strong, and devoted to his duties, but one morning, After handling the crown for only a few moments, he collapsed. His body was found in the king's chambers, his face contorted in agony, his skin cold and pale. The maesters who examined him could find no cause of death. The court was shaken, but Jaehaerys dismissed it as a tragic coincidence. However, the deaths did not stop there. Over the next several months, several more members of the king's inner circle met untimely ends, each of them having come into contact with the crown. The chambermaid who had been tasked with polishing it fell ill with a sudden fever, her skin breaking out in strange, blackened lesions. A young knight who had touched the crown during a ceremony lost his footing days later, falling from the battlements of the Red Keep to his death. The deaths were seemingly random, but each victim had one thing in common: they had touched the crown. The court grew uneasy, and the whispers of a curse began to spread like wildfire through King's Landing. Some claimed the crown had been forged by dark sorcery. Others believed it had been stolen from a forgotten Valyrian tomb and cursed by the spirits of the dead. The small folk whispered that the crown hungered for blood, and that it would not rest until it had claimed the lives of all who dared touch it. Jaehaerys, though troubled, refused to remove the crown. He did not believe in curses, and he would not let fear dictate his reign. But as the deaths continued, even the wise king could not ignore the growing sense of dread that surrounded him. His own dreams began to darken, filled with shadows and the distant sound of wailing. The once lively court became subdued, haunted by the deaths that seemed to follow the crown like a dark cloud. The Grand Master, growing desperate, urged the king to destroy it, but Jaehaerys refused. "It is a crown," he would say, "a thing of metal and stone. It holds no power over life and death." Then, one fateful day, the crown was placed upon the head of Jaehaerys' eldest son, Aemon. The prince had always been a loyal and dutiful heir, eager to serve his father and continue the legacy of House Targaryen. But on that day, as he donned the cursed crown during a ceremony, something terrible happened. Aemon, strong and healthy, suddenly collapsed in front of the entire court. His eyes rolled back into his head, and his body convulsed, as if gripped by an unseen force. The maesters rushed to his side, but it was too late. Aemon, the prince of the realm, was dead within moments. The court was in shock. Jaehaerys himself, devastated by the loss of his son, could no longer deny the truth. The crown was cursed. It had claimed the lives of those who dared touch it, and now it had taken his own flesh and blood. In his grief and rage, Jaehaerys ordered the crown to be sealed away, locked in a chest deep within the vaults of the Red Keep, never to be worn again. For the rest of his reign, Jaehaerys wore no crown, believing that none could bear the weight of the cursed gift. The crown was forgotten by many, but those who remembered the tale spoke of it in hushed tones, warning future generations of its deadly power. It was said that only Jaehaerys could wear the crown without suffering its curse, for it had been meant for him and him and alone. But any who followed him, any who dared place it upon their head, would meet the same fate as Prince Aemon. The cursed crown of Jaehaerys remains a dark legend in the history of House Targaryen, a reminder that even the most beautiful of gifts can carry the deadliest of curses. Story 6. Rhaenyra's Shadow. The tale of Rhaenyra Targaryen is one of fire and blood, of bitter rivalries and fierce ambition. But among the many legends that surround her, None is as chilling as that of the shadow that followed her through the Red Keep. It was said to be the spirit of her betrayed half-brother, a dark and twisted reminder of the civil war that tore their family apart, the Dance of the Dragons. Though Rhaenyra ruled for only a brief and bloody time, this shadow clung to her, an ever-present spectre that haunted her in life, and some say even in death. The story begins in the aftermath of the civil war that nearly destroyed the Targaryen dynasty. Rhaenyra, the first-born daughter of King Viserys I, had long been declared his rightful heir, but upon his death, her younger half-brother, Aegon I was crowned king, sparking the deadly conflict known as the Dance of the Dragons. For years, the blood of Targaryens spilled as brother fought sister for the Iron Throne. Dragons tore through the skies, and the realm was consumed by the fires of war. Rhaenyra had been a proud and determined woman, and though the war had scarred her both physically and emotionally, she eventually claimed the throne for herself. But her victory was hollow. The Red Keep, where she had dreamed of ruling since her childhood, was no longer a place of safety or triumph. The great stone walls, once symbols of power and security, now felt like cold prison walls, echoing with the memories of betrayal and loss. It was during her short reign that the servants and courtiers began to notice something strange. Rhaenyra, though queen, seemed troubled, constantly glancing over her shoulder as if she were being watched. At first it was attributed to the stress of ruling a war-torn kingdom, the fear of assassination, or the weight of guilt that surely hung over her for the countless deaths, including that of her own brother. But soon whispers began to circulate that it was something more, a presence, an entity that followed her wherever she went. The first to speak of it was a maidservant who had been tasked with attending to the queen in her private chambers. She claimed to have seen a shadowy figure standing in the corner of the room, unmoving, watching Rhaenyra as she dressed. At first she thought it was one of the queen's guards, but when she blinked, the figure was gone, leaving behind only coldness that made her skin prickle. The servant was dismissed for spreading such nonsense, but the rumor spread like wildfire through the halls of the Red Keep. More sightings followed. The cook claimed to have seen a shadow following Rhaenyra down the corridors at night, moving in the flickering torchlight, but never quite taking a solid form. A knight of the King's Guard reported feeling an oppressive weight when he stood near the Queen, as if something unseen was standing between them. Rhaenyra herself grew more withdrawn, her once fiery spirit dimming under the strain of something no one could quite explain. Shadow was not an ordinary ghost, the courtiers whispered. This was no mere apparition of a fallen soldier or a forgotten servant. It was something darker, more malevolent. It was said to be the spirit of her half-brother Aegon I, the one she had betrayed, the one whose claim she had usurped. Aegon I had been a bitter rival, and though their conflict had been steeped in politics and power, it had also been deeply personal. The betrayal cut both ways, and in the end, neither sibling could escape the war unscathed. Aegon's death had been a subject of controversy. After years of bloody conflict, he had been poisoned, a death many attributed to Rhaenyra's supporters, though no proof had ever been found. His body had been found in his bed, pale and lifeless, his eyes wide open as if staring into the abyss. From that moment it was said that his spirit refused to rest, consumed by the rage of betrayal, and it was this spirit that now followed Rhaenyra, haunting her every step. Some believed the shadow was a manifestation of her guilt, a punishment for the blood she had spilled to take the throne. Others thought it was the vengeful ghost of Aegon himself, returned to torment the sister who had taken everything from him. Whatever it was, it never showed itself fully. It lurked in the edges of her vision, a flicker of darkness just beyond the light. The night when the Red Keep was quiet, the Queen was often heard pacing her chambers, her voice low and strained, as if speaking to someone who wasn't there. The shadow's presence became more pronounced as Rhaenyra's reign grew more unstable. Her rule was plagued with unrest, her supporters dwindling and her enemies growing bolder. The burden of the throne, coupled with the grief of losing so many of her children in the war, weighed heavily on her. And always there was the shadow, silent, watching, waiting. It was during the last days of her reign that the shadow seemed to tighten its grip on her. Rhaenyra became paranoid, accusing those around her of plotting against her, convinced that spies and traitors lurked in every corner. Some claimed to hear her speaking to the shadow directly, her voice trembling with both anger and fear. She would plead with it, beg it to leave her, to let her rule in peace, but the shadow never answered. It merely followed her, a constant reminder of the brother she had wronged. Her end came in a way that many saw as a fitting conclusion to the curse that had followed her. When Aegon II's supporters finally rose up against her, Rhaenyra was betrayed by her own men and delivered to her half-brother's son. She was fed to her brother's dragon, Sunfire, in front of her son, a brutal execution that sent shockwaves through the realm. As the dragon's flames consumed her, it was said that the shadow lingered just a moment longer, watching as the Queen was devoured by the very fire she had once controlled. In the years that followed, the tale of Rhaenyra's shadow became a cautionary story told in the halls of the Red Keep. Some said it was a lesson about the dangers of ambition, a reminder that even the mightiest Targaryen could be undone by the ghosts of their own making. Others believed the shadow still roamed the Red Keep, not satisfied with the Queen's death, but searching for new souls to haunt. But one thing was certain, Rhaenyra's shadow was not just the ghost of her brother. It was the darkness that comes when ambition turns to treachery, when blood is spilled for power, and when even a dragon cannot escape the consequences of betrayal. The shadow was a part of her, bound to her fate, and its presence was a reminder that no one, not even a queen, can outrun the past. Story 7. The Lost Dragon Rider. In the annals of Targaryen history, there are tales of great kings, dragon lords who conquered the skies and united the 7 Britsh. But there are also stories of those who were lost, forgotten by time, their fates sealed in mystery. One such story is that of Prince Aerion Targaryen, a young dragon reader who ventured beyond the wall and never returned. His name is barely whispered now, lost in the shadow of the great heroes of his house. But in the north, there are still those who remember the legend of the lost dragon rider. Prince Aerion was the 3rd son of King Jaehaerys I, a boy of great promise and ambition. but unlike his brothers, he was restless. Where others saw duty and tradition, Targaryen saw adventure and discovery. From a young age he was fascinated by the stories of the mysterious lands beyond the wall, the ancient forests and frozen wastes that stretched into the unknown, the tales of the first men, the children of the forest, and the ancient magic that still lingered in the far north captivated his imagination, while other princes trained in courtly manners and the politics of the realm. Targaryen dreamed of flying his dragon to lands no Targaryen had ever seen. His dragon, Vermithor, was a fierce beast with copper-colored scales and eyes that glowed like molten gold. Vermithor was nearly as large as the famed Balerion the Black Dread, and his fire could melt stone. Targaryen had bonded with Vermithor at a young age, and together they had flown across the realm, from the shores of Dawn to the peaks of the Eyrie. But even the vast expanse of Westeros was not enough to satisfy Targaryen's longing for adventure. He often spoke of flying farther, of discovering what lay beyond the wall, where no Targaryen dragon had flown since the days of old Valyria. His father, Jaehaerys, was a wise king, and though he loved his son, he often tried to temper Targaryen's impulsive nature. He warned the prince of the dangers that lay in the far north, the cold, the wildings, the ancient magic that had not been seen in centuries. But Targaryen would not be dissuaded. He believed that the blood of old Valyria ran hot in his veins, that he was destined for more than just ruling over a peaceful kingdom. "I am no king," he once told his brother Baelon. "I am a dragon, and dragons were meant to fly." It was during the long winter of his 20th year that Targaryen made his decision. The Wall had sent word to King's Landing of strange occurrences in the far north, wildlings gathering in greater numbers, whispers of something stirring beyond the Frostfangs. Targaryen took this as a sign, an opportunity to prove himself not just to his family, but to all of Westeros. He would fly beyond the wall, discover what lay in the frozen lands, and return as a hero, a prince who had conquered the unknown. On the day he left, the skies above King's Landing were grey with snow. Targaryen mounted Vermithor in the courtyard of the Red Keep, his silver hair whipping in the wind, his dragon roaring, as if sensing the peril ahead. His mother, Queen Alysanne, pleaded with him to stay, to abandon his foolish quest, but Targaryen was resolute. His father's warnings, his brother's concerns, all fell on deaf ears. He was a dragon rider, born to soar above the world, and nothing would stop him. As Vermithor's great wings lifted them into the sky, Targaryen turned one last time to see the Red Keep fading into the distance. The cold winds of the north beckoned, and he urged his dragon onward. They flew for days past the neck, over the frozen plains of the north, until finally the wall rose before them like a giant white sentinel. The Night's Watch, who had heard of the prince's arrival, watched in awe as Vermithor soared over the wall, his massive wings casting a shadow over the icy fortress. They would be the last men in Westeros to see Prince Targaryen alive. Beyond the wall the land was harsh and unforgiving. The cold bit at Targaryen's skin even through his thick furs, and the winds howled like the wails of the dead. But the prince was undeterred. He flew north, deeper into the unknown, past frozen rivers and endless stretches of snow-covered wilderness. Days passed, and still there was no sign of life. only the endless cold and the haunting silence of the land. Yet Aryan felt something pulling him onward, as if the very heart of the north was calling to him. It was on the 7th day that they encountered the storm, a blizzard fiercer than anything Aryan had ever experienced, swept down from the north, enveloping him and Vermithor in a swirl of snow and ice. The winds howled so loudly that Aryan could barely hear his dragon's roars. Vermithor's great wings struggled against the storm, but the cold was relentless, biting deep into their bones. Ice formed on Vermithor's scales, and Aryan could feel his fingers growing numb, his body weakening, but he refused to turn back. He was so close he could feel it. In the heart of the storm, Aryan saw something, shadowy figures moving through the snow, tall and thin, with eyes that glowed an eerie blue. At first he thought they were worldlings, but as they drew closer, he realized they were something far worse. Stories of the White Walkers, the ancient enemy of men, rushed through his mind, but before he could react, the storm swallowed him whole. Back in Westeros, weeks passed with no word from Aryan. His father Jaehaerys sent ravens to the wall, but the Night's Watch had seen nothing since the prince had flown north. Search parties were dispatched, but no trace of the prince or his dragon was ever found. Some believed that Aryan had perished in the cold, his body buried beneath the snow, while others whispered that the White Walkers had taken him, that his fate was far darker than death. Years passed, and the legend of the lost dragon rider grew. In the north, wildlings told stories of a ghostly figure who rode a great copper dragon, its eyes burning with an unnatural fire, patrolling the skies beyond the wall. Some claimed that Aryan had become one of the others, his soul twisted by the cold magic of the north. Others believed that Vermithor still flew riderless, searching for his lost prince in the endless winter. But in the halls of King's Landing, the Targaryens spoke little of Prince Aryan. His name was erased from the histories, his quest deemed a foolish venture that cost him his life. Yet the whispers persisted of a prince who flew too far, too close to the heart of winter, and was lost to the cold forever. He became a ghost of the past, a legend of what happens when even the greatest of dragons dare to defy the unknown. Story 8. The Burned Maester. The tale of the Burned Maester is one of hubris and folly, a warning passed down through the halls of the citadel and whispered among the dragon lords of old. It is a story of ambition that reached beyond reason, of a man who believed knowledge could bend even the most untamable forces of nature to his will. His name, lost to time, was said to be Maester Ormond, a learned man who once served the Targaryens in the days when dragons still flew over Westeros. But it was not his knowledge that doomed him, it was his arrogance. Maester Ormond had been fascinated with dragons from the moment he arrived at Dragonstone. The great beasts were the pride of House Targaryen, symbols of their dominance and fire-blooded lineage. Ormond, like many maesters before him, was eager to study these creatures, but his ambitions went far beyond mere observation. For most maesters viewed dragons with awe and caution. Ormond saw them as puzzles to be solved, beasts that, with the right knowledge, could be tamed, controlled not through the bond of rider and dragon, but through the power of ancient spells. It was a belief that would lead him down a dark and dangerous path. In his early years of service, Ormond had access to the vast libraries of Dragonstone, filled with tomes and scrolls brought over from Valyria before its fall. Many of these texts were written in High Valyrian, some in languages even older, filled with cryptic passages about magic, fire, and the control of dragons. Ormond spent countless nights poring over these writings, deciphering their hidden meanings. He became obsessed with one particular text, an ancient Valyrian scroll said to contain spells of immense power, spells that claimed to bind dragons to the will of those who spoke them. As Ormond delved deeper into his studies, he grew distant from the other masters and the royal court. He became consumed by the idea that he, with his learned mind, could achieve what no one else had before, complete mastery over the dragons. He convinced himself that dragons were not inherently loyal to the Targaryens, that the bond between rider and dragon was simply a primitive connection born of tradition. With the right knowledge, he believed anyone could control a dragon, even a maester with no Valyrian blood. But his colleagues warned him against his obsession. Dragons are not mere animals to be tamed, one of the older maesters cautioned. They are fire-made flesh, creatures of ancient magic. You play with forces far older and more dangerous than you understand. Ormond dismissed their warnings. He was confident in his intellect, sure that knowledge was the key to unlocking all mysteries, even those of the dragons. His chance to test his theories came one fateful day, when a young dragon, still wild and riderless, was brought to Dragonstone. The beast had been found terrorizing a village in the Reach, its wingspan already immense though it had yet to bond with a Targaryen rider. The dragon was chained in the great dragon path, roaring and breathing fire at any who dared approach. To most, the dragon was a dangerous, untamed creature. To Ormond, it was the perfect subject for his experiments. Late one night, under the cover of darkness, Ormond made his way to the dragon pit. Armed with his scrolls and ancient incantations, he believed he could subdue the beast through sheer will and knowledge. The dragon, its eyes glowing in the dim light of the torches, growled low as Ormond approached. Its scales were the color of molten gold, and its breath sent waves of heat radiating through the chamber. Any sane man would have felt fear, but Ormond's arrogance blinded him to the danger. He began to chant the ancient words he had memorized from the Valyrian scrolls, his voice steady and filled with a confidence that belied the madness of his actions. The dragon, sensing the strange power in the air, snarled and reared back, but Ormond pressed on, his voice rising in volume as he called upon the ancient magic of Valyria. For a moment it seemed as though the dragon faltered, its great head lowering slightly, its fierce eyes narrowing, as if confused by the strange incantation. Ormond believed he had succeeded. He took a step closer, his voice filled with triumph as he raised his arms, continuing the spell that he thought would bend the dragon to his will. But in that instant, everything changed. The dragon's eyes snapped open wide, not in submission, but in fury. The deep, guttural roar erupted from its throat, shaking the very walls of the dragon pit. Ormond's spell, whatever power it might have held, was no match for the ancient and primal fury of the dragon. Before Ormond could even react, the dragon unleashed its fire, a torrent of flame hotter than any forge, brighter than the sun, engulfed the maester. His scream was drowned out by the roar of the dragon's fire, his robes catching alight in an instant. The flames consumed him in seconds, his body turning to ash even as he tried to shield himself with the scrolls that had once seemed so powerful. But the ancient knowledge he had sought to wield was useless against the wrath of the dragon. By morning, all that remained of Maester Ormond were charred bones and the remnants of his melted chain of office. The dragon pit was scarred by the fury of the beast's flames, and the other maesters, when they found the remains, said nothing. They knew what had transpired. The dragon had not simply burned Ormond alive, it had punished him for his arrogance. Dragons were not to be controlled by spells or knowledge. They were forces of nature, bound only to those of Valyrian blood, and even then, only through bonds of respect and mutual understanding. The story of the burned maester spread through the citadel, a cautionary tale told to young acolytes who might one day be tempted to reach beyond the limits of their understanding. It became a lesson not just in the dangers of dragons, but in the folly of arrogance. Knowledge, they were taught, is a powerful tool, but it is no match for the forces of nature that cannot be bent to the will of men. The dragon that had killed Ormond was never tamed. It flew from Dragonstone days later, vanishing into the wilderness, wild and free, as it was meant to be, and Maester Ormond's name, once that of a respected scholar, became synonymous with the ultimate price of hubris. The charred remnants of his chain were hung in the citadel as a reminder that some forces are beyond even the greatest knowledge, that in the end there are some things that man was never meant to control. So the legend of the burned maester lived on, a warning to all who sought power beyond their grasp. Dragons cannot be controlled by mere words, and those who dare to try will be consumed by the fire. Story 9. The Ghost of Old Valyria. The ruins of Valyria stood like a broken crown over the smoking sea, the last remnants of a once great empire swallowed by fire and ash. The Targaryens, descendants of that shattered kingdom, had long abandoned their ancestral home, fleeing to Dragonstone before the doom consumed the freehold. Yet, despite the dangers and the lingering curse that clung to the region, there were always those who were drawn to Valyria's ruined halls, those who sought answers, treasure, or power among the ashes. One such voyage, spoken of only in hushed whispers among sailors and merchants, is the story of the ghost of old Valyria. It was said that during the reign of King Viserys I, when the Targaryens still ruled with dragons, a ship was sent from Dragonstone on a mission that many would have called madness. The king's brother Daemon Targaryen, ever the rogue and adventurer, had become obsessed with the idea of returning to Valyria. He spoke of the wealth that might still be hidden among the ruins, the lost knowledge of the dragon lords, and perhaps most dangerously the belief that there were still living dragons in the depths of the smoking sea. It was a dangerous voyage, and though Daemon was warned by his advisors and even his brother, nothing could dissuade him. The ship, a sleek vessel known as Sea Drake, was crewed by some of the bravest, almost foolish, sailors in the Seven Kingdoms. Daemon himself captained the ship, with his dragon Caraxes flying above, a grim shadow on the horizon as they sailed toward the cursed ruins. With them were a handful of men sworn to the prince's service, knights and sellswords who had followed Daemon through many dangerous ventures. But as they neared Valyria, Even these hardened men began to feel the weight of dread settle over them. The journey across the smoking sea was treacherous. The waters boiled in places, sending up plumes of steam that made navigation nearly impossible. Strange creatures, the likes of which none had ever seen, swam beneath the surface, their pale eyes watching the ship as it crept closer to the shores of Valyria. The skies above were always dark, even during the day, as if the sun itself had turned its face away from this forsaken place. It was on the 5th night that the first signs of the curse appeared. The crew, who had been unusually silent for much of the voyage, began to murmur among themselves, speaking of strange dreams and whispers they had heard in the wind. One man claimed to have seen figures moving in the fog, shadowy shapes that seemed to drift alongside the ship, only to vanish when looked at directly. Another swore he had heard the distant roar of a dragon, though Caraxes had not stirred from his perch on the cliffs. Daemon dismissed these tales as sailors' superstitions, but even he could not deny the oppressive feeling that seemed to grow stronger the closer they came to the ruins. When they finally reached the shattered shores of Valyria, the sight that greeted them was one of devastation. The once great towers of the freehold were nothing more than crumbling spires, half submerged in the ashes from the engine. The air was thick with smoke and sulphur, and the land itself seemed to shift underfoot as though the still remembered the day it had torn itself apart. But what caught the crew's attention most were the bones, great piles of them, some human, others unmistakably dragon. The bones lay scattered across the landscape, bleached white by the elements, a grim testament to the power that had once ruled here. Daemon, ever bold, ordered the men ashore. Caraxes landed nearby, his great wings stirring the ash as he let out a low growl. The men fanned out, searching the ruins for anything of value, but as they ventured deeper into the city, the air grew colder, and the feeling of being watched became impossible to ignore. It was then that the ghosts appeared. At first they were nothing more than flickers of movement at the edge of vision, pale figures drifting through the ruins. The men tried to ignore them, pressing on in search of treasure or answers, but the figures grew bolder. One by one, the sailors began to see them clearly, men and women dressed in the robes of Valyrian nobility, their faces pale and hollow, their eyes filled with sorrow. They moved silently among the ruins, their feet never touching the ground, and though they made no sound, the air was thick with their presence. Daemon, ever the fearless leader, drew his sword and called out to the ghosts, demanding to know who they were and why they haunted the ruins. But the ghosts did not answer. Instead, they merely watched, their faces expressionless, as if waiting for something. The men began to panic, some refusing to go any further, others shouting that they could hear the whispers of the dead in their ears. One of the knights, a seasoned warrior, suddenly fell to his knees, clutching his head as if in pain, screaming that the voices were telling him to leave or face the same fate as the cursed city. It was then that the dragons appeared. Out of the mist and smoke, great shapes began to materialize, dragons, but not like the living creatures the men had known. These dragons were spectral, their bodies made of shimmering light and shadow, their wings barely stirring the air as they flew above the ruins. Their eyes burned with the same pale fire as the ghosts, and as they circled above, Their roars echoed through the empty streets. Caraxes, sensing the presence of these spectral beasts, let out a roar of his own, but the ghostly dragons did not react. They flew in silence, their gaze fixed on the men below. One of the older sailors, a man who had sailed to many strange lands, dropped to his knees, his face pale with terror. "The dragons of old," he whispered. "The spirits of the Valyrian freehold, they've returned." His words sent a chill through the crew. These were not just ghosts, they were the spirits of the dragon lords themselves, the ancestors of House Targaryen, who had perished in the Doom, and they had come to reclaim their lost city. As the ghosts and the dragons closed in, Daemon ordered his men to fall back to the ship, but it was too late. The air around them grew thick with ash and shadow, the figures of the dead growing more solid with each passing moment. The men ran, but the city itself seemed to shift and change, the ruins twisting in on themselves, trapping them in a maze of crumbling stone and fire. One by one, the men vanished into the mist, their screams echoing through the ruins until only Daemon and a few of his knights remained. Caraxes, loyal to his rider, fought the spectral dragons, his great wings sending waves of fire into the air. But no flame could touch the spirits, and though the dragon roared and snapped at the shadows, they passed through him like smoke. Daemon, ever defiant, stood his ground, his sword drawn, but even he knew they were outmatched. The dead had come for them, and there was no escape. In the end, it was said that Daemon and his dragon barely escaped with their lives, fleeing Valyria as the ghosts of their ancestors watched in silence. Sea Drake sailed back to Dragonstone, but most of the crew had been lost, swallowed by the ruins of the cursed city. Daemon never spoke of what he saw in Valyria, but those who returned with him whispered the spirits of the Dragon Lords still ruled the ruined city, waiting for the day when the living would return to reclaim what had been lost. The tale of the ghost of old Valyria became one of the many legends that surrounded the Targaryens, a reminder that some places were never meant to be revisited, and some powers were best left undisturbed. Story 10. The Silver Dragon. In the long history of the Targaryens, there are tales of great dragons, beasts of fire and fury whose names are remembered with awe. Valerian, Vagar, Meraxes, these dragons soared across the skies, their deeds recorded in the annals of Westeros. But there is one dragon whose name has all but faded into obscurity, a creature as swift as the wind and as brilliant as the dawn. This is the forgotten story of the Silver Dragon, a rare beast with scales that gleamed like molten silver, and of the young Targaryen princess who rode her into legend. The dragon's name was Sivlyra, and she was unlike any dragon the world had ever seen. While most of her kin were dark and fearsome, Sivlyra shone with an ethereal beauty. The scales were silver, so bright they seemed to reflect the sunlight as she flew, casting shimmering beams across the clouds. She was said to be the fastest dragon to ever take to the skies, her speed unmatched even by the great Vagar or Meraxes. Her wings were long and sleek, built for speed rather than brute force, and she flew with a grace that left those who saw her in awe. Sivlyra was bonded to a young Targaryen princess, whose name has been lost to the passage of time, though her story once captured the hearts of the people of Westeros. She was a daughter of the royal line, born in the reign of King Jaehaerys I. Though her brothers were groomed for rule and war, the princess was free-spirited, much like her dragon. From a young age she was fascinated by flight, spending hours watching the dragons soar above Dragonstone. When she first laid eyes on the young Sivlara, still no larger than a horse, the bond between them was immediate. As Sivlara grew, so did the princess's thirst for adventure. While her family expected her to attend court and marry for the good of the realm, she longed for the skies. Her heart belonged to the wind, to the wild places that lay beyond the horizon, and with Sivlara as her companion, she sought freedom in the only way she knew how, by flying. It was said that no one could match her skill in the air. She rode with a daring and precision that left even the most seasoned dragon riders in awe. The princess and Sivlara would disappear for days at a time, soaring far beyond the borders of Westeros, exploring lands that no Targaryen had ever seen. The people of Dragonstone came to know her by a different name, the Silver Rider. They would watch from the cliffs as she flew low over the sea, Sivlara's wings skimming the waves so closely that they left trails of mist in their wake. The princess seemed untouchable, distant from the politics and machinations of her family's court. Some said she had no interest in the Iron Throne or in the alliances her marriage might forge. Her only love, it was whispered, was her dragon. But with freedom came danger. As Sivlara grew larger, her power became more apparent. Rival factions within the Targaryen family, jealous of the princess's growing fame, began to see her as a threat. Though she had no ambitions for the throne, her bond with such a magnificent dragon gave her influence, and influence was dangerous in the Game of Thrones. The court, always wary of potential rivals, whispered that it would be best if the princess was married off quickly to secure her loyalty and remove her from the political landscape. The princess, however, resisted every attempt to tie her to the ground. She refused suitors, rejected alliances, and continued to fly. She would return to Dragonstone only when necessary, spending most of her time in the skies or in the wilds of Westeros, far from the watchful eyes of her family. Her defiance grew, and with it, so did the resentment of those who sought to control her. It was during one of her flights beyond the wall that the legend of the Silver Dragon took a turn. The princess had always been drawn to the north, fascinated by the endless expanse of ice and snow. She often flew beyond the wall, exploring the lands of the free folk, marveling at the untouched wilderness. But on one fateful day, she and Sivlara flew farther than ever before, deep into the heart of the frozen north, where even the free folk feared to venture. To the last sighting of the Silver Dragon came from a small group of Night's Watchmen stationed at the Shadow Tower. They described seeing the streak of silver across the sky, disappearing into the distance, heading toward the lands of always winter. The princess, it seemed, had ventured too far, chasing a freedom that even the mightiest dragon could not guarantee. Days passed, then weeks, and when she did not return, the worst was feared. Search parties were sent beyond the wall, but no trace of the Princess of Sivlara was ever found. The court was divided in their grief. Some mourned the loss of a bright and fearless young woman, while others whispered that she had gotten what she deserved. She flew too high, they said, and now the wind has taken her. The Targaryen family moved on, and over time her name faded from history, erased by the more prominent figures in the dynasty's long reign. But in the north, the legend of the silver dragon endured. The free folk spoke of a ghostly dragon that could still be seen on the coldest nights, flying across the frozen sky like a shooting star. They believed that the princess had found something in the far north, something ancient, powerful, and terrifying that had claimed her. Others believed that she and Sivlara had simply flown too far, becoming lost in the endless wilderness, where they now wandered the icy wastes for eternity. Whatever the truth, the silver dragon became a symbol of freedom and defiance, a reminder that even the strongest chains could not hold a dragon. The young princess, though lost to time, was remembered in the songs of the north, where her story was told around hearths on cold winter nights. She had flown too high, yes, but in doing so she had lived a life of unparalleled freedom, unbound by the expectations of her family or the weight of the throne. And so the legend of Sivlara, the silver dragon, and her daring rider lived on. In the skies above the north, where the winds howled and the snow fell, some still claimed to hear the distant roar of a dragon, its silver scales glinting in the pale light of the moon, a ghostly reminder of the Targaryen princess who was lost but never forgotten. Story 11. Aegon's Lost Hair. The legend begins in the early years of Aegon's reign, when he was still solidifying his hold on the newly conquered kingdoms. His marriage to both of his sisters Visenya and Rhaenys had produced two sons. The eldest, Aesynes, born of Rhaenys, was destined to inherit the Iron Throne, while the younger Melkor, son of Visenya, was feared and respected for his martial prowess. But myth speaks of a third child, one born in secret, whose existence was hidden from the world, known only to a handful of trusted confidants. This child, if the stories are to be believed, could have been the true heir to the throne, a child who might have united the Targaryen bloodline in a way that neither Aenys nor Maegor ever could. According to the myth, The child was born not to Visenya or Rhaenys, but to a lover of Veligorminiac's descent who had accompanied the Targaryens from during the conquest. Her name has been lost to time, erased from the official histories, but some believe she was a priestess of the ancient Valyrian gods, a woman who wielded strange magic and had foreseen the birth of a child who would shape the future of the Targaryen dynasty. The story goes that this child, a boy, was born under the cover of night, his silver hair and purple eyes marking him unmistakably as Aegon's blood. But the birth of this child, rather than being celebrated, was cloaked in secrecy. Aegon, ever the pragmatic ruler, knew that a third son could complicate the line of succession. The conqueror's focus was on stability, on ensuring that the realm he had fought so hard to unite would not be torn apart by the rivalries of his sons. With Rhaenys, the future king, and Maegor, the warlord, already positioned as the pillars of the Targaryen legacy, a third heir could only sow discord. And so, Aegon made a fateful decision. The child would be hidden away, his existence kept secret from even his closest advisors. The woman, the child's mother, was sent away from court, her departure explained as a diplomatic mission to Essos. In reality, she was to raise the boy in seclusion, far from the intrigues of King's Landing. Some stories say they were sent to Volantis, the great free city of the Valyrian descendants, while others claim they were hidden somewhere in the far reaches of the narrow sea, on an island known only to a few. Whatever the truth, the boy grew up far from his father's court, unaware of his true parentage, unaware of the role he might have played in shaping the future of the Seven Kingdoms. But whispers of the child's existence could not be entirely silenced. Over the years, rumors spread among the small folk and even within the court of King's Landing. Maesters sworn to record the truth found their writings on the subject mysteriously erased, and those who spoke too openly about the lost heir often met with tragic accidents. Still the tale persisted, passed down through generations of loyal servants and forgotten nobles. They spoke of the boy's uncanny resemblance to his father, of his dragon's blood and the potential he carried in his veins. As the years passed, Aegon's two legitimate sons came into their own. Aenys, kind and scholarly, ascended to the throne after his father's death, but his reign was plagued by rebellion and unrest. His weakness as a ruler, combined with his failure to inspire loyalty among the more militant factions of the realm, led to chaos. Maegor, the brutal second son, eventually usurped the throne, his reign marked by bloodshed and tyranny. The kingdom suffered under Maegor's iron fist, and the Targaryen legacy was tarnished by his cruelty. It is here, in the darkest days of Maegor's reign, that the legend of Aegon's lost heir resurfaces with more urgency. There are those who believe that had the lost heir been present, Westeros would have seen a very different future. She was said to have the strength of Maegor, but tempered by the wisdom and gentleness of Aenys. He was in essence the perfect Targaryen, unifying the bloodlines of both his father's sisters through his mysterious mother. The myth paints him as the true king, the one who could have balanced the chaos that ensued after Aegon's death, a ruler who could have brought peace to a fractured realm. Some versions of the story suggest that the child, once grown, did eventually learn of his heritage. According to these accounts, he returned to Westeros in secret, perhaps to reclaim his birthright or to seek justice for his mother, who had been cast aside. It is said that he sought an audience with Maegor, challenging him to a duel, only to disappear mysteriously in the night before the confrontation could occur. Other stories claim that he rode a dragon of his own, one hidden in the mountains of Essos, and that he still flies to this day, waiting for the right moment to return. But as with all myths, the truth remains elusive. The name of Aegon's lost heir is never recorded in the official histories, and no evidence of his existence has ever been found. Yet the legend endures, passed down in the quiet corners of taverns and whispered in the halls of old keeps. Some say that the boy died young, his life snuffed out before he could fulfill his destiny, while others believe that he lives on in the bloodlines of Essos, his descendants unaware of their royal lineage. What is clear is that the myth of Aegon's lost heir represents a tantalizing what-if in the history of Westeros, a glimpse of a world where the Targaryen dynasty might have been stronger, more united, and perhaps even more enduring. Whether the lost heir ever truly existed or was simply a figment of imagination, his story remains a haunting reminder of the fragility of power and the secrets that shape the destinies of kings and queens. And so, the legend of Aegon's lost heir lives on a shadow over the Targaryen dynasty, a mystery that might never be solved but will never be entirely forgotten. Story 12. Sorrows of Queen Rhaenys. The fall of Meraxes was not just the death of a dragon, it was the shattering of a bond that had lasted for decades. Queen Rhaenys Targaryen, beloved sister and wife of Aegon the Conqueror, the loss of her dragon was a wound deeper than any blade could inflict, a wound that never fully healed. In the quiet corners of Westeros, the small folk still tell the tale of the sorrows of Queen Rhaenys, of how she wept bitter tears and cursed the very sky for the loss of Meraxes, her faithful companion in conquest, in peace, and in love. It happened during the First Dornish War, a campaign that had dragged on for years, as the free and proud people of Dorne refused to bend the knee to the Targaryens. Rhaenys had flown into Dorne many times with Meraxes raining fire on their castles, burning their crops, and breaking the spirits of their soldiers. But the Dornish were as resilient as their harsh, unforgiving land, and no amount of dragon fire could force them into submission. Every time the Targaryens thought they had won, the Dornish would melt into the deserts, regroup, and strike back with a ferocity that no one had anticipated. The day Meraxes fell was clear, with the blazing Dornish sun high in the sky. Rhaenys and her dragon had flown toward Helpt, a Dornish stronghold that had resisted the Targaryen armies for months. Though with long silver hair flying behind her like a banner of war, Rhaenys soared high above the desert sands, confident that Meraxes' fire and strength would finally break the resistance. The dragon's great wings cast a shadow over the fortress, and the roar of Meraxes echoed through the mountains, striking fear into the hearts of the soldiers below. But the Dornish had prepared. They knew they could not meet the dragon in the air, but they had devised a weapon that could reach even the gods above. As Rhaenys circled the fortress, waiting for the perfect moment to strike, the Dornish unleashed a bolt from a massive scorpion, a weapon of terrible size and power. The bolt struck Meraxes in the eye, a perfect shot that pierced the dragon's skull. In an instant, Meraxes let out a deafening roar of agony, the sound so loud that it shook the very walls of Hellholt. The dragon's body convulsed in the air, wings flapping wildly as it struggled to stay aloft. But the injury was too great, and with a final cry, Meraxes plummeted to the earth, crashing into the sands with a force that sent shockwaves through the ground. Renee, still strapped to her saddle, was thrown from the dragon's back, her body hurtling toward the ground with nothing to break her fall but the hot desert sands. When the Targaryen forces arrived, they found Meraxes dead, its massive body sprawled across the dunes, its silver scales glinting in the sun like the fallen remnants of a broken star. Rhaenys was nowhere to be found. Some said she had perished with a dragon, crushed beneath its immense weight. Others whispered that she had been taken by the Dornish, her fate a mystery that haunted her family for years. But in the days following the fall of Meraxes, rumors spread of a woman seen wandering the desert, her long silver hair matted with dust and tears. Her voice carried on the wind, she wept for her lost dragon. The small folk said it was Rhaenys, who had survived the fall only to be consumed by grief, wandering the wastelands of Dawn, cursing the sky that had betrayed her. It was said that she wept for days, her tears falling onto the hot sand, her sobs echoing across the desert. She called out Meraxes' name over and over, her voice hoarse with anguish. The bond between a dragon and its rider was more than just one of command. It was a connection that ran deeper than blood. Rhaenys had raised Meraxes from a hatchling, had flown with her in battle, had trusted her with her life. In the end, they'd fallen together, and now, with the dragon gone, Rhaenys felt as if a part of her own soul had been torn away. The Dornish, watching from their fortress, spoke of how Rhaenys cursed the gods, her hands raised to the heavens, blaming the sky for taking Meraxes from her. "Why?" she cried, her voice cracking with despair. "Why did you take her from me?" But the sky, vast and indifferent, offered no answer. The sun continued to burn above, relentless in its heat, as Rhaenys collapsed to her knees in the sand, her tears turning the ground beneath her into mud. She was a queen, a conqueror, a woman who had flown on dragon back and brought kingdoms to their knees. Yet here, in the desolate wastes of Dawn, she was nothing more than a mother grieving for her lost child. The days passed and still Rhaenys did not return. The Targaryen forces searched for her, but the desert was vast, and the Dornish refused to give up their secrets. Some believed she had died out there, her body consumed by the sands, her spirit wandering the deserts forever, searching for Meraxes. Others claimed that she had been captured by the Dornish, held prisoner in the deep deserts where no one would ever find her. There were even whispers that she had been taken by the spirits of Valyria, called home to the ancient dragon lords from which she was descended. But the legend of Rhaenys' grief endured. The Dornish, despite their hatred of the Targaryens, spoke of her with a kind of quiet reverence, a woman who had loved her dragon so fiercely that her sorrow could not be contained by the world of the living. In the years that followed, travellers and wanderers claimed to see her ghost walking the sands at dusk, her silver hair trailing behind her like a veil of mourning. They said that she still called out for Maraxes, her voice carried on the wind, lost in the endless expanse of the desert. For House Targaryen, the fall of Meraxes and the loss of Rhaenys were wounds that never truly healed. Aegon and Visenya mourned her in their own way, but the legend of her grief became something more, a symbol of the bond between dragon and rider, and the terrible cost of that connection when it was broken. The people of Dorne, though they had resisted the Targaryens' rule, remembered her not as a conqueror, but as a queen who had lost her heart to the sky and wept for what it had taken from her. And so, the tale of the sorrows of Queen Rhaenys lived on, a story of love, loss, and the unbreakable bond between a queen and her dragon, carried on the winds of dawn, whispered among the sands, never to be forgotten. Story 13? The Dragon Queen's Lullaby. The ancient blood of old Valyria ran through the veins of Daenerys Targaryen, and with it came the legacy of fire and blood, of dragons and kings. But within that legacy, buried deep in the songs of her people, was a softer tradition, one that harkened back to the days when dragon lords ruled the skies. It was a song, a lullaby, said to have been sung by the dragon lords of Valyria to soothe their mighty beasts. The Dragon Queen's lullaby became Daenerys' own, passed down through generations of her ancestors, a haunting melody that calmed the fire within the hearts of her dragons. No one knew exactly when the lullaby was first sung. Some believed it had existed since the earliest days of the Valyrian freehold, when the dragon lords first tamed the great fire-breathing beasts that would become their greatest weapons and companions. It was said that even the fiercest of dragons, those born in the flames of Valyria's volcanoes, could be calmed by the soft, lilting notes of the song, its words imbued with the ancient magic of their shared blood. The dragon lords, proud and powerful, knew that their bond with their dragons was more than just mastery. It was a connection of the soul, one that required care and tenderness. Then Daenerys first hatched her dragons on the funeral pyre of her husband, Khal Drogo. She had no idea how deeply that bond would grow. She was the last of her line, the only Targaryen left to carry the blood of Valyria. As she stood among the ashes of her past, the baby dragons curled around her, their eyes filled with the wildness of newly hatched creatures. But Daenerys did not fear them. She felt their warmth, their heat, as if they were extensions of her own body, and from that moment on, they were inseparable. As the dragons grew, Drogon, Rhaegal, and Viserion, so too did Daenerys' connection to them. She learned their moods, their needs, their personalities. Drogon, the largest and fiercest, had a will of his own, his temper flaring like the fire he breathed. Rhaegal, named for her fallen brother, was quieter, more reflective, but just as deadly. Viserion, with his cream and gold scales, was the most affectionate, often resting his head in her lap, as if seeking comfort from the storms of the world. So they were wild and untamable to anyone else. They trusted Daenerys with a devotion that was absolute. In the stillness of the night, when her dragons were restless, Daenerys would sing to them. She didn't know where the lullaby had come from, only that it had been with her since childhood. Her brother Viserys had hummed it to her when they were hiding in exile, back when they were just children, the last remnants of a fallen dynasty. I told her it was a song their mother used to sing, passed down through the Targaryen line from the days of Valyria. But Viserys, consumed by his own madness and ambition, never understood its true purpose. Daenerys did. The song itself was simple, the melody soft and haunting, the words in High Valyrian, the language of dragons and fire. It spoke of the wind beneath a dragon's wings, of the stars that guided their flight, and of the bond between rider and beast, stronger than iron and unbreakable by time. As she sang, her voice low and steady, her dragons would quiet, their fierce eyes softening, their bodies relaxing. The fire within them seemed to dim, replaced by a sense of calm that only Daenerys could bring. Drogon, who was prone to bouts of fiery rage, would lower his massive head, his red eyes fixed on Daenerys, as if he were a mere hatchling once more. Roggel would curl up beside her, his green scales glistening in the moonlight, his breathing slow and deep. Viserion, the gentlest of the three, would rest his head in her lap, the warmth of his breath comforting in the cold nights on the march toward her destiny. Daenerys often wondered if the dragons remembered Valyria, if some part of them recognized the ancient melody that had been sung to their ancestors centuries before. In their blood, the magic of Valyria still lived, a magic that connected them to Daenerys, to the dragons that had come before, and to the empire that had been lost in the doom. The song was their link to that past, a reminder of where they came from and who they were. But in her heart, Daenerys knew that the lullaby was more than just a song to calm her dragons. It was a promise of loyalty, of protection, and of love. The Targaryens had always believed that they were closer to gods than men, and in some ways the truth felt the truth of that belief when she was with her dragons. They were her fire made flesh, and through them she could reclaim the throne that had been stolen from her family. But more than that, they were her children, bound to her not by birth but by something far more powerful. As the years passed and Daenerys grew closer to her ultimate goal of conquering Westeros, the lullaby became a constant in her life. Whenever her dragons were restless, whenever the weight of her destiny pressed down on her, she would sing. Even as the world around her grew darker, as the betrayals and bloodshed mounted, the song remained a source of peace, a moment of connection between Daenerys and her dragons that reminded her of her purpose. But there were nights when Daenerys herself needed the lullaby, the burdens of her quest, the loneliness of her position, and the losses she had suffered weighed heavily on her. On those nights, after her dragons had fallen asleep, Daenerys would sit by the fire and sing softly to herself, the lullaby a balm for her soul. She would close her eyes and imagine her ancestors in Valyria, riding their dragons through the sky, singing the same song to their great beasts as they prepared to conquer the world. In those moments she felt closer to her heritage than ever before, a queen bound to her destiny by fire and song. The world outside grew harsher, the battles more brutal, but the song remained. It was a reminder of her strength, of the power that lay not just in her dragons, but in her blood, in her lineage. And as Daenerys moved ever closer to the Iron Throne, she knew that the lullaby would be with her until the end, just as it had been with her ancestors, and just as it would be with her dragons, long after the fires of conquest had burned out. the people of Westeros would one day forget the words the melody lost to time. But for Daenerys, the Dragon Queen's lullaby would always be a part of her, a song of comfort, power, and a love that had carried her through the greatest trials of her life. It was a song of dragons, of rulers, and of the fire that burned within her soul, unquenchable and eternal. Story 14. The Battle of the Last Dragon. The last dragon in Westeros was not born in fire, but its death came as a cataclysm that left the realm shrouded in mystery and fear. For centuries, dragons had been the source of the Targaryen dynasty's power, creatures of legend, their fire-conquering kingdoms, and forging an empire. But as the years passed, fewer dragons were born, and those that did hatch were smaller, weaker, as though the magic of old Valyria was slipping away. The last of these great beasts lived during the reign of King Aegon III, known to history as Aegon the Dragonbane, and it was his reign that witnessed the Battle of the Last Dragon, a battle that would bring the Age of Dragons to a haunting close. The dragon in question was a sad reflection of its ancestors. Smaller than Balerian Meraxes or Vhagar, it had none of their fearsome majesty. Its wings were tattered, its once brilliant scales a dull, greyish hue, as though the fire that burned within its heart was flickering out. The people of Westeros, who had once trembled at the sight of a dragon's shadow across the sky, now saw the creature as a dying relic, a symbol of a fading dynasty. It was the last of its kind, and though it still bore the fire of Valyria, it was clear that its days were numbered. King Aegon III, the ruler who inherited this final dragon, had a complex relationship with the creature. Aegon had been scarred, both physically and emotionally, by the tragedy of his family's dragons. He had witnessed their destruction during the Dance of the Dragons, a brutal civil war that tore his family apart and left countless Targaryens dead. His mother, Rhaenyra, had been devoured by his uncle's dragon, Sunfire, and his older brother Jacaerys had died during the war, falling from the skies on dragonback. These memories haunted Aegon throughout his life, leading to a deep mistrust of dragons. The dragon, known only as Stormfire by some accounts, remained confined to the dragon pit in King's Landing, its once mighty presence diminished to a shadow of what dragons had once been. It rarely flew, and when it did, it was a slow, laborious ascent, its wings straining under its own weight. Though Aegon despised the creature, he understood the importance of the last dragon's survival, if only to maintain the illusion of Targaryen power. But as the years passed, whispers began to spread that the dragon's time was near. The maesters, ever watchful of the signs, noted that the dragon's health was failing, its fire growing weaker with each passing season. The people of King's Landing spoke of it in hushed tones, fearing what the death of the last dragon might mean for the realm. Some believed that with its death the magic of the Targaryens would be extinguished, that their rule would falter, and that Westeros would fall into chaos. The fateful day of the Battle of the Last Dragon came suddenly, and with it the end of an era. It was a cool autumn afternoon when the dragon broke free from its chains in the dragon pit. No one knew what triggered the beast's flight. Some said it was hunger, others believed it had been driven mad by years of confinement. Whatever the cause, Stormfire took to the skies in a final, desperate flight, its wings beating against the cold wind, its roar echoing across the city. The people of King's Landing, who had not seen the dragon fly in years, rushed into the streets to witness the spectacle, unsure if they should cheer or flee in terror. Aegon, I watched from the Red Keep, his face impassive as the dragon soared above the city. He had no love for the creature, but even he could feel the weight of the moment. This was the last dragon, the final remnant of the Targaryen legacy that had once conquered Westeros. Its flight seemed both triumphant and tragic, a reminder of the glory that had been lost and the fragile future that lay ahead. But the dragon's flight was not without consequence. The Stormfire circled over the Blackwater rush. It began to descend, its wings faltering. Some said it was the weight of age that brought the dragon down, while others whispered of more sinister forces at play. As the dragon approached the river, a force of soldiers loyal to an unknown enemy appeared on the banks. They'd been waiting, armed with scorpions, massive crossbows designed to kill dragons. The ambush was swift. The first bolt struck Stormfire in the chest, piercing its ancient scales and drawing a spray of fire and blood. The dragon roared in pain, its body twisting in the air as it tried to regain altitude. But more bolts followed, each finding its mark. The soldiers, it seemed, had been prepared for this moment, their aim true and their hearts cold. As the last bolt struck, the dragon's wings gave out, and with a final, sorrowful cry, Stormfire plummeted into the Blackwater rush, the water hissing as it met the dying fire of the last dragon. The sight of the dragon falling into the river sent shockwaves through the city. Some wept, others cheered, but all knew that something monumental had just occurred. The last dragon of Westeros was gone, and with it, an entire era had come to an end. The people of King's Landing watched in silence as the dragon's body was pulled from the river, its once great form now limp and broken, a pitiful reflection of the majesty that had once ruled the skies. But the mystery of the dragon's death did not end there. Rumors began to spread almost immediately, rumors that the ambush had been orchestrated, not by an enemy of the crown, but by the crown itself. Some whispered, I order dragons, the dragon fearful of self-survival, but its survival of voices already. Others believed that the dragon had been cursed, that its death was the final retribution for the sins of House Targaryen during the Dance of the Dragons. There were even those who claimed that the dragon had been struck down by the ghosts of its kin, vengeful spirits from Valyria, come to reclaim the last of their bloodline. Whatever the truth, the death of the last dragon marked the end of the Targaryen dominance that had been built on the backs of these mighty creatures. Without dragons, the Targaryens were vulnerable, and the power they had wielded for centuries began to crumble. King Aegon III, known as the Dragonbane, would rule for many more years, but the legacy of his reign would be forever tied to the death of Stormfire, the last dragon of Westeros. In time, the story of the Battle of the Last Dragon would become legend, a tale told in taverns and whispered in the halls of power. Some would remember it as a moment of tragedy, the final flight of a dying age. Others would speak of it as a necessary end, the last chapter in the story of a once great house. But for those who had witnessed it, the sight of the last dragon falling from the sky was a reminder that even the most powerful of creatures could be brought low by time, by man, and by the forces of fate. Story 15. Baelor's Divine Madness. Baelor the Blessed, the Septim King, was a ruler whose reign was as strange as it was pious, filled with acts of extreme devotion and episodes of what many whispered was madness. To the faithful, Baelor was a holy man, a king who sought to cleanse Westeros of its sins and bring it closer to the Seven. But in the shadowed halls of the Red Keep, behind the doors of the septs, and in the corners of taverns, another story was told, one not of divine inspiration but of dragon dreams, visions that twisted his mind and led him down a path of ruin. Baelor's Divine Madness, they called it, the tale of a king whose religious zeal was perhaps influenced by something far darker, more ancient than the Seven themselves. From a young age, Baelor Targaryen was different, unlike his father and brothers, who embraced the fire and blood of their Targaryen lineage. Baelor seemed repulsed by violence. He was gentle, soft-spoken, and devoted to the faith of the Seven in a way that no other Targaryen had ever been. He took to the faith with a fervor that startled many, choosing a life of prayer and self-denial over the grandeur of kingship. His ascension to the throne after the death of his brother Daeron was a moment of hope for the faithful who believed that Baelor would bring peace and piety to a kingdom long ravaged by war. But soon after his coronation, strange rumors began to spread. It was said that Baelor would spend days locked away in his private chambers, fasting and praying for visions from the gods. Those closest to him, his maesters, his Kingsguard, and even his small council, noticed a change in the young king. His eyes, once clear and full of purpose, began to carry a haunted, faraway look, as if he were seeing things that no one else could. Some whispered that he was being blessed by the Seven, that his visions were proof of his holiness. But others, those who knew the Targaryen bloodline well, feared that something far older and more dangerous was at play. The Targaryens, it was well known, were prone to dragon dreams, visions that plagued certain members of the family, showing them glimpses of the future or drawing them into madness. These dreams, tied to the blood of old Valyria, had influenced the actions of many Targaryens before Baelor, from Aegon the Conqueror to Daenerys the Dreamer. But Baelor, so devoted to the Seven, would never have admitted to such heresy, and yet the signs were there. His behavior became increasingly erratic, his actions driven by strange, inexplicable compulsions that even the faith could not explain. One of the earliest and most troubling signs of Baelor's divine madness came when he decided to walk barefoot from King's Landing to Dorne to broker peace with the Martells. His brother Daeron had been killed during his conquest of Dorne, and Baelor, believing that the realm could be saved through peace, made the dangerous journey himself. It was said that Baelor walked barefoot over scorching sands, wearing nothing but a simple robe, refusing food or water, and praying to the Seven with each step. When he reached Sunspear, he fasted for 40 days and nights, claiming that the Seven had shown him a vision of a world united under their light, with Dawn and the Iron Throne at peace. The lords of Westeros marveled at Baelor's endurance, but those closest to him were alarmed. His maesters had warned him that such extremes would damage his body and mind, but Baelor was unmoved. He insisted that he was guided by visions sent by the Seven, visions of a brighter future. Yet to some, these visions sounded suspiciously like the dragon dreams of old, vague. Visions that twisted reality and drove men to madness. Or when Baelor returned from Dawn, his behavior grew even more erratic. He ordered the construction of the Great Sept of Baelor, a massive temple dedicated to the Seven, in the heart of King's Landing. The work was to be done quickly, and Baelor was known to pray constantly at the site, often spending nights alone beneath the stars, muttering to himself in High Valyrian, a language rarely spoken outside the Targaryen family. His prayers became more fevered, his devotion more extreme. He insisted on fasting for weeks at a time, claiming that the gods had instructed him to purify himself. His body wasted away, but his faith remained unshaken, and the people of King's Landing began to murmur that their king was not just holy, but touched by madness. It was around this time that Baelor's visions became darker. He began to speak of dragons in his dreams, of great fires sweeping across the land, of a terrible doom that would befall his family if they did not repent. He would wake in the middle of the night shouting that he had seen a dragon made of shadow flying over the Red Keep, its wings black as night, its fire cold as ice. He believed that these visions were a warning from the Seven, that the Targaryens had to renounce their ancient Valyrian heritage or face destruction. To many this was the final sign of Baelor's unraveling. The idea of a Targaryen turning his back on dragons, the very source of their power, was unthinkable, but Baelor persisted. He ordered that the dragon skulls, once proudly displayed in the halls of the Red Keep, be taken down and locked away. He forbade the discussion of Valyria at court, and issued decrees banning the study of magic. His obsession with purity grew to terrifying levels. He locked his sisters in the Maiden Vault, declaring that they must remain untouched by the world's corruption, and he fasted for so long that even the Septons feared for his life. But the darkest chapter of Baelor's reign came when he ordered the burning of the sacred texts of the Dragon Lords. These ancient tomes, written in the days before the Doom, contained the secrets of Valyria, the knowledge of how to control dragons and harness their power. Baelor, convinced that these texts were the source of his visions, declared them blasphemous. In a grand ceremony he ordered the pyres lit, and as the flames consumed the books, he stood at the center of the courtyard, his arms raised to the sky, chanting prayers to the Seven. Those who witnessed it said that Baelor's eyes glowed with an otherworldly light as the fire roared around him, and for a moment it seemed as though the Wasp was possessed by something beyond mortal comprehension. Some claimed they saw a shadow of a dragon pass over the Red Keep that night, while others whispered that Baelor's soul had been claimed by the spirits of old Valyria. In the end, Baelor's reign was cut short. His health, already fragile from years of self-imposed starvation and fasting, failed him. He collapsed in his chambers after fasting for 40 days, praying for a vision that never came. As he lay on his deathbed, his eyes wide with terror, he whispered of the dragon he had seen in his dreams, a dragon that would come for them all if they did not turn away from their ancient sins. But the seven, it seemed, did not answer his prayers. Baelor the Blessed died, leaving behind a kingdom confused and divided. His reign, once seen as holy and righteous, became a cautionary tale of religious fervor turned to madness. The maesters recorded his deeds, but the whispers persisted long after his death. Baelor's visions had not come from the seven, but from the blood of old Valyria, the dragon dreams that had cursed the Targaryens for centuries. In the end, it was not the gods who had driven Baelor to his downfall. It was the fire and blood that flowed through his veins, the legacy of dragons that no Targaryen could escape. Story 16. The Scorched Sea. Smoking Sea had long been a place of legend, a cursed and haunted stretch of water surrounding the ruins of old Valyria, where no man dared to sail. Its name came from the great clouds of steam and ash that rose from the sea's surface, remnants of the doom that had destroyed Valyria centuries before. Many believed the waters were poisoned, tainted by the magic and fire that had consumed the once mighty empire of the Dragon Lords. And yet, despite these fears, there were always whispers of the riches that still lay in the ruins, of treasures beyond imagining, of secrets that had survived the fall. It was these whispers that reached the ears of a Targaryen king, a man whose ambition and curiosity would lead him to make a decision that would doom a fleet and change the course of history forever. The king's name was Daeron I, known to his people as Daeron the Good. His reign was one of peace and prosperity, a rare time in the history of Westeros, where the realm was united under a wise and just ruler. But even the most noble kings can be drawn to folly, and Daeron was no exception. Throughout his life, Daeron had been fascinated by the lost world of Valyria, the ancient seat of his ancestors. Though the Targaryens had fled to Dragonstone before the Doom, they had never forgotten their origins, and Daeron believed that within the ruins of Valyria lay the key to restoring the dragons to their former glory. So dragons had been extinct for generations. Daeron was convinced that something still remained in the smoking sea, perhaps dragon eggs hidden beneath the ash, or forgotten spells that could awaken the magic of his bloodline. It was said that Daeron had dreams of Valyria, visions that came to him in the dead of night, showing him a city half in ruin, half in flame, with dragons soaring above. These dreams consumed him, filling his heart with a burning desire to reclaim what had been lost. Despite the protests of his small council, who warned him of the dangers of venturing into such cursed waters, Daeron ordered the construction of a fleet. It would be a grand expedition, a voyage into the heart of the smoking sea, where no ship had sailed since the Doom. The fleet would be led by Lord Corwin Velaryon, a man known for his skill at sea and his loyalty to the crown. So Velaryon, like many of the great lords of Westeros, was reluctant to undertake such a perilous journey, but he could not refuse the king's command. The fleet was magnificent, a collection of the finest ships ever built in Westeros. There were war galleys swift and armed with scorpions in case they encountered pirates or worse. There were supply ships laden with food and water for the long journey, and there were the king's own vessels, grand and adorned with the banners of House Targaryen, the red dragon of their house flying proudly in the wind. Daeron watched from the shore as the ships set sail from Dragonstone, their sails billowing in the breeze as they cut through the waters of Blackwater Bay. As the fleet sailed south, the journey began without incident. The seas were calm, and the men aboard the ships grew bold, their initial fears of the smoking sea fading as they neared the southern waters. Lord Velaryon himself, though wary, was confident in their mission. They would reach Valyria, search its ruins, and return with whatever treasures remained. But as they drew closer to the smoking sea, the atmosphere changed. The sky grew darker, the air thick with the scent of sulphur and ash. The water beneath their ships seemed to churn unnaturally, as if something stirred below the surface. It was said that the first sign of trouble came on the night of the new moon. The fleet had anchored near a small island, the men too tired and weary to sail further in the dark. As the crew slept, strange sounds were heard from the depths of the sea, low guttural noises, like the groaning of a beast stirring from slumber. Some of the sailors claimed to see shadows moving beneath the water, shapes that were too large to be fish. Others spoke of a strange glow in the distance, as if a fire burned beneath the waves. But it wasn't until the fleet entered the smoking sea itself that the true horror began. The water grew hotter, the steam rising in thick clouds around the ships, making it impossible to see more than a few feet ahead. The men aboard the ships grew restless, their nerves frayed by the oppressive heat and the strange noises that echoed from the sea. Lord Velaryon, ever the steady hand, ordered the fleet to press on. They were close, he said. Valyria was just beyond the mists. And then, out of the fog, the dragons came. They were not the dragons of Westeros, not the majestic beasts that had once served the Targaryens. These dragons were different, larger, more savage, their scales black as obsidian, their eyes burning with an unnatural fire. They rose from the sea itself, as if they had been waiting there for centuries, biding their time beneath the waves. Their roars shook the air, their wings beating so fiercely that the very sea seemed to boil beneath them. The fleet stood no chance. The dragons attacked with a fury that no man could have predicted, their fire engulfing the ships in an instant. The war galleys equipped with scorpions fired back, but their bolts bounced off the dragons' thick scales like raindrops. The men aboard the ships screamed as the flames consumed them, their bodies turned to ash before they even had time to pray. Lord Velaryon aboard the king's flagship watched in horror as his fleet was reduced to cinders, the sea itself ablaze with dragonfire. Some say that Lord Velaryon died trying to fight the dragons, his ship the last to go down, its sails burning as it was dragged beneath the waves. Others believe he leapt into the sea, hoping to escape the flames, only to be swallowed by the depths. But one thing is certain, no ship from the fleet ever returned. The smoking sea, already feared by sailors for its deadly mists and treacherous waters, became a place of myth and terror. The few survivors who managed to escape the carnage by rowing to distant shores told stories of the dragons that had risen from the sea, their fire more deadly than any storm. King Daeron, upon hearing the news of his fleet's destruction, fell into a deep despair. The dreams that had once filled him with hope now seemed like curses, twisted visions sent by the ghosts of Valyria to punish him for his arrogance. The loss of the fleet and of Lord Velaryon weighed heavily on his heart, and though he ruled for many more years, he was never the same. The smoking sea became a forbidden place, and the scorched sea, as it was now called, remained untouched by human hands. The story of the scorched sea became legend, a tale told to sailors and children alike as a warning of the dangers of seeking power where none should tread. It was said that the dragons of Valyria had never truly died, that they still waited beneath the sea, guarding the secrets of their fallen empire, and that any who dared disturb them would meet the same fiery end as the fleet that sailed into the mists, never to return. Story 17. The Dragon Who Spoke. The history of House Targaryen is filled with tales of dragons, creatures of flame and fury, bound by blood to the riders who soared upon their backs. These dragons were weapons of conquest, symbols of power, and companions to the kings and queens of old Valyria. But among all the legends of the Targaryens and their dragons, there is one story that stands apart, a tale so strange and shrouded in mystery that many believe it to be a myth. It is the story of the dragon who spoke, a dragon that, unlike any other, was said to possess not only the fire of its kin, but the gift of speech, the ability to speak in the Valyrian tongue and advise a long-forgotten Targaryen ruler on matters of war and peace. The dragon's name was Aromath, a beast of remarkable size and intelligence, whose black scales shimmered with an unnatural sheen. His rider was a Targaryen king whose name has been lost to time, obscured by the centuries of history that followed. Some believe it was one of Aegon's sons, while others claim it was a more distant ancestor, a Targaryen ruler from the days when the family still lived on Dragonstone before the conquest of Westeros. Whoever the king was, his bond with Aromath was unlike any other seen before or since. Aromath was not like the other dragons. From the moment he hatched, it was clear that there was something different about him. His eyes, a deep shade of gold, seemed to gleam with an intelligence that far surpassed that of the other dragons. He was curious, often observing the world around him with a calmness that was unusual for such a beast. While the other dragons of his generation were wild and temperamental, Aromath was known for his patience, the way he would sit for hours, watching the people around him as if he understood more than they could ever know. The first time Aromath spoke, it is said, was during a great council held in Dragonstone. The Targaryen king had gathered his advisors to discuss the growing unrest in the Seven Kingdoms, for the realm was on the brink of war. Rivals to the throne were gathering their forces, and the lords of Westeros were divided, some pledging their loyalty to the king, while others sought to rebel. The king, known for his wisdom, had always relied on his council for advice, but that night the arguments were fierce, and no clear solution could be found. The king sat in silence, his eyes heavy with the weight of his decisions, a great shadow passed over the council chamber. The wind outside howled as Aeromith, larger now than most of his kin, landed on the balcony, his massive wings sending gusts of air through the room. The council members fell silent, watching as the dragon lowered his head and entered the chamber. It was not unusual for dragons to accompany their riders, but the presence of Aeromith in the heart of the council carried a strange tension, as if the beast could sense the gravity of the moment. Their king rose from his seat, approaching Aeromith with the respect one might give an elder. He placed a hand on the dragon's massive head, a gesture of comfort and reassurance. It was then, in the stillness of the chamber, that Aeromith spoke. His voice, deep and resonant, filled the room with a sound unlike anything the men had ever heard. He spoke in Valyrian, the ancient language of the Dragon Lords, a tongue that few outside the Targaryen family could understand. To those who heard it swore that the words were clear and unmistakable. "Do not go to war," Aeromith said, his voice like the rumble of distant thunder. "The realm is not ready. If you fight now, you will lose everything." The room fell into stunned silence. The council members, many of whom had seen dragons all their lives, had never heard one speak. Some of the men fell to their knees, believing that the gods had sent a message through the dragon, while others whispered in fear, questioning whether such a creature could be trusted. But the king, standing before Aeromith, did not flinch. He had always known that Aeromith was different, that the bond they shared went deeper than mere command obedience. He had heard the dragon's thoughts in his dreams, had felt his presence in moments of doubt, and now, hearing Aeromith's voice aloud, he understood that this dragon was more than just a beast. He was a guide, a protector, and perhaps, in some way, a creature of wisdom beyond human understanding. The king heeded Aeromith's warning. Though his council was divided, he chose the path of diplomacy, sending emissaries to the rebel lords in hopes of finding peace. Many saw this as a sign of weakness, and the lords who thirsted for war scoffed at the king's decision, believing that his dragon had made him soft. But the king, trusting in Aeromith's counsel, held firm, and as the months passed, it became clear that the dragon had spoken true. The rebel lords, divided among themselves, fell into disarray. Their alliances crumbled, and without the full force of the realm behind them, they were easily defeated in skirmishes that cost fewer lives than all-out war would have. For years after that fateful council, Aeromith continued to advise the king. His voice was heard only in times of great need, but when it spoke, it was always with clarity and purpose. The dragon's wisdom became a source of wonder and fear, for while Aeromith's words often prevented bloodshed, they also revealed a depth of knowledge that many believed no dragon should possess. Some whispered that Aeromith was no ordinary dragon, that he had been touched by the gods, or perhaps by the old magic of Valyria, a remnant of the ancient power that had once ruled the world. Others believed that the dragon was a harbinger of something darker, a sign that the Targaryens were meddling with forces they did not fully understand. But as the years passed, Aeromith's legend grew. He became known as the dragon who spoke, a creature of unparalleled intelligence and foresight. Some claimed that his voice could be heard in the wind on stormy nights, whispering secrets to those who dared listen. Others believed that he had been sent by the old Valyrian gods to guide the Targaryens in their conquest of Westeros, ensuring that their bloodline would endure. Yet, like all legends, the tale of Aramith eventually faded. The king who had once ruled with the Dragon's Council passed into history, his name forgotten by all but the most dedicated scholars. And Aramith, too, disappeared. Some say he flew east, returning to the smoking ruins of Valyria to seek answers to questions only he could understand. Others believe he vanished into the mountains, never to be seen again. But the story of the dragon who spoke in the Valyrian tongue remains, a reminder that in the world of dragons and men, there are forces far older and more powerful than even the mightiest king can control. And so the tale of Aramith, the dragon who spoke, lives on, passed down through generations of Targaryens and whispered among those who still remember the old ways. It is a story of power, wisdom, and the mysteries that lie within the bond between dragon and rider. Mysteries that may never be fully understood, but always be. Story 18. Maegor's Iron Throne. The Iron Throne was always a symbol of power, forged from 1,000 swords of Aegon's enemies, a harsh reminder that the Targaryen reign was built on blood and fire. But during the reign of Maegor the Cruel, it was said that the throne itself became something more, a sentient force, growing sharper and more dangerous, hungry for blood and reflecting the darkness of the king who sat upon it. The folk tales that survived Maegor's brutal rule tell of a throne that, under his reign, came to embody the violence and cruelty of its master, thirsting for the blood of all who dared approach it. When Maegor ascended the throne, Westeros was already in turmoil. His older brother, Aenys, had been a weak and indecisive king. Whose reign had been marked by unrest and rebellion. Maegor, however, had no such tolerance for rebellion. He ruled with an iron fist, crushing his enemies with ruthless efficiency and earning a fearsome reputation that would echo through the ages. But it wasn't just Maegor's cruelty that terrified the people, it was the Iron Throne itself, which seemed to take on a life of its own under his rule. The throne, forged by Aegon the Conqueror from the swords of his enemies, was never meant to be a comfortable seat. Its jagged edges and twisted metal were a reminder that kingship was a burden, not a gift. Aegon had famously said, "A king should never sit easy," and the Iron Throne reflected that belief. But during Maegor's reign, the throne became more than just a symbol of power. It became a weapon, sharp and unyielding, as if it were alive, as if it were attuned to the cruelty of the king who sat upon it. The first whispers of the throne's malevolence began after Maegor's coronation. On the day he claimed the Iron Throne, it was said that he sat upon it for hours, his bloodied sword Blackfire resting across his lap, his eyes cold and distant. The lords of Westeros gathered in the throne room, watching in silence as their new king surveyed his realm. It was then that the first strange occurrence was noted. When Maegor rose from the throne, a trail of blood was left on the seat, and his hand was found to be cut, as though the throne had bitten him. The maesters tended to the wound, but Maegor only smiled grimly. muttering something about the throne recognizing its master. In the months that followed, the Iron Throne grew more dangerous. Servants tasked with cleaning the throne room reported feeling a strange presence around the seat of power, as if the throne itself watched them. Several men were injured while tending to the throne, the sharp edges of the swords cutting deep into their skin, leaving gashes that seemed to fester longer than they should. One knight who had been ordered to polish the throne before a royal audience was found dead at its foot, his throat slit by one of the jagged blades. It was said that no one had seen him fall, but the bloodstains on the throne were unmistakable. The lords and courtiers of Maegor's court began to fear the throne as much as they feared the king. It became common knowledge that anyone who angered Maegor and was summoned to the Iron Throne was unlikely to leave the throne room unscathed. Some whispered that the throne was alive, that it had developed a taste for blood, feeding on the cruelty and violence that Maegor inflicted upon his subjects. They said the throne had become an extension of the king's will, a hungry beast that drew blood from anyone who approached it unworthy. The most famous victim of the throne's hunger was Grand Maester Gawain, a learned man who had served the crown faithfully for years. Gawain had dared to question Maegor's brutal methods, warning that the king's cruelty would lead to rebellion and the fall of House Targaryen. Enraged, Maegor ordered Gawain to appear before him in the throne room. As the Grand Maester approached the Iron Throne, he hesitated, his eyes flickering with fear as he glanced at the jagged-edged edge of the throne. Maegor, seated high above, beckoned him forward with a cruel smile. As Gawain knelt before the throne, something terrible happened. Without warning, the Grand Maester's robe caught on one of the swords, and as he tried to free himself, more blades seemed to shift beneath him, slicing through his skin like 1,000 tiny daggers. Blood poured from his wounds, staining the steps of the throne, and before anyone could react, Gawain collapsed in a pool of his own blood, dead at the foot of the Iron Throne. Maegor watched in silence, his face expressionless, as the court recoiled in horror. After Gawain's death, the legend of the Iron Throne grew darker. The courtiers began to say that the throne was no longer a mere seat of power, but a living, breathing thing, feeding off the blood of those who crossed Maegor. They whispered that the swords of the throne had become sharper, as if they were forged anew every time they tasted blood. Some even claimed that they could hear the throne creak and groan when no one sat upon it, as if it were moving, waiting for its next victim. As Maegor's reign continued, the Iron Throne became a symbol of terror. His enemies, both real and imagined, were dragged before the throne, their fates sealed the moment they set foot in the throne room. Many of those who opposed Maegor met their end, not at the hands of his executioners, but at the throne itself. The throne's appetite for blood seemed insatiable, and Maegor, ever the cruel king, seemed to delight in feeding it. He would watch with cold satisfaction as the blades of the throne cut into the flesh of his enemies, as if the throne were an extension of his own cruelty. But the throne's hunger did not end with Maegor's enemies. Even Maegor himself was not immune to its bloodlust. In the final days of his reign, as rebellions rose across the realm and the king's grip on power began to slip, Maegor was found dead on the Iron Throne, His body was discovered early one morning by his guards, impaled on the very swords that had served as a seat of power. The swords had pierced his flesh in dozens of places, and the throne room was drenched in his blood. No one knew how it had happened, whether Maegor had taken his own life in a fit of madness, or whether the throne had finally turned on him, claiming the blood it had craved for so long. The death of Maegor the Cruel marked the end of the darkest chapter in the history of the Iron Throne. But the stories of his reign, and of the throne's hunger for blood, lived on. Even after Maegor's death, the throne retained its sharp edges, its blades ever ready to remind those who sat upon it that power came at a cost. And though the throne no longer claimed lives as it had during Maegor's rule, the legend persisted that the Iron Throne was not just a seat of power, but a living thing, forged from blood and always hungry for more. The tale of Maegor's Iron Throne became a cautionary story, a reminder that even the mightiest kings could be brought low by their own cruelty, and that the power they wielded might one day turn against them. Story 19. The last daughter of Valyria. Aisha was known as the last daughter of Valyria, a woman whose beauty was said to be unmatched, her hair as silver as moonlight, her eyes burning with the molten fire of old Valyria. Born into the Targaryen dynasty, she was unlike any of her kin, her name erased from most histories, her legacy whispered only in the shadows of the Red Keep. Her claim was a bold one. She was not merely of Targaryen blood, but descended directly from the queens of Valyria, the lost women who had ruled the Dragon Lords before the Doom. But it wasn't her lineage alone that set her apart. It was the strange and terrible powers she possessed, powers that had not been seen since the days of the Valyrian freehold. Her name, forgotten in the official records, was said to be Valena, a name that echoed the ancient Valyrian queens who had once ruled over an empire of fire and blood. Lyanna was born on Dragonstone during a storm that shook the very foundation of the castle. The maesters who attended her birth claimed that strange things happened that night. Candles flickered and went out for no reason. The air was thick with the smell of sulphur, and some even claimed to hear the distant roar of a dragon, though none had flown over Dragonstone in years. Her mother, a Targaryen princess of lesser note, died in childbirth, leaving Valyenna to be raised by her father, a stern and superstitious man who had always been wary of the old Valyrian magic. As Valena grew, it became clear that she was no ordinary Targaryen. From an early age she exhibited strange abilities that frightened those around her. She could command fire with a wave of her hand, igniting torches and hearths with just a glance. The flames would bend to her will, dancing in strange patterns, almost as if they were alive. Some said that she could speak to the fire itself, that she could hear its whispers, though she never confirmed this. Her eyes, already a striking shade of violet, seemed to glow in the dark, like embers in a dying fire. But it wasn't just fire that answered her call. Valena had a connection to the dragons that no one else seemed to possess. At the time of her childhood, the dragons had long since died out, their bones gathering dust in the throne room of the Red Keep. Yet she would often sit among those bones, whispering to them in High Valyrian, the ancient tongue of her ancestors. Servants who passed by would swear they heard her conversing with the dead dragons. though they could never understand what she said. And stranger still, some claimed that the dragon bones would shift ever so slightly in her presence, as though trying to answer her. As Valyana came of age, her beauty and power drew the attention of the court, but also their fear. Though the Targaryens had always been known for their mastery of dragons, none had wielded such raw magic in generations. The lords and ladies of Westeros, already wary of the strange and dangerous power that came with Targaryen blood, began to whisper that Valyana was something more, something older, something tied to the lost magic of Valyria. She began to claim openly that she was the last true daughter of Valyria, not just in name, but in spirit. She spoke of visions, of dreams where the ancient queens of Valyria came to her, showing her the secrets of their lost empire. She claimed that the blood of these queens, women who had ruled alongside the greatest dragon lords, flowed through her veins and gave her powers beyond the understanding of men. The father, increasingly alarmed by her growing influence and strange powers, sought to marry her off to a powerful lord, hoping to tame her wild spirit and diminish her claim to Valyrian ancestry. But Valyana refused every suitor, declaring that no man was worthy to stand beside the last daughter of Valyria. Her defiance only deepened court's fear, and soon rumors spread that she was practicing dark magic, that she had communed with the dragons of old and sought to awaken their spirits from beyond the grave. The turning point came when Valyana's powers manifested in a way that could no longer be ignored. It was during a great feast held in King's Landing, where the most powerful lords and ladies of Westeros had gathered. As Valyana sat at the head of the hall, surrounded by those who feared and coveted her power, a sudden cold swept through the room. The fires in the hearths dimmed, and a strange silence fell over the hall. It was then that Valyana stood, her eyes burning brighter than ever before, and spoke in a voice that was not her own. She spoke of the doom of Valyria, of fire and ash that would one day consume the world again if the blood of the dragon was not restored to its former glory. As she spoke, the flames in the hearths flared to life, burning hotter and brighter than they had moments before. Some of the guests screamed in terror as the flames seemed to leap from the hearths, swirling around Valyana like living serpents. But Valyana herself was untouched by the fire, her silver hair glowing in the light, her face serene. She raised her hands, and the flames obeyed, twisting and coiling in the air like dragons summoned from the past. The court was stunned. Some knelt before her, believing her to be a prophetess of the old Valyrian gods, while others fled, convinced that she had summoned the very fires of hell. The king, her father, stood frozen in fear and awe, unsure of what to do. From that day forward, Valyana's power was no longer just a rumor. It was a force that could not be denied. But with power came danger. Valyana's defiance of the court, her open claims of being the last true heir to Valyria, made her a threat to those who sought to maintain control over the Targaryen line. The small council met in secret, and it was decided that Valyana must be dealt with. She was too dangerous, too unpredictable. Some whispered of assassins, others of poison, but none dared act openly against her, for fear of her wrath. In the end, Valyana disappeared from the court as mysteriously as she had arrived. One night, she simply vanished from the Red Keep, leaving no trace behind. Some believed she had fled across the sea, back to the ruins of Valyria, seeking the lost secrets of her ancestors. Others whispered that she had been taken by the ancient queens of Valyria themselves, called back to the fire from which she had come. Then still, there were those who claimed that she had become one with the fire, that her body had turned to ash, and her spirit had risen with the flames, a final act of defiance against those who sought to cage her power. But the legend of the last daughter of Valyria did not die with her. In the years that followed, stories of a silver-haired woman with eyes of fire began to spread across the Seven Kingdoms. She was said to appear in times of great strife, her voice a whisper on the wind, her presence felt in the crackling of the hearth. And though she was gone, the fires she had ignited in the hearts of men and in the bones of dragons continued to burn, a reminder that the blood of Valyria was never truly extinguished. Story 20. The Pact of Dragonstone. Before the Targaryens ruled the Seven Kingdoms, before the dragons soared over Westeros in conquest, there was Dragonstone, a windswept island fortress far from the chaos that would one day engulf their dynasty. It was on this island, long before Aegon the Conqueror was born, that a pact was made, a forgotten agreement between the Targaryens and a mysterious order of priests. This pact, shrouded in secrecy and whispered only among the most trusted members of House Targaryen, was said to have ensured their control of dragons for generations. It was a deal forged not just in blood, but in fire and shadow, a covenant that would bind the fate of the Targaryens to the very magic of the dragons themselves. The Targaryens had fled Valyria just before the Doom, settling on Dragonstone with their dragons and their dreams of future glory. The doom of Valyria was still fresh in their minds, a cataclysm that had wiped out the greatest empire the world had ever known. While the Targaryens had escaped with their lives and their dragons, they knew that their survival was precarious. The magic of Valyria, the very power that had allowed them to tame dragons, was fading. Fewer and fewer dragons were being born, and the ones that did hatch were often weak, their fire dull and their wings frail. The Targaryens feared that blood of the dragon would not be enough to keep their dynasty alive, that without the beasts that had once been their Gwaspan, they would lose their connection to the old power. It was at this time that a strange order of priests appeared on Dragonstone, clad in robes as black as night, their faces hidden beneath deep hoods. They came to the Targaryens with an offer. These priests claimed to belong to an ancient, forgotten sect from Valyria itself, survivors of the Doom, who had kept the old ways and guarded the secrets of dragon magic. They spoke of the deep, hidden magic of Valyria, the fire that lived in the blood of dragons, and the shadow that clung to their wings. They claimed that they could ensure the Targaryens' control of dragons for generations to come, but at a price. The Targaryens were divided. Some among them believed that these priests were charlatans, dangerous relics of a past that had already been consumed by fire. Others, desperate to secure their power, were willing to consider the offer. Among them was Lord Damien Targaryen, the ruler of Dragonstone at the time, and an ambitious man who dreamed of conquest. Damien, known for his ruthlessness and hunger for power, was not one to dismiss the promises of magic. He had watched as the last great dragons of Valyria had died in the Doom, and he knew that without the power of these beasts his house would be nothing more than a shadow of its former self. The priests asked for a meeting in the heart of Dragonstone's great hall, beneath the carved stone dragons that watched over the Targaryen lords. The room was lit by flickering torches, casting long shadows on the walls. As the Targaryen lords gathered, the priests made their offer. They would teach the Targaryens the ancient rites of dragon binding, rituals long forgotten by all but the most secretive of Valyrian bloodlines. These rites would ensure that the dragons would always respond to Targaryen blood, that the bond between dragon and rider would never weaken. In exchange, the priests demanded something strange, a yearly tribute of blood, a sacrifice made to the fires beneath Dragonstone to keep the ancient magic alive. The nature of the sacrifice was unclear, and the Targaryens were not eager to ask too many questions. The priests spoke in riddles, suggesting that the tribute need not be a grand or public act, but must be made every year without fail. Lord Damien, intrigued by the promise of power, agreed to the pact, despite the unease of his kin. He was willing to pay any price to ensure that the dragons would remain bound to his family's will. And so, in the shadow of Dragonstone's great hall, the Pact of Dragonstone was made. The priests performed the first ritual that night. The lords of House Targaryen watched as the priest drew strange symbols in ash and blood on the cold stone floors, chanting in the ancient Valyrian tongue. The air grew thick with heat, and the very walls of Dragonstone seemed to pulse with life, as though the fortress itself remembered the old magic. So the priests called upon the fires beneath the earth, invoking the power of the dragons that had once roamed Valyria. As the ritual reached its climax, a low rumble was heard, like the distant roar of a great beast. The flames in the torches flared, and the air became stifling, as if the heat of a dragon's breath had filled the hall. When the ritual ended, the priests made their final demand. A sacrifice of blood must be made every year on the same night, or the pact would be broken. Lord Damien agreed, and the priests left Dragonstone, disappearing as mysteriously as they had come. In the days that followed, the Targaryens discovered that the pact had worked. The dragons, once wild and unpredictable, seemed more obedient, their connection to their riders stronger than ever before. Even the weakest dragons grew more powerful, their fire burning hotter, their wings carrying them farther. The Targaryens' control over their dragons was assured, and their ambitions grew with their newfound strength. For generations, the Targaryens kept the pact a closely guarded secret. The sacrifices were made in silence, always in the dead of night, far from the eyes of the small folk or even the most trusted members of the household. The blood tribute was small, often just a few drops from a Targaryen heir or a trusted servant, enough to satisfy the terms of the pact, but not enough to draw attention. But as the years passed, the Targaryens began to grow complacent, and some lords even began to question whether the pact was truly necessary. After all, the dragons had been bound to their blood for generations. Surely their control would last without the need for ancient rituals. It was during the reign of King Maeghan, the first, lesser-known Targaryen king, that the first crack in the pact appeared. Maeghan, a man of little patience for superstition, refused to continue the sacrifices, dismissing the pact as foolishness. The priests had long since disappeared, and no one had seen them in decades. Believing the power of the dragons to be secure, Megan broke the pact. That year, for the first time since the agreement had been made, no blood was spilled on the stone floors of Dragonstone. What followed was a disaster. The dragons, once obedient and loyal, began to act erratically. They grew restless, their tempers flaring, and one by one they became uncontrollable. Megan's own dragon, a great beast named Fire Scourge, turned on its rider during a skirmish in the Reach, killing the king and burning half of his army to ash. The Targaryens, now without their king and their dragons, faced rebellion from their enemies. The once unbreakable bond between dragon and rider was shattered. In desperation, Megan's surviving kin sought out the priests who had first made the pact, but the order had vanished, leaving no trace of their existence. Without their guidance, the Targaryens were forced to reckon with the broken pact, and though they eventually restored some measure of control over their dragons, the bond was never as strong as it had been before. The power that had once ensured their dominance was weakened, and the Targaryens would never fully regain the magic they had lost. The Pact of Dragonstone, once a secret and powerful agreement, was forgotten by all but a few. Its details were buried in the annals of history, erased by time, and the pride of men who believed themselves above such things. But the consequences of breaking the pact lingered in the blood of the Targaryens, a reminder that the power of dragons was not something to be taken lightly, nor was the magic that bound them to their riders something that could be ignored. Story 21. The Silent Prince. The Targaryen dynasty was known for its fire, its dragons and its conquerors, men and women who commanded armies and beasts alike, whose voices could inspire fear or loyalty in the hearts of their subjects. But there was one Targaryen who was unlike the rest, a prince who never spoke a word, yet whose silence carried more weight than any dragon's roar. He was known as the Silent Prince, and though he never uttered a single syllable, it was said that his mind was more powerful than any dragon, and his quiet influence shaped the fate of Westeros in ways that few could ever understand. His name was Varon Targaryen, born the second son of King Aegon IV, the Unworthy, during the time of great unrest in the realm. From the moment of his birth, Varon was different. As a baby he never cried, not even when he was hungry or in pain. So the maesters who attended his birth were perplexed, and his mother, Queen Nerys, worried endlessly for her son's health. But as Varon grew older, it became clear that while his body was healthy, his silence was not the result of illness or defect. He simply did not speak. The court was baffled by the young prince's quiet nature. He would watch the world with wide, curious eyes, observing, always listening but never saying a word. His older brother Daron would often try to coax him into conversation, but Varon would only smile in response, his silver hair catching the light as he nodded or shook his head to answer questions. The other children of the court avoided him, unnerved by his silence and the strange, piercing intelligence behind his eyes. They called him the Mute Prince in hushed tones, unsure whether to pity or fear him. But Varon's silence did not mean he lacked understanding. From a young age, it was clear that his mind was sharper than most. He learned to read before his brother, Daron, and could recite passages from ancient Valyrian texts by the time he was 5. His teachers marveled at his ability to solve complex puzzles and riddles, and the maesters soon realized that while Varon did not speak, he understood everything. In fact, he seemed to understand more than anyone else in the court. It wasn't long before whispers began to spread that Varon's mind was more powerful than any sword or dragon. Some said he had the ability to read minds, that he knew the thoughts of those around him without needing to speak. Others claimed that he could see into the future, that his silence was the result of visions too terrible to put into words. And though no one could prove these rumors, the air around Varon seemed to hum with a quiet intensity that left many unsettled. As he grew older, Varon's silence became his greatest weapon. He never spoke in council meetings or during court sessions, but his presence alone commanded attention. His father, King Aegon IV, initially dismissed his silent son as weak and useless, preferring the company of his more outspoken children, but over time even Aegon could not ignore the effect Varon had on those around him. Whenever the prince was in the room, the court would fall into an uneasy silence, as if the very air had become heavier. Lords and ladies would glance nervously at Varon, unsure whether he was judging them or reading their innermost thoughts. It was said that Varon could control a room with nothing more than a glance. He would sit in council meetings, his eyes moving from one speaker to the next, and though he never said a word, his mere gaze was enough to make men falter in their speeches, unsure of what the prince might be thinking. Those who underestimated him quickly learned the cost of dismissing the silent prince. On more than one occasion, a lord who had spoken ill of Varon found himself on the wrong side of a royal decision. His lands diminished or his influence eroded. Whether this was Varon's doing or simply coincidence, no one could say, but the court soon learned to tread carefully around the quiet prince. Aeron's influence was felt most keenly in matters of state, though his brother, Daeron, was the heir to the throne. It was Varon who often guided him. So the two brothers were close, and Daeron, while well-meaning and kind, lacked the political cunning that Varon possessed. It was Varon's advice, written in letters or whispered in private, that steered Daeron through the treacherous waters of court politics. Daeron would often emerge from meetings with his brother, looking pale and shaken, but with a newfound clarity in his decisions. It was clear to those who watched that while Daeron held the title of Crown Prince, it was Varon who wielded the real power. Silent Prince's most famous intervention came during the rebellion of House Blackfyre, a civil war that threatened to tear the Targaryen dynasty apart. Daemon Blackfyre, a legitimized bastard of King Aegon IV, had raised an army to challenge Daeron's claim to the throne, and many feared that the realm would fall into chaos. As the Blackfyre rebellion spread, Daeron sought counsel from all corners of the kingdom, but it was Varon's quiet influence that ultimately determined the course of the war. Though he never rode into battle, Varon's strategic mind shaped the Targaryen response. It was said that Varon could see the movements of armies in his mind as clearly as if they were pieces on a Cybus board. He predicted Daemon's movements with uncanny accuracy, guiding Daeron's forces to victory through a series of brilliant maneuvers that left the Blackfyre army disoriented and fractured. Some claimed that Varen had an unnatural ability to foresee his enemy's every move, that he could read Daemon Blackfire's thoughts from across the battlefield. Others whispered that Varen had made a pact with the old gods, trading his voice for the power to see beyond the veil of time. In the aftermath of the rebellion, Daeron ascended the throne as Daeron II, the Good. It was widely known that Varon's inference did not end with his brother's coronation. Daeron relied on his silent brother more than ever, and Varon's quiet counsel continued to shape the realm's policies. It was said that no important decision was made without Varon's approval, and that the silent prince's mind was always working, always calculating, even if no one could hear his thoughts. Varon lived a long life, outlasting many of his more vocal kin. He never married, never sought titles or recognition, and never broke his silence. To the end he remained an enigma, a figure of both fascination and fear. Some believed that his silence was a choice, that he had seen or heard something so terrible that he chose to withdraw from the world of words. Others believed that his silence was his power, that by not speaking he could see more clearly, think more deeply, and influence the world in ways that no one else could. When Varen finally passed away quietly in his sleep, the realm mourned the loss of the silent prince. Though he had never spoken a word, his impact on Westeros was undeniable. His name became legend, the story told around hearths and in the halls of power. Silent Prince, they said, had been more powerful than any dragon, his mind a weapon sharper than any blade, his silence louder than the roar of any beast. Story 22. The Red Keep's Forgotten Chamber. Beneath the towering battlements and labyrinthine corridors of the Red Keep, in the shadows where sunlight never reached, there existed a secret known only to a few, a chamber so deeply buried in the foundations of the castle that it had been forgotten for generations. This was the Red Keep's Forgotten Chamber, a place once used by the Targaryens to store the greatest treasure of their dynasty, dragon eggs meant to hatch for future Targaryen heirs. It was a room steeped in magic, shadow, and the weight of history, its purpose lost to time as the dragons died out and the fire of Valyria dimmed. The chamber was said to have been constructed at the behest of King Maegor the Cruel during the building of the Red Keep. Maegor, ever obsessed with the strength and security of House Targaryen, had ordered the construction of a vast and hidden network of tunnels beneath the Red Keep, a maze of secret passages and rooms, some of which even his closest advisors never knew existed. Among these secret rooms, none was more important than the chamber where the dragon eggs were stored. Maegor, like many of his predecessors, knew that the survival of House Targaryen rested on the dragons, and he was determined to ensure that the legacy of fire and blood would continue. It was said that the chamber was hidden behind a wall of solid stone, indistinguishable from the rest of the castle's ancient foundations. Only a select few, sworn to secrecy by blood oaths, knew the exact location of the entrance. The door was sealed with dragon fire, enchanted by the last Valyrian sorcerers to ensure that only those of Targaryen blood could open. To all others, it would remain an unbroken wall, forever guarding the treasures within. For many years the chamber served its purpose. Dragon eggs, each the size of a man's head, were brought from Dragonstone and placed within the chamber, their shells gleaming with the vibrant colours of fire and night. Some were a deep, shimmering black, while others glowed with hues of gold, red, and green like embers caught in the wind. The eggs were kept warm by hidden fires beneath the castle, their heat carefully regulated by the Valyrian magic that coursed through the very stones of the Red Keep. Each egg was a promise, a future dragon, a future king or queen, a future for the Targaryen line. So the room was not just a vault, it was a shrine to the Targaryens' Valyrian heritage. Along the walls were carvings of ancient Valyrian runes, inscriptions that whispered of the dragon's power and the magic that bound them to their riders. It was said that anyone who stood within the chamber could feel the heat of the dragon eggs radiating through the stone, could hear the faint heartbeat of magic that pulsed beneath the surface. The air was thick with the scent of ash and brimstone, a reminder that this room was the birthplace of dragons, the cradle of Targaryen power. But as the generations passed and the dragons began to die out, the chamber fell into disuse. Fewer and fewer eggs hatched, and those that did produced weak, sickly dragons that barely survived their first flight. By the time King Aegon III, known as Aegon the Dragonbane, ascended the throne, the last of the dragons had died, and with them the chamber's purpose was forgotten. The entrance was sealed one final time, and the knowledge of its existence was passed on to fewer and fewer members of the royal family. Eventually it became little more than a myth, a story told in hushed tones among the maids and servants of the Red Keep, a legend that whispered of egg walls that still slumbered beneath the castle. Centuries later, during the reign of King Robert Baratheon, the legend of the Forgotten Chamber resurfaced. Robert, ever suspicious of the remnants of Targaryen loyalists and the threat they posed to his new dynasty, ordered a thorough search of the Red Keep's dungeons and tunnels. He'd heard rumors of hidden rooms and passages, secrets that the Targaryens had left behind in their wake, and he wanted them found and destroyed. Though his men searched for weeks, they found nothing but dust and cobwebs. The chamber, it seemed, had truly been lost to time. But not everyone believed that the chamber was merely a legend. The Uncrowned, the boy who would one day become known as Aegon VI, son of Rhaegar Targaryen, had been raised on stories of the Targaryens' glory. His mother, Princess Elia, had whispered tales of the dragons to him in his crib, and he had grown up believing that one day he would reclaim his birthright. When Aegon's supporters began to gather strength, he too heard the whispers of the Forgotten Chamber beneath the Red Keep. It was said that the chamber still held dragon eggs, waiting to be claimed by the rightful heir of House Targaryen. Aegon's closest advisor, Jon Connington, was determined to find the chamber. He believed that if they could recover the dragon eggs, Aegon's claim to the throne would be unstoppable. Dragons had not been seen in Westeros for over a century, but the mere presence of a dragon egg would be enough to rally the small folk and lords alike to their cause. Connington knew the risks. Many had searched for the chamber and failed, but he was willing to try. Late one night, under the cover of darkness, Jon Connington and a small band of loyalists infiltrated the Red Keep. so they had bribed their way through the castle's servants and had obtained old maps that showed the hidden feed tunnels beneath the castle. For hours they searched, their torches casting eerie shadows along the damp stone walls. They had almost given up when they stumbled upon a section of the castle's foundation that seemed different, older, darker, and colder than the rest. Connington ran his hand along the stone wall, his heart pounding in his chest. There was something strange about this place, something ancient and powerful that seemed to pulse just beneath the surface. He pressed his hand against the stone, and for a moment nothing happened. But then slowly the wall began to shift, the stones sliding away, as if moved by an unseen force. The entrance to the forgotten chamber had been found. Inside the chamber was just as the legends had described. The air was heavy with heat, and the walls were lined with the blackened runes of Valyria. In the center of the room sat 3 dragon eggs, their shells gleaming in the dim torchlight. One was as black as midnight, the second a deep blood red, and the third a shimmering gold. Connington stared in awe, knowing that these eggs could change the course of history. With these, Aegon could truly become the king he was meant to be. But as Connington reached for the eggs, something stirred in the air. The heat in the room intensified, and the shadows seemed to move of their own accord. A deep, rumbling sound echoed through the chamber, as though the very stones were alive. The eggs, it seemed, were not merely relics of the past. They were still infused with the magic of old Valyria, a magic that had been waiting for the return of a true Targaryen heir. John Connington knew in that moment that the legends were true. The Red Keep's forgotten chamber had not been lost. It had been waiting for the day when dragons would once again rise from the ashes, and the blood of the dragon would reclaim its place in the world. As he carefully lifted the eggs from their resting place, John Connington whispered a silent prayer to the old gods of Valyria, hoping that they would guide Aegon in the battles to come. The time of the dragons was not over. It had only been sleeping, waiting in the darkness beneath the Red Keep for the right moment to awaken. Story 23. Aegon's first dragon egg. Long before Aegon the Conqueror was the feared ruler who united the 7 kingdoms, he was a boy on Dragonstone, a child with dreams that were far grander than his family's small isle could contain. The Targaryens had fled Valyria before its destruction, bringing with them their dragons and their ambition. But even among his kin, young Aegon was different. While the other children played at court content with their noble birthright, Aegon's mind was always elsewhere. He wandered Dragonstone's cliffs and caves, his thoughts filled with the stories of old Valyria and the dragons that had once ruled the skies. It was during one of these solitary explorations that Aegon discovered something that would change his life forever. His first dragon egg, a discovery that would shape his destiny to rule. Aegon was no more than 10 years old when he began to explore the far reaches of Dragonstone, beyond the castle walls and into the wild cliffs that overlooked the sea. He had always felt a connection to the land, to the winds that carried the scent of salt and smoke, and to the deep, volcanic roots of the island itself. There was something ancient and powerful about Dragonstone, a presence that seemed to hum beneath the surface, and Aegon, even at such a young age, could feel it in his bones. One afternoon, while the rest of his family was preoccupied with courtly matters, Egan ventured out alone. He made his way down a narrow path that wound along the edge of the island's cliffs, his silver hair whipping in the wind, his violet eyes fixed on the horizon. Sea crashed against the rocks below, sending sprays of foam into the air, but Aegon paid it no mind. He had heard rumors of caves hidden in the cliffs, places where the old Valyrian dragon lords had once performed their rituals, and his curiosity had gotten the better of him. The path grew narrower as he descended, and the air grew colder, but Aegon pressed on, driven by an inexplicable pull that seemed to be guiding him. Finally, after what felt like hours of climbing, he reached a dark opening in the side of the cliff. The mouth of the cave was narrow and jagged, hidden behind a curtain of seaweed and rock, but Aegon knew instinctively that this was what he had been searching for. With his heart pounding in his chest, Aegon stepped into the cave. The air inside was damp and heavy, and the walls were slick with moisture. Lulled, he moved cautiously, his hands brushing against the rough stone as he made his way deeper into the darkness. The cave twisted and turned, leading him further and further away from the light, but Aegon felt no fear. There was something here, something waiting for him, and he knew that he had to find it. As he rounded a corner, the cave opened into a larger chamber, and it was there that Aegon saw it, till in the center of the chamber, resting on a bed of ash and soot, was a dragon egg. It was unlike anything Aegon had ever seen before. The egg was enormous, nearly the size of his head, and its shell was a deep, shimmering black, veined with streaks of crimson and gold. It pulsed faintly in the dim light, as if it were alive, as if it were waiting for someone, waiting for him. Aegon knelt before the egg, his eyes wide with awe. He reached out, hesitating for only a moment before his fingers brushed against the smoothest, warm surface. A shiver ran through him as he made contact, and for the first time in his life, Aegon felt a deep, unshakable sense of purpose. This was no ordinary egg. This was a dragon's egg, a relic of the lost Valyrian freehold, and it had been hidden here for him to find. As Aegon cradled the egg in his hands, he could feel the power within it, the ancient magic that had once allowed his ancestors to rule the skies. The egg was warm to the touch, its heat a reminder of the fire that slept inside. It was as if the dragon within was speaking to him, telling him that his destiny was not just to inherit Dragonstone, but to rule over all of Westeros, to reclaim the power that had once belonged to the Dragon Lords of Valyria. The discovery of the egg changed Aegon in ways that no one could have anticipated. He returned to Dragonstone that day a different boy, quieter, more thoughtful, and with a fire in his eyes that hadn't been there before. He kept the egg hidden, knowing that his family would not understand the significance of his find. To them it would be just another relic of their past, but Aegon knew better. He had found the key to his future, the symbol of his destiny. In the years that followed, Aegon became more and more consumed by the idea of dragons and Mordhaljan. He studied the histories of Valyria, learning everything he could about the ancient dragon lords and the power they had wielded. He watched the dragons of Dragonstone with a new intensity, spending hours in the dragon pit, observing the great beasts as they soared through the skies. But his mind was always on the egg, the silent promise it held, waiting for the day when the dragon within would hatch. when Aegon grew older and began to assert his authority over Dragonstone, he finally revealed the egg to his family. His brother Visenya and his sister Rhaenys were astonished by the discovery, but even they could not fully understand what it meant to Aegon. The egg had been his secret, his guiding light, and it had shaped the course of his life. It was the egg that had given him the confidence to dream of conquest, to look beyond the narrow confines of Dragonstone and see himself as the ruler of a united Westeros. As Aegon prepared for his eventual conquest, the dragon egg became a symbol of his claim. It was said that Aegon would often sit alone in his chambers, the egg resting before him, as he plotted his strategy to take the Seven Kingdoms. He believed that the dragon within the egg would one day be born, and when it did, it would be the sign that his time had come. The egg never hatched, but it didn't need to. Aegon's destiny was already set. The fire that had been lit within him the day he found the egg continued to burn, driving him to conquer, to rule, and to unite the Seven Kingdoms under the Targaryen banner. The egg had shaped him, given him the vision to see beyond what others could, and in the end it was Aegon who hatched the dream of a Targaryen dynasty that would last for centuries. And so the story of Aegon's first dragon egg became the beginning of a legend, a tale of a boy who found his destiny not in words or battles, but in the fire of an unhatched dragon, waiting in the shadows, just as he had waited for his moment to rise. Story 24. The Dragon of the Night. In the annals of Targaryen history, there are many tales of dragons, beasts of fire and fury, used by the kings and queens of old to conquer and defend. But few stories are as mysterious or as terrifying as that of the Dragon of the Night, a black-scaled beast that flew only under the cover of darkness, attacking ships and villages without warning. The dragon was said to be ridden by a Targaryen outcast, a forgotten prince or princess, whose name had been erased from the official histories, but whose legacy lived on in whispers and fear. The first sightings of the dragon came during the reign of King Jaehaerys I, the Old King, when the realm was at peace and the Targaryen rule was unchallenged. The dragon was unlike any that had been seen before. It was said to be larger than Vagar, its scales black as the void, with wings that stretched wide enough to blot out the moon. Its fire, some claimed, burned darker than the flames of other dragons, casting an eerie red glow that turned the night into a scene from a nightmare. It attacked without warning, descending from the skies like a shadow, leaving behind nothing but ashes and ruin. At first the attacks were confined to the seas. Fishermen and traders returning to Westeros spoke of a dark shape that would appear suddenly from the clouds, raining fire down upon their ships. Those who survived these attacks claimed the dragon came silently, without the usual roar that heralded a dragon's approach. It would circle once and then descend, destroying everything in its path before disappearing into the night. Sailors called it Darksbane, a name that soon spread to the villages along the coast. But it wasn't just the dragon that terrified the people, it was the rider. There were those who swore that they had seen a figure upon the dragon's back, cloaked in black, their face hidden beneath a hood. Some said the rider was a woman, others claimed it was a man, but all agreed that this Targaryen outcast was no ordinary dragon rider. They rode as if they were part of the dragon itself, their commands silent, their presence almost ghostly. No one knew who they were, only that they had been exiled from Dragonstone long ago, cast out from the family for reasons unknown. The rumors began to swirl. Who could this mysterious rider be? Some believed it was a bastard child of the Targaryens, one who had been wronged and sought revenge against the crown. Others whispered that it was one of King Maegor's lost children, surviving in secret after their father's brutal reign had ended. A few even speculated that the rider was an ancient sorcerer, a relic of Valyria, who had somehow bound themselves to the dragon in a dark ritual. No one, not even the maesters, could offer a definitive answer. The attacks grew more frequent as the years passed. Villages along the coast of the Stormlands and the Reach were burned to the ground, their charred remains a testament to the dragon's wrath. Small folk would look to the skies in terror each night, watching for the telltale black shadow that signaled the dragon's approach. And yet the dragon and its rider always seemed to vanish as quickly as they had appeared, leaving no trace of their presence beyond the destruction they wrought. King Jaehaerys sent ravens to Dragonstone, demanding answers, but the Targaryens on the island professed ignorance. No one on Dragonstone claimed to know anything about a black dragon or its mysterious rider. The dragons they kept were accounted for, none had gone missing, and none matched the description of the fearsome beast that terrors the realm. Still, Jaehaerys suspected that there was more to the story than what he was being told. Determined to end the attacks, Jaehaerys dispatched a fleet of warships to patrol the seas where the dragon had been sighted. Led by Ser Gwon Velaryon, one of the greatest captains in Westeros, the fleet set sail with the promise of bringing the Dragon of the Night to justice. For weeks they scoured the coastline, setting traps and watching the skies, but the dragon never appeared. But it was as if it knew they were waiting, as if it could sense the danger. Then, on the 30th night, as the moon rose high over the narrow sea, the dragon struck. It came without warning, descending from the sky like a shadow. The black dragon set upon the fleet with a ferocity that none had anticipated. Ships were engulfed in flame, their masts and sails reduced to ash in moments. The sea itself seemed to boil as the dragon's fire rained down, and the men aboard the ships could do nothing but scream in terror as they were burned alive. Ser Gwon Velaryon fought valiantly, his ship one of the last to fall, but in the end he too was consumed by the dragon's fire. The few survivors who washed ashore in the days that followed spoke of the rider, of a figure shrouded in black, whose eyes gleamed like molten gold in the firelight. Some claimed the rider had looked directly at them, as if daring them to tell the world of what they had seen. Others insisted that the rider had spoken, though no one could agree on what was said. All that was certain was that the fleet had been destroyed, and the Dragon of the Night had vanished once more into the darkness. The destruction of the fleet sent shockwaves through the realm. King Jaehaerys, for all his wisdom, could offer no explanation. The Targaryen court was filled with rumors, and the small folk spoke of the dragon as if it were a creature of myth, sent by the gods to punish the wicked. Some began to say that the Dragon of the Night was no ordinary beast, but a shadow, a ghost of the past brought back to life by old magic. and the rider, whoever they were, became a figure of legend, a nameless outcast who had mastered the darkest secrets of dragonkind. For years the attacks continued, always at night, always swift and brutal, but just as suddenly as they had begun, the attacks ceased. The dragon of the night and its rider vanished from the skies, leaving behind nothing but the memories of terror and destruction. Some believed the rider had died or perhaps finally been slain in some far-off land. Others thought the dragon had simply grown tired of its rampage, retreating to some hidden lair where it would sleep for eternity. But the legend of the dragon of the night lived on, passed down through generations. Sailors would tell the tale to their children, warning them to beware the black shadow that flew under the cover of darkness. And though the Targaryens never acknowledged the truth of the legend, many believed that the dragon had been real, that somewhere in the forgotten corners of Westeros or beyond, the black-scaled beast and its outcast rider still waited for the night when they would rise again. Story 25. The Winter Dragon. In the icy wastes beyond the wall, where the bitter winds howled like hungry wolves, and the land was swallowed by snow, there was a legend that haunted the wildlings and the Night's Watch alike. It spoke of a dragon, no ordinary beast of fire and flame, but one with scales the color of frost, a creature of ice and cold that could only survive in the frozen wilderness of the far north. This was the Winter Dragon, a mythical beast whose very existence challenged everything the world knew about dragons, and whose story has been told and retold across generations of the free folk, shaping the lore of the lands beyond the wall. The legend of the Winter Dragon began long ago, in the early days of the Targaryen rule, when the dragons of old Valyria still soared across the skies of Westeros. The Targaryens had brought their dragons with them to conquer the Seven Kingdoms, but the farther north they flew, the more the cold seemed to drain their power. Dragons, it was believed, were creatures of heat and fire, bound to the warmth of the south, and they weakened in the cold of the north. Some dared venture beyond the wall, where it was said that the cold could freeze the very breath in a dragon's throat. But there were rumors, whispers of an ancient dragon that had somehow survived in the north, a dragon unlike any other. The first accounts came from the wildlings, who spoke of seeing a great winged shadow moving through the blizzards, its scales blending with the snow as it flew silently over the frozen forests. Unlike the dragons of Valyria, whose roars could shake the earth, the Winter Dragon moved in silence, as if the cold had stolen its voice. Scales were said to be as pale as the frost on a winter's morning, shimmering with a faint blue hue under the light of the moon. The free folk believed that the Winter Dragon was no ordinary beast, but a creature born of the land itself. They told stories of a dragon egg that had been lost in the snow centuries ago, forgotten by the Targaryens who had once sought to conquer the north. Instead of perishing in the cold, the egg had absorbed the magic of the frozen land, hatching a dragon that was not bound to fire but to ice. This dragon, they said, could withstand the harshest of winters, its breath as cold as the winds that swept across the north. It did not burn its prey, but froze them solid with a single exhale, leaving behind nothing but lifeless statues of ice. The Night's Watch, ever vigilant for threats beyond the wall, dismissed the stories at first. To them, the wildlings were a superstitious people, prone to believing in tales of giants and white walkers, but over time the reports grew harder to ignore. Rangers sent beyond the wall returned with strange stories, sightings of a pale dragon flying low over the Frostfangs, its wings beating the air like the sound of distant thunder. Some claimed to have found the remains of wildling camps, their fires extinguished, their inhabitants frozen in place, as though death had come in the blinking of an eye. One such tale came from a ranger named Surin, a seasoned member of the Night's Watch who had ventured farther north than most men dared to go. Surin had always been skeptical of the wildling stories, believing them to be little more than tales to frighten children. But on one of his journeys beyond the wall, he saw something that would change his mind forever. It was deep in the winter, during one of the longest nights of the year, when Surin and his men made camp near a frozen lake in the far north. So the air was still, the sky clear, and the stars gleamed like shards of ice. As the night wore on, a strange sound reached their ears, a low rhythmic thrum that seemed to come from the very heart of the ice. At first they thought it was the wind, but as the sound grew louder, Surin realized it was something else. He and his men looked to the sky, and that was when they saw it. The dragon appeared out of the northern horizon, a shadow against the moonlit sky. Its wings were vast, cutting through the night like blades of ice, and its body seemed to shimmer with frost. Unlike the fiery dragons of legend, there was no heat in its presence, only a bone-chilling cold that descended over the camp like a living thing. The dragon flew low over the lake, its breath turning the surface to ice in an instant, the water below freezing solid as it passed. Surin and his men watched in awe and terror as the creature circled once, its pale eyes glowing in the darkness like twin moons. There was no roar, no blast of fire, only the silent rush of air as it moved. Then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the winter dragon vanished into the northern sky, leaving behind nothing but silence, and a lake frozen so solid that it cracked beneath their feet. When Surin returned to Castle Black with his story, the Night's Watch listened in stunned silence. Some believed him, while others scoffed at the idea of an ice-breathing dragon, but those who had seen the frozen remains of wildling camps knew there was something out there, something ancient, something powerful, and something that did not belong to the world of men. In the years that followed, sightings of the winter dragon became rarer, but the legend continued to grow. The free folk believed the dragon was a guardian of the north, a protector of the land beyond the wall, untouched by the wars of men. Some even said that the winter dragon had been seen circling the lands of the others, the mysterious white walkers who ruled the farthest reaches of the north. They claimed that the dragon was bound to the cold, just as the white walkers were, and that it would only appear during the longest winters when the night stretched endlessly and the world was blanketed in snow. But there were darker stories as well, tales of a Targaryen outcast who had ventured beyond the wall in search of the dragon, seeking to claim it as their own. This Targaryen, it was said, had found the dragon and ridden it into battle against the wildlings, using its icy breath to freeze entire armies in place. The outcast and the dragon, however, had vanished into the north, never to return, Some whispered that the rider had been claimed by the White Walkers, that they had become part of the frozen wastes, bound to the land and the dragon forever. To this day, the story of the Winter Dragon remains a mystery. Whether the dragon was real or simply a legend born from the fear of the cold, no one can say for certain. But as the long winters come and go, there are always those who look to the northern sky, watching for the pale wings of a dragon that moves in silence, its breath turning the world to ice. The free folk still tell the tale around their campfires, and the Night's Watch, ever vigilant, listens with unease, knowing that the North holds secrets far older and more dangerous than they could ever imagine. Story 26. The Feast of Dragons. In the dark and tumultuous days of the Targaryen Civil War, known as the Dance of the Dragons, the reign of King Aegon II was marked by blood, betrayal and fire. As the conflict between Aegon I and his half-sister Rhaenyra raged across Westeros, the dragons themselves became instruments of terror, their fire shaping the fate of kingdoms. Yet amidst the chaos, there was one event so horrifying that its memory was deliberately erased from the official histories, a gruesome celebration known as the Feast of Dragons. The story begins in the early years of Aegon I's reign, shortly after he had claimed the Iron Throne by force. His coronation had been a bitter one, held in the shadow of his half-sister's claim to the throne. Rhaenyra, the daughter of King Viserys I, had been promised the crown, but Aegon's supporters, driven by ambition and fear of a woman's rule, had crowned him instead. The realm was divided, and the Dance of the Dragons was in full swing. As Aegon I fought to secure his reign, he became increasingly paranoid and ruthless. His enemies were everywhere, or so he believed, and he feared rebellion not just from Rhaenyra's loyalists, but from within his own court. Seeking to solidify his power and send a message of terror to any who would defy him, Aegon conceived of an event that would strike fear into the hearts of his enemies, a celebration unlike any other, where his dragons would be fed not just meat, but living men. The event came to be known as the Feast of Dragons, held in the great courtyard of the Red Keep. Invitations were sent far and wide, summoning the most powerful lords and ladies of the realm to witness the spectacle. It was to be a display of Targaryen might, a reminder that the dragons were the ultimate symbol of power in Westeros, and that any who opposed Aegon I would meet a fiery end. But behind the lavish celebration, there was a darker purpose. In the dungeons beneath the Red Keep, prisoners and traitors, men and women accused of supporting Rhaenyra or plotting against the king, were being prepared for a fate far worse than execution. The day of the feast dawned bright and hot, the summer sun beating down on King's Landing as the lords and ladies gathered in the Red Keep. The air was thick with anticipation, though few knew the true nature of the event. Many believed it to be a mere spectacle, the show of the dragon's power, perhaps a mock battle or a display of their fire. But as the guests took their seats and the torches were lit, a sense of unease settled over the crowd. King Aegon II sat upon a raised dais, his eyes gleaming with a cruel satisfaction. At his side were his supporters, including Sir Criston Cole, the Lord Commander of the King's Guard, who had been instrumental in securing Aegon's claim to the throne. Before them in the open courtyard, 3 dragons stood chained, Sunfire, Aegon's golden beast, with scales that shimmered like molten gold, Vhagar, the ancient and mighty dragon ridden by Queen Visenya in days of old, now bound to Aegon's cause, and Dreamfire, another of the Targaryens' feared dragons, their wings beating against the heavy summer air. The feast began with the usual pomp and splendor. Roasted meats, spiced wines, and the finest dishes from across the realm were served, though few of the guests could fully enjoy the food, their eyes drawn to the dragons in the courtyard. Sunfire in particular, restless and hungry, growled deep in his throat, his golden eyes fixed on the dais where Aegon sat. Then, with a wave of the king's hand, the true nature of the feast was revealed. From the dungeons below, the prisoners were brought forth, dozens of them, their wrists bound in iron chains, their faces pale with fear. These were not common criminals, but knights, lords, and servants who had been accused of treason, of conspiring against Aegon, in favor of Rhaenyra. The crowd watched in stunned silence as the prisoners were marched toward the dragons, who were now visibly agitated, their nostrils flaring as they scented the fear in the air. Aegon, I rose from his seat, a cold smile on his lips as he addressed the assembly. This is the price of treason, he declared, his voice carrying over the courtyard. Let it be known that the dragons of House Targaryen will suffer no disloyalty. To betray your king is to betray the blood of the dragon itself, and the punishment for such betrayal is death by fire. With that, the first of the prisoners was dragged forward, a knight who had once served Rhaenyra's court. Hatto groveled, but the guards threw him to the ground before Sunfire, whose golden head lowered, his mouth opening in a terrifying display of teeth. The knight screamed, but it was too late. Sunfire's jaws closed around him, and with a single snap he was gone, his body consumed by the dragon's flames. The crowd erupted in gasps and cries of horror as one by one the prisoners were fed to the dragons. Some were burned alive by Dreamfire's blue flames, their bodies reduced to ash in moments. Others were torn apart by Vhagar's ancient teeth, their screams echoing across the Red Keep. All the while, Aegon I watched with cold satisfaction, his message clear. No one would stand against him and live. But the Feast of Dragons did not have the desired effect. Instead of cowing the lords and ladies of the realm, it sparked a hidden rebellion. Word of the feast spread quickly, reaching Rhaenyra's loyalists and even those who had remained neutral in the conflict. The horror of the event, the image of living men and women being fed to dragons, galvanized opposition to Aegon's rule. Some who had once considered supporting him now turned to Rhaenyra, disgusted by the brutality they had witnessed. Secret alliances were formed, and more of the realm began to turn against the king. In the months that followed, the rebellion against Aegon I grew stronger. The Feast of Dragons, far from securing his power, had weakened it, and as the dance of the dragons continued, it became clear that Aegon's grip on the throne was slipping. The horror of that day became a rallying cry for those who opposed him, a symbol of his cruelty and madness. In the years after the war, when Aegon I was dead and the Targaryens sought to rebuild their fractured dynasty, the Feast of Dragons was erased from the official records. Maesters and scribes were ordered to remove any mention of it from the histories, and the event became little more than a whispered tale, passed down in secret by those who remembered. But the memory of that dark day lived on in the hearts of those who had witnessed it, a reminder that even the mightiest of kings could fall, and that the dragons, once the source of Targaryen power, could also be their undoing. Story 27. To the Lost Egg of Summerhall. The tragedy at Summerhall remains one of the most haunting and mysterious events in the history of House Targaryen. It was meant to be a grand celebration, a momentous occasion marking the birth of King Aegon V's grandchild, the time when the old glory of the Targaryens might be reignited. But instead Summerhall became a funeral pyre, a place of death, destruction and secrets lost to time. Among the many mysteries of that day, none was more perplexing than the disappearance of the lost egg of Summerhall, a dragon egg that vanished amidst the flames and was never found again. The story begins with King Aegon V Targaryen, known to history as Aegon the Unlikely. He had always harbored a deep and personal dream of reviving the Targaryen legacy through dragons. Aegon was not born to rule, but rose to the throne through a series of unlikely events, and once crowned he sought to restore the power of House Targaryen to its former heights. The dragons had long since died out, and with them the magic that had once ensured the dominance of his house. That Aegon believed that if he could hatch a dragon egg, the fire of old Valyria might burn once again. The Targaryens had always kept dragon eggs heirlooms of their once great empire. Some of these eggs were hundreds of years old, their shells hard as stone, cold to the touch, and seemingly lifeless. But Aegon refused to believe that the magic within them had faded. He studied the ancient texts, consulted the maesters, and sought the wisdom of those who still remembered the rituals of Valyria. And so, when the time came for the birth of his grandson, Aegon saw an opportunity. Summerhall, the Targaryen palace built for leisure and peace, would be the place where he attempted to bring dragons back to the world. As the preparations for the celebration began, Aegon ordered that several dragon eggs be brought to Summerhall. One of these eggs was particularly rare, a large gleaming specimen with a deep emerald green shell shot through with veins of gold. It had been passed down through generations of Targaryens and was believed to hold great potential. The egg had been kept in Dragonstone for centuries, the symbol of hope for a future where dragons would fly over Westeros once again. But that future had never come. Now Aegon intended to change that. The guests arrived at Summerhall with high hopes. Aegon's sons, Duncan the Small and Jaehaerys, were there, along with their families and loyal retainers. It was a joyous occasion, with music, feasting, and the anticipation of new life. But beneath the festivities there was a sense of foreboding. The attempt to hatch the dragon egg was a closely guarded secret, known only to Aegon and a few trusted members of the court. Aegon had studied the fire rituals of Valyria, believing that by immersing the egg in a controlled blaze, he could awaken the dragon within. The pyre, as the Targaryens knew all too well, was both a source of life and a force of unimaginable destruction. On the night of the tragedy, the sky over Summerhall was clear, the stars shining brightly above the gathered lords and ladies. As the celebration reached its peak, Aegon and his closest confidants slipped away from the crowd and made their way to a secluded chamber deep within the palace. There the dragon eggs had been placed, resting in a large brazier of smouldering coals. The heat from the brazier was intense, filling the room with a dry, suffocating warmth. Aegon stood before the brazier, his face lined with hope and determination, as he began to chant the ancient words, calling upon the fire to bring life to the eggs. The flames grew higher, licking the sides of the egg, and for a moment it seemed as if something was happening. The green and gold egg began to glow, as if the heat was awakening the magic within. The air crackled with energy, and those present could feel a strange, pulsing warmth radiating from the brazier. But then, something went horribly wrong. The fire, once controlled and contained, suddenly surged out of control. The brazier tipped over, spilling hot coals across the floor. The flames leapt to the walls, igniting the wooden beams of the chamber, and within moments the room was engulfed in fire. Panic spread through Summerhall as the flames consumed the palace. Servants and guests fled in every direction, the heat and smoke making it impossible to see or breathe. King Aegon, Duncan the Small, and many others were trapped inside, unable to escape the inferno. Those who survived recalled the screams and the roaring of the fire, but no one could explain how it had spread so quickly, or why it had been so fierce. The fire raged for hours, reducing Summerhall to a smouldering ruin. When the blaze finally died down, and the survivors returned to search the wreckage, they found only ashes and sorrow. King Aegon was dead, along with many of his kin, and the dream of restoring the Targaryen dragons had died with him. But there was one mystery that would haunt the survivors for years to come. The emerald green dragon egg had vanished. The brazier where the egg had been placed was found, blackened and twisted by the heat, but the egg itself was gone. Some believed it had been destroyed in the fire, consumed by the very flames that were meant to bring it to bring. Others whispered that the egg had hatched, that a dragon had been born from the ashes, and had fled into the night, leaving only destruction in its wake. But no sign of a dragon was ever found, and no one could explain how the egg could have disappeared so completely. In the years that followed, the story of the lost egg of Summerhall became a legend. Some said that the egg had been stolen in the chaos, smuggled away by a servant or a noble who had escaped the flames. Others claimed that the egg had been cursed, its magic too powerful to be controlled, and that it had simply vanished into the ether, never to be seen again. There were even those who believed that the egg still existed, hidden somewhere in the ruins of Summerhall, waiting for the right Targaryen to find it and bring the dragons back to Westeros. But the truth of what happened to the egg remains one of the great mysteries of Targaryen history. Despite the best efforts of maesters, adventurers, and treasure hunters, the egg has never been found. Its disappearance, like the tragedy of Summerhall itself, is shrouded in smoke and shadow, a reminder of the dangers of tampering with the ancient magic of dragons. And so the lost egg of Summerhall became a symbol of both hope and despair, a promise of what might have been, and a warning of the peril that comes with trying to reclaim a past that can never be fully understood. Story 28. The Battle Beneath the Moon. The sky over Westeros has seen countless battles, but few have been as spectacular or as terrifying as the battle beneath the moon, where dragons clashed under the light of a full moon, their fire turning the night into day. It was a legendary confrontation, a moment in history when the fire and blood of House Targaryen blazed across the heavens. The battle is remembered not just for its ferocity, but for the eerie beauty of the dragon's fire, which illuminated the battlefield as if the gods themselves had set the world aflame. The origins of the battle lay in the chaos of the Dance of the Dragons, the civil war that tore House Targaryen apart as two rival factions, those loyal to Queen Rhaenyra and those sworn to King Aegon II, fought for control of the Iron Throne. Dragons, once symbols of Targaryen dominance, had become instruments of devastation, their fire ravaging castles, towns and armies alike. Both sides commanded powerful dragons, and as the war dragged on, these beasts became the key to victory. The battle beneath the moon was born of a fateful convergence. Rhaenyra's forces, under the command of her eldest son Jacaerys Varian, had learned Aegon I's loyalists were gathering near the western coast. Jacaerys, riding his mighty dragon Vermax, led a contingent of knights and soldiers to intercept them. Little did he know that Aegon's forces were also accompanied by dragons, among them the dreaded Sunfire, ridden by King Aegon II himself, and Vaga, the ancient and colossal dragon, now bonded to Prince Aemond Targaryen, Aegon's younger brother. The stage for the battle was set beneath the clear, cold sky of a winter's night, with the moon full and bright, casting a silvery glow over the land. The armies clashed in the fields outside of Tumbleton, the small town that had already suffered greatly from the war. The forces on the ground were evenly matched, knights and soldiers locked in combat, as the two great Targaryen houses struggled for supremacy. But the true battle was fought in the sky, where dragons soared high above the earth, their wings beating the air as they circled each other like ancient predators. Jacaerys Velaryon was the first to strike, his dragon Vermax diving from the clouds with a deafening roar. He aimed for Sunfire, the golden dragon of Aegon I, whose radiant scales gleamed in the moonlight like molten metal. Vermax unleashed a torrent of flame, the fire brightening the sky with a fierce orange glow. Sunfire, agile and swift, dodged the attack, his own flames bursting from his jaws in retaliation. For a moment the night was lit with fire so bright that the stars themselves seemed to dim. Below, the soldiers paused in their fighting, their eyes drawn upward to the spectacle above. It was as if the very heavens had opened, and the gods had unleashed their wrath upon the world. The dragons, their massive forms silhouetted against the moon, looked like mythical creatures from another age, creatures that no man could hope to control. Their roars echoed across the battlefield, shaking the earth beneath the feet of the men who fought for kings and queens below. As Vermax and Sunfire circled each other in the sky, another figure appeared, Aemond Targaryen, riding the ancient Vargar, whose size dwarfed both Vermax and Sunfire. Lovegar had once been ridden by Queen Visenya, one of Aegon the Conqueror's sisters, and she was a dragon of immense power and experience. Her wings were like sails, her tail long enough to crush entire towers. As she flew into the fray, her presence cast a shadow over the battlefield, her roars louder than thunder. Jaehaerys knew he was outmatched. Vermax was strong, but he was young and no match for Varga, whose size alone could crush him. But Jaehaerys was fearless, his loyalty to his mother and her cause driving him forward. With a cry, he urged Vermax to strike at Vhagar, hoping to surprise the larger dragon with his speed. Vermax lunged forward, his jaws snapping at Vhagar's neck, but Aemond was ready. With a swift command, he directed Vhagar to turn, her massive wings sending a gust of wind that nearly knocked Vermax off course. The battle between the dragons was as fierce as any fought on land. Vermax darted and weaved, his flames lighting up the night, but Vhagar's sheer size and experience gave her the upper hand. So with a powerful sweep of her tail, Vhagar struck Vermax across the side, sending the smaller dragon spiraling toward the earth. The Jaehaerys struggled to regain control, but Vermax's wounds were severe. As they plummeted, Jaehaerys saw the ground rushing toward him, and for a brief moment he thought he was doomed. But before Vermax could crash, Sunfire swooped in from above, striking Varga in an explosion of feed and fury. Aegon I had joined the fight, his golden dragon burning with rage. Sunfire smaller than Vhagar, but his speed and ferocity made him a dangerous opponent. As the two dragons clashed, their flames met in the air, creating a blinding flash of light that illuminated the battlefield below, as if it were daylight. Soldiers on the ground were thrown into chaos as the light disoriented them, and for a brief moment it seemed as though the night had a day. Sunfire and Vhagar tore into each other with claws and teeth, their roars shaking the earth. Aegon and Aemond, the two brothers who had once fought together, now found themselves locked in mortal combat. Below, Jaehaerys watched in horror as the dragons above him battled for supremacy. Vermax, injured but still alive, tried to rise into the sky once more, but his wings were too damaged. Jaehaerys could only watch as Sunfire and Vhagar continued their deadly dance. The moon, once a silent witness to the battle, now seemed almost consumed by the firelight. The air was thick with the smell of smoke and ash, and the cries of men and dragons alike filled the night. For hours the battle raged, the dragons attacking and retreating, their flames lighting up the sky in bursts of brilliant fire. The battlefield below was littered with the dead and dying, but all eyes remained on the dragons above, where the true battle was being fought. Finally, as the night drew to a close, and the moon began to sink toward the horizon, the battle reached its climax. Vhagar, bloodied and enraged, delivered a final, devastating blow to Sunfire, her jaws closing around his neck with a sickening crunch. Aegon I, thrown from his saddle, fell from the sky, his body crashing into the battlefield below. Sunfire let out one last roar before collapsing in a heap of golden scales, his fire extinguished at last. Vhagar, though victorious, was gravely wounded, and Aemond, battered but alive, ordered her to retreat. As the ancient dragon flew away, her massive form disappearing into the night, the battlefield fell into silence. The flames that had once lit the sky began to die, leaving behind only smouldering embers and the memory of a battle that would be spoken of for generations to come. The battle beneath the moon became a legend in its own right, a tale of dragons and men who fought under the light of a full moon, their fire illuminating the night-day daylight. But it was a reminder that even the greatest of beasts could be brought low by fire and blood, and that the Targaryens dragons, for all their power, were not invincible. Story 29. The Bloodless Targaryen. The Targaryens were known for the dragons and their fire, for their bloodline that carried the power and magic of old Valyria. But among the many tales that surrounded their dynasty, one story stood apart from the rest. The Bloodless Targaryen, a prince said to be invulnerable to death, impervious to both blade and flame. The tale was passed down through the generations, whispered in the halls of the Red Keep and across the Seven Kingdoms, a legend that captured the imagination of those who feared and revered the Targaryen name. The story begins with Prince Maelor Targaryen, the youngest son of a long-forgotten king. Born in the shadow of war and strife, Maelor's birth was marked by an eerie calm. Unlike his siblings, who came into the world wailing and red-faced, Maelor was silent, his skin pale as ivory, his eyes open and watchful from the moment he drew breath. His mother, Queen Elessan, took one look at him and felt a shiver run down her spine, for there was something unnatural of the child, something that seemed apart from the rest of his family. As Maelor grew, his strangeness became more apparent. He rarely spoke, even as a child, and while other boys were quick to anger or excitement, Maelor remained unnervingly calm. He never bled, no matter how rough the games he played with his brothers. Cuts and scrapes that would have drawn blood on any other child left no mark on him, his skin unbroken as though it were made of stone. It was said that even when he fell from a horse and struck his head on a rock, he rose without a single bruise, as if the very laws of nature did not apply to him. The court, always quick to gossip, began to murmur about the strange boy. Some said he had been cursed at birth, while others whispered that he was blessed by the old Valyrian gods, a sign that the blood of the dragon ran purer in him than in any other. And it was not until Maelor reached his 16th year that the legend of the bloodless Targaryen truly began to take shape. One summer day, Maelor's elder brother, the Crown Prince, challenged him to a sparring match. The brothers were close, though vastly different in temperament. Where Maelor was cold and distant, his brother was fiery and quick to temper. Armed with swords dulled for practice, the two began to spar in the training yard, watched by the knights of the Kingsguard and their father, the king. At first it seemed like any other match, with Maelor's brother driving him back with a series of powerful strikes. But then something happened that no one could explain. As Maelor, his brother, swung his blade in a wide arc, Maelor moved to block it, but his brother's sword slipped past his defense, the dull blade striking Maelor's side with enough force to cut through cloth and flesh, and the crowd gasped as the prince fell to his knees. the sword embedded in his side. But when Maelor stood, pulling the blade from his body, there was no blood. The wound, deep and jagged, closed before their eyes, the skin knitting itself together as if it had never been torn. For a long moment the training yard was silent, the knights and onlookers staring at Maelor in disbelief. His brother dropped his sword, his face pale with shock. Maelor, calm as ever, simply looked at the blade in his hand, then at his father, as if to say that nothing had happened at all. But something had happened, something that would forever change how the court viewed him. From that day on, the whispers of Maelor's invulnerability grew louder. He became known as the bloodless Targaryen, a prince who could not be killed by sword or blade. Some said he had no blood at all, that his veins ran with something other than the fire and life that flowed through other men. Others believed he was a creature of magic, born not of flesh but of shadow, sent to the Targaryens as a sign of their dominance over death itself. Maelor's apparent invincibility was tested again not long after, during a tourney held in honor of the king's name day. As knights from across the realm gathered to compete, Maelor was goaded into entering the melee by his brother. Though Maelor had little interest in the sport of war, he agreed, stepping into the fray with nothing more than a simple sword and shield. His opponents, eager to prove themselves against the strange prince, attacked him with fury, their blades striking him again and again. But no matter how many times he was cut, Maelor did not fall. Each wound healed before their eyes, the steel of their swords seeming to bounce off his pale skin as though it were forged of iron. It was said that by the end of the melee, Maelor stood alone in the field, his tunic shredded and bloodless, his opponents lying wounded or unconscious at his feet. The crowd, stunned into silence, watched as Maelor calmly walked from the field, his expression unchanged, as if the violence of the melee had been nothing more than a passing inconvenience. But the legend of the bloodless Targaryen did not bring Maelor the glory or admiration that might have been expected. Instead it bred fear. The court grew wary of him, the lords and ladies whispering that Maelor was not truly of this world, that something dark and unnatural had taken root in the Targaryen bloodline. Even his own family began to distance themselves from him. His father, the king, looked upon him with unease, as if unsure whether Maelor was a gift or a curse. His brothers and sisters, once his closest companions, now spoke to him in hushed tones, avoiding his gaze as if they feared to see something monstrous in his eyes. Rumors of Maelor's power spread beyond the Red Keep, reaching even the distant corners of Westeros. Some believed that Maelor's bloodlessness was a sign of immortality, that he could never die, not even by fire, the very element that had shaped the Targaryen legacy. Others whispered that Maelor had been touched by the Great Other, the god of death and cold, and that his existence was a blasphemy against the natural order. In time, Maelor himself seemed to embrace the fear that surrounded him. He became more reclusive, spending his days in the darkened halls of Dragonstone, far from the politics and intrigue of King's Landing. It was said that he rarely spoke, preferring the company of books and ancient scrolls, studying the history of Valyria. Some believed he was searching for answers to his own strange nature, while others feared he was delving into darker arts, seeking to unlock the secrets of immortality. Mele's fate remains shrouded in mystery. Some say he vanished from Westeros entirely, sailing east to the ruins of Valyria in search of the ancient magic that might explain his curse. Others claim that he died in the depths of Dragonstone, his body entombed in a place known only to the few who still remembered his name. But no grave was ever found, and no one who knew him could say for certain what had become of the bloodless Targaryen. And so the legend endures, a tale of a prince who could not bleed, who could not be killed by blade or fire, a tale of fear, power, and the unknown forces that ran through the blood of the Dragon Lords. Whether Mele Targaryen was truly bloodless, or whether his story was simply a myth born of fear and awe, the truth of his life remains as elusive as the magic that shaped the destiny of his house. Story 30. At the Black Scroll of Valyria. Long after the doom of Valyria, when the once great empire had been reduced to smouldering ruins and ash-choked skies, a Targaryen king sought to reclaim the secrets of his ancestors. The Targaryens had escaped the doom, settling on Dragonstone and eventually conquering Westeros, but their roots lay in the lost power of Valyria, a power that had been lost to time. This king, Viserys II, had long been obsessed with the mysteries of his family's past, particularly the arcane magic that allowed the Valyrians to bend dragons and men to their will. His reign was peaceful, but his mind was never far from the fire and blood of old Valyria. It was during one of his many expeditions to the ruins of his ancestral home that he found something that would forever change his life: the Black Scroll of Valyria, a forbidden relic said to contain dark magic capable of controlling the dead. The journey to Valyria was fraught with danger. The smoking sea, where volcanic fumes still choked the waters, was treacherous, and many who ventured there never returned. To the ruins of Valyria were a haunted place, filled with the shadows of an empire that had fallen in fire and death. But King Viserys was determined. He had heard rumors of ancient scrolls hidden within the ruins, scrolls that held the secrets of magic far beyond the control of dragons. Among them, it was said, was a scroll black as night, whispered of only in legends, a scroll that no Valyrian had dared read for fear of the dark power it contained. Shiraz took a small fleet to Valyria, accompanied by his most trusted advisors, a handful of maesters, and a contingent of his finest soldiers. As they sailed into the smoking sea, the thick, sulphurous air made it difficult to breathe, and the waters were eerily still, as though the very land beneath them held its breath. The closer they came to Valyria, the more unsettling the atmosphere became. Some of the soldiers whispered of ghosts watching them from the shores, pale figures that moved through the mist like shadows. So the ruins of Valyria were nothing like Viserys had imagined. The city had once been the jewel of the world, its towers and spires built from the bones of dragons, its streets paved with gold and firestone. Now it was a shattered wasteland, the remnants of its grandeur crumbling into the ash-covered earth. The air was thick with the scent of death, and the ground beneath their feet felt unstable. as if at any moment the earth might open up and swallow them whole. Viserys and his men searched the ruins for days, exploring the collapsed temples and decaying libraries of Valyria. Most of what they found were relics of a past long dead, shattered statues, broken weapons, fragments of dragon bones too old to have any use. But Viserys was relentless. He knew that somewhere in the depths of the ruined city lay the scroll he sought, the key to unlocking a power that had been lost since the Doom. It was in the ruins of a great library, hidden beneath layers of rubble and stone, that Viserys found it. The scroll was unlike anything he had ever seen. Its surface was black as night, its edges worn with age but still intact. The writing on the scroll was in High Valyrian, though the letters glowed faintly with an eerie light. The maesters who accompanied Viserys recoiled at the sight of it, warning him that this was no ordinary text. They spoke of the Black Scroll as a cursed object, one that should never be read, for it was said to contain the darkest of Valyrian magic that had been forbidden even by the Dragon Lords themselves. But Viserys, driven by his thirst for knowledge, ignored their warnings. He believed that the scroll held the secret to controlling not just dragons but life and death itself. The legends spoke of necromancy, a forbidden art that the Valyrians had dabbled in but had ultimately cast aside for fear of the consequences. The scroll, it was said, held the knowledge of how to raise the dead, to command them as a lord commands his army. Such power could make Viserys the greatest king the world had ever known. That night Viserys locked himself in his chambers, the black scroll clutched in his hands. As he unrolled the scroll, the glow of the letters intensified, casting strange shadows on the walls. The text was written in an archaic form of High Valyrian, a language so ancient that even Viserys, who had studied it for years, struggled to understand. But as he read, the words seemed to twist and change before his eyes, as if the scroll itself was alive, guiding him toward the knowledge hidden within. The deeper he read, the more Viserys felt the weight of the magic pressing down on him. The scroll spoke of rituals that could bind a soul to a body long after death, of spells that could call the dead from their graves and force them to serve their master. It described in chilling detail the process of raising the dead, of using their bodies as weapons of war. The power was immense, but so too was the danger. The scroll warned of the consequences of wielding such magic, of the toll it took on those who dared to command the dead. But Viserys, blinded by ambition, was undeterred. He believed he could control the magic, that he could harness it without falling prey to its darker influences. That he began to experiment, using the knowledge from the Black Scroll to raise the dead. At first it was simple, small animals, birds and creatures that had died in the wilds around Dragonstone. But as his mastery of the magic grew, so too did his ambitions. He turned to larger creatures and eventually to men. The first human Viserys raised was a traitor sentenced to death for treason. The man had been executed only hours before, his body still warm. Viserys performed the ritual in secret, invoking the words of the Black Scroll as he stood over the corpse. The air around him seemed to thicken, and the ground trembled, as if the earth itself recoiled from the dark magic. Slowly the body stirred, its limbs jerking as though pulled by invisible strings. The man opened his eyes, but they were no longer the eyes of the living. They were empty, devoid of light or life. The creature that rose from the dead was not truly alive, but it obeyed Viserys' every command. The experiment was a success and Viserys' confidence grew. He believed that with enough practice he could raise an army of the dead, an army that would never tire, never disobey, and never die. With such power he could conquer not just Westeros but the world. But the Black Scroll had warned of the price, and Viserys was soon to learn that even the greatest of kings could not escape the consequences of playing with death. As he delved deeper into the dark magic, the toll on his body and mind became apparent. He grew pale and gaunt, his eyes hollowed by sleepless nights spent studying the scroll. Whispers began to circulate among the court that their king was no longer entirely human, that the magic of the Black Scroll had changed him in ways that could not be undone. Or worse still, the creatures Viserys raised were not truly under his control. As the number of corpses he commanded grew, so too did their resistance to his will. At first it was subtle, small acts of defiance, a hesitation before obeying his commands. Soon, the dead began to turn on him. The creatures he had raised from the grave were not content to remain his slaves, and they hungered for something more than mere servitude. One night the dead rose on their own, breaking free of Viserys' control. The king was found the next morning in his chambers, his body cold and lifeless, his face frozen in an expression of terror. The Black Scroll lay beside him, its once glowing letters now dark. The scroll was sealed away, buried deep within the vaults of Dragonstone, and the court was warned never to speak of it again. The legend of the Black Scroll of Valyria became a cautionary tale, a reminder of the dangers of seeking power beyond one's understanding, and of the price that must be paid for meddling with the forces of life and death. The scroll, it was said, still lay hidden in the depths of Dragonstone, waiting for the next foolhardy king to seek its forbidden knowledge. But the fate of Viserys I served as a stark warning to any who would dare to open it. Story 31. The Golden Dragon. Among the dragons that flew beneath the banners of House Targaryen, none were as fabled or as mysterious as the Golden Dragon, a magnificent creature whose scales glittered like molten gold in the sunlight. Its name was Orion, and it was said that as long as Orion lived, the Targaryens would be blessed with prosperity and good fortune. For generations, the Golden Dragon was a symbol of hope and strength, its presence marking the Targaryen dynasty as favored by the gods. But the tale of Orion did not end in triumph. One day, without warning, the dragon disappeared, leaving behind only whispers of its fate and a legacy of unanswered question. The story of Orion began during the reign of King Jaehaerys I, the Old King, whose long and peaceful rule was marked by stability and growth. It was in the early years of his reign that Orion was born, a rare golden egg that had long been kept in the vaults of Dragonstone finally hatched. From the moment Orion emerged, the court was in awe of the dragon's beauty. Its scales shimmered like pure gold, and even as a hatchling it moved with a grace and intelligence that set it apart from the other dragons. As the dragon grew, so did its legend. It was said that Orion's presence brought prosperity to the Targaryen line. Crops flourished, trade routes prospered and peace reigned across the Seven Kingdoms. Farmers who saw the golden dragon flying overhead believed that their fields would yield twice the harvest, and sailors claimed that no ship ever sank if Aerion had been spotted on their voyage. The dragon became a symbol of the Targaryens' divine right to rule, a creature whose very existence was seen as a blessing from the gods. Shoran's rider was Princess Valyena Targaryen, a niece of King Jaehaerys and one of the most beloved members of the royal family. Valyena was known for her fierce loyalty to her family and her bravery in battle, but it was her bond with Aerion that defined her. The princess and her dragon were inseparable, and wherever Valyena went, the golden dragon was sure to follow. Together they were a sight to behold, Valyena with her silver hair flowing in the wind, riding atop a dragon whose scales glowed with an ethereal light. Under Valyena's guidance, Aerion became not just a symbol of prosperity, but also a protector of the realm, and whenever trouble arose in the kingdoms, Valyena would take to the skies on Aerion, flying to the far corners of Westeros to bring justice in her family's name. Bandit lords in the Riverlands, rebellious mountain clans in the Vale, and even the Ironborn raiders who troubled the western shores, all learned to fear the sight of the golden dragon in the sky. It was said that Aerion's fire was not like the fire of other dragons. Instead of red or orange flames, Aerion breathed fire that burst in dazzling, brilliant gold, blinding and scorching its enemies in equal measure. For decades, Aerion flew across the skies of Westeros, a beacon of the Targaryens' golden age, and then, one day, the dragon simply vanished. The day began like any other. Princess Valyena had taken Aerion to the skies for one of their morning flights, soaring high above Dragonstone. She was seen heading east, out toward the narrow sea, where the sky met the horizon in an endless expanse of blue. Those who watched from below marveled at the sight of Aerion's gleaming scales reflecting the sunlight, but as the hours passed and the dragon did not return, worry began to creep through the court. By nightfall, it was clear that something was terribly wrong. Search parties were sent out across the island and beyond. Ships were dispatched to comb the seas, but no trace of Aerion or Princess Valyena was found. The golden dragon, which had once lit up the skies with its brilliance, had vanished without a trace. The disappearance of Aerion sent shock waves through the realm. How could such a magnificent creature simply vanish from the world? The Targaryens, who had long believed that Aerion's presence was a sign of their divine favor, were plunged into uncertainty. Without the golden dragon, some feared that the Targaryens' good fortune might soon come to an end. Theories about the dragon's disappearance quickly spread. Some believed that Aerion and Valyena had been caught in a storm over the narrow sea and had drowned, though no wreckage or bodies were ever found. Others claimed that pirates had shot the dragon down and stolen Valyena away, though none dared boast of such a feat. The most fantastical rumor came from the Free Cities, where it was said that Aerion had flown beyond the known world, lured by the call of some ancient magic that even the Targaryens could not control. As the years passed, and no sign of Aerion was ever discovered, the Targaryens' once unshakable belief in their favor from the gods began to waver. The golden age that had marked Jaehaerys' reign continued for a time, but it was not long before trouble began to brew across the realm. A series of poor harvests led to famine in the riverlands, and unrest began to stir among the noble houses of the Reach. For still, a plague swept through the streets of King's Landing, taking with it many of the small folk and even some of the noble families. To many it seemed as though Aeron's disappearance had marked the end of the Targaryens' prosperity, as if gods had withdrawn their blessing along with the golden dragon. Princess Valena was mourned, though her body was never recovered. Statues were raised in her honor, depicting her with Arion by her side, the two frozen in eternal flight. The Targaryens, for all their wealth and power, were never able to find answers to the mystery of Arion's fate. Maesters searched the histories and consulted their ancient scrolls, but nothing could explain the dragon's disappearance. Some claimed that Orion's body had been buried deep in the ocean, far beyond the reach of men, while others believed that the dragon still lived, hiding in some distant land where its scales glimmered like gold beneath an unfamiliar sky. In time, Arion passed into legend, its story told and retold by bards and storytellers across the Seven Kingdoms. The small folk who had once looked to the skies for the golden dragon's blessing began to speak of it in reverent tones, as if Arion had been a gift from the gods, sent to guide the Targaryens for a time before returning to the heavens. But there were some who believed that Orion's disappearance was not the end of its story. In the dark corners of taverns and in the quiet halls of the Red Keep, rumors persisted that the golden dragon would one day return. It was said that when Westeros faced its darkest hour, Orion would appear once more, flying across the sky in a blaze of golden fire, bringing with it the prosperity and fortune that had once graced the Targaryen line. Until then, Arion remained a mystery, a dragon of gold whose fate was lost to the winds and the seas, and whose legend would live on in the hearts of those who still believed in the magic of old Valyria. Story 32. The Last Song of the Dragons. Throughout the centuries, the Targaryens ruled with their dragons, their fire and blood uniting Westeros and shaping the history of the Seven Kingdoms. But with each passing generation, the dragons grew fewer in number, and the magic of old Valyria began to fade. Yet as the dragons neared extinction, a strange and haunting tale persisted among the Targaryens, a legend of the last song of the dragons, a melody passed down through generations, said to be the song dragons sing before their death. The melody was said to be unlike anything a mortal ear had ever heard, a sound so mournful and beautiful that it could stir the very soul. It was not a song in the human sense, but something deeper, something older, tied to the very magic that gave dragons their life. According to the legend, when a dragon sensed that its time was near, it would raise its head to the sky and sing. The song was not just a farewell to the world, but a lament for the passing of an era when dragons ruled the skies and the fire of Valyria burned bright. The first mention of the last song came during the reign of King Jaehaerys I, when the Targaryen dragons were still plentiful and the realm prospered under the wisdom of the old king. It was said that one night, a young dragon named Alaron, bonded to Princess Sarah, began to act strangely. Alaron was a fierce dragon known for his strength and power. But in the days leading up to his death, he grew quiet and still, barely moving from his perch on the cliffs of Dragonstone. Princess Sarah, worried for her dragon, tried to coax him into flight, but Elarin refused. He would not eat, nor would he fly, and his once bright eyes grew dull. Then, on a night when the moon hung full in the sky, Sarah heard it, the sound of the dragon's song. It began as a low, guttural rumble, barely audible above the crashing waves. But soon it grew louder, filling the air with a strange and sorrowful melody. Sarah, standing alone on the cliffs, felt her heart ache as the song washed over her. The sound was unlike anything she had ever heard, a mix of sadness and longing, as if the dragon was mourning not only its own life but something much greater. Alaron's song rose into the night sky, and for hours it echoed across the island. By dawn the dragon had passed, its great body lying still and cold beneath the pale light of the moon. Word of the dragon's song spread quickly through the Targaryen court, and soon the maesters began to take note of similar occurrences. Over the years, as more dragons died, those closest to them reported hearing the same haunting melody, a deep, resonant sound that seemed to carry the weight of ages. Some believed the song was a natural part of a dragon's death, a final expression of the magic that sustained them. Others thought it was something more, an omen, a warning of the slow death of Valyrian power. But as the years passed, the legend of the last song became more than just a curiosity. It took on a deeper meaning, a symbol of the Targaryen legacy and the inevitable decline of their dragon. The Targaryens had long believed that their dragons were tied to their power, that as long as dragons flew above Westeros, the Targals. But the dragons were dying, and with each death, the lost song echoed louder, a reminder that the days of fire and blood were numbered. One of the most famous instances of the last song occurred during the reign of King Aegon III, known as the Dragonbane. Aegon had witnessed the death of his mother, Rhaenyra, during the Dance of the Dragons, and had grown to hate the beasts that had once been the pride of his family. Under his rule the dragons were neglected, left to wither and die in their stables. It was during this time that the last song was heard most often, as dragon after dragon fell, their once mighty forms reduced to ash and bone. The most striking case was that of Stormcloud, Aegon's own dragon. Though the king despised the creatures, Stormcloud had remained loyal, following his master, even in neglect. But as the years wore on, the dragon's strength waned, and it became clear that Stormcloud's time was near. Aegon, bitter and broken, refused to visit his dragon in its final days, but one night, as he sat alone in the throne room, he heard it, a low, mournful sound drifting through the windows. It was the last song, but this time it seemed louder, more sorrowful than ever before. The king, unable to ignore it, left his chambers and made his way to the dragon pit, where he found Stormcloud lying still. The dragon, its once proud wings folded beneath it, raised its head one final time and sang. The sound filled the dragon pit, echoing off the stone walls like a dirge. Aegon stood in silence, listening to the song, and for the first time in years, tears filled his eyes. He had hated the dragons, blamed them for the pain and suffering of his family, but in that moment he realized that they too were victims of the Targaryen legacy, bound to a fate they could not escape. With Stormcloud's death, the last of the great dragons passed, and the Targaryens were left without the creatures that had once been the source of their strength. But the memory of the last song lingered, carried in the hearts of those who had heard it. Some believed that the song was not just a farewell, but a call to the gods, to the ancient magic of Valyria, pleading for the return of the dragons. Others believed it was a lament for the end of an era, a final expression of the dragons' sorrow for a world that no longer had a place for them. As the centuries passed and the dragons became little more than legends, the last song was still remembered. It was said that every Targaryen child was taught the story of the song, that the melody was whispered to them in their cradles, a reminder of the dragon's legacy and the cost of power. In the halls of the Red Keep, in the chambers of Dragonstone, the song was still spoken of, a haunting echo of the past. The last song of the dragons was a tale of loss and longing, of creatures bound to a fate they could not escape. It was a reminder that even the greatest of powers could fade, that even dragons born of fire and magic could die. And though no one living had heard the song in generations, the Targaryens still believed that it would one day be sung again. When the time came for dragons to return to the world, the last song would echo once more, filling the skies with a sound that had not been heard centuries, the sound of fire, of blood, and of a legacy reborn. Story 33. The Fire and Ice Prophecy. Long before Aegon the Conqueror set his sights on Westeros, before his dragons cast shadows over the seven kingdoms, a mysterious prophecy was whispered into his ear, the Fire and Ice Prophecy. It was said that this prophecy, spoken to him in the dead of night, foretold a war that would one day consume his lineage, a battle between fire and ice that would determine the fate of the world. Though Aegon was already a man of ambition, this prophecy would haunt him for the rest of his life, shaping his decisions, his conquest, and the destiny of his house. The legend says that the prophecy came to Aegon in Dragonstone, years before his conquest of Westeros. Dragonstone had always been a place steeped in magic and mystery, a fortress of black stone built by the dragon lords of Valyria as a foothold in the western world. Aegon often wandered the halls of the fortress, pondering the future of his house, dreaming of the empire he would one day forge. But on the night the prophecy was delivered, his mind was not on conquest, but on the ancient Valyrian magic that pulsed through the very stones of Dragonstone. It was said that the seer who delivered the prophecy was an old woman, her face veiled in shadows, her voice no louder than a whisper. She appeared in Aegon's chambers without warning, as if she had stepped out of the mist itself. The guards who stood outside his door swore they had seen nothing, heard nothing, but when Aegon looked up, there she was, frail, but with an unmistakable power in her presence. She was no ordinary mortal, that much was clear. Some said she was a servant of the old gods of Valyria, a relic of the magic that had once ruled the world. Others believed she was a shadow binder from Ashe, sent to deliver a message from forces that even the Targaryens could not control. "Aegon Targaryen," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "The dragons of your house are not the only fire in this world." Again, the cautious was intrigued. He had always believed that his house was destined for greatness, that the dragons they had brought with them from Valyria would ensure their dominance. But the seer's words chilled him in a way that even the cold winds of Dragonstone could not. There will come a time, she continued, when fire alone will not be enough to save your bloodline. There is another force in this world, an ancient force older than dragons, colder than death. It lies in wait, far to the north beyond the wall, in a land of eternal winter. This force is ice, and it will rise to meet your fire. Aegon said nothing, but his heart raced. He had heard tales of the lands beyond the wall, of the endless night, and the mysterious creatures that lived in the frozen wilderness. No one had ever spoken of a war between fire and ice, of a conflict that would threaten his bloodline. So the old woman's voice grew quieter, as if she feared the very words she spoke. This war will not come in your lifetime, nor in the lifetimes of your sons, but it will come. It will come when your house is strong, and when your dragons are feared once more. So the fire of your blood will rise, but so too will the cold. And when the time comes, your bloodline will be the key. Only a Targaryen born of fire can stand against the ice. Aegon stared at the old woman, trying to discern truth from madness in her words. Could this be real? Could the fate of his house be tied to some distant war? A conflict that had nothing to do with crowns or kingdoms, but with forces far beyond his understanding. "Song of ice and fire," she whispered, "is a song that is yet to be sung. But you, Aegon, you are the first note in that song, and your conquest will set the stage for the final battle, though you will not live to see it. But your blood, your descendants, will face the war between fire and ice, and in that war the fate of the world will be decided." With that, the old woman disappeared as silently as she had come, leaving Aegon alone in his chambers, her words hanging in the air like smoke from dragonfire. For days, Aegon was haunted by the prophecy, unsure of what to believe. He had always thought that his destiny was to rule, to conquer Westeros and forge a new empire. But now he understood that his conquest was only the beginning, that the true battle lay far in the future, beyond anything he could imagine. Aegon shared the prophecy with no one, not even his sisters Visenya and Rhaenys. But from that moment on, his ambition to conquer Westeros was fueled not just by a desire for power, but by a need to prepare his house for the coming conflict. He believed that if he could unite the Seven Kingdoms under the rule of House Targaryen, if he could ensure that his bloodline endured, then his descendants would be ready to face the war between fire and ice when it finally came. The prophecy shaped the conquest in ways no one could have foreseen. When Aegon landed on the shores of Westeros, he was not just a conqueror, but a man driven by a secret purpose. He sought to unite the realm not only for power, but to prepare for the future. The castles he built, the alliances he forged, even the Iron Throne itself. These were not just symbols of his victory, but foundations for the defense of the realm against a threat that no one yet understood. As the years passed, the prophecy faded from Aegon's mind, though it never disappeared entirely. He ruled Westeros with strength and wisdom, but in the back of his mind he always remembered the old woman's words. When his first son, Rhaenys, was born, Aegon looked into the child's eyes and wondered if he would be the one to face the war between fire and ice. But the years passed, and Aegon died, leaving behind a united realm and a legacy of dragons. Yet the prophecy remained buried in the shadows of Targaryen history, passed down through whispers and half-forgotten lore. The prophecy of fire and ice would come to haunt the Targaryens again in the generations that followed, particularly during the reign of Rhaegar Targaryen, who believed that the Song of Ice and Fire referred to a child who would be born to unite the realm against the cold. Rhaegar, like Aegon before him, was driven by the idea that his bloodline held the key to the future, that only a Targaryen could save the world from the darkness that lay beyond the wall. But the true meaning of the prophecy remained elusive, a mystery that stretched across centuries. The fire of the Targaryens burned bright, but the ice of the north waited, patient and cold. The war between fire and ice would come, as the old woman had foretold, but its outcome, like the prophecy itself, was veiled in shadow. And so the Targaryens ruled, their dragons soaring above the seven kingdoms, unaware that their greatest challenge lay not in conquest, but in the ancient forces that would one day rise to meet them, forces of fire and ice, bound by fate, destined to clash in a battle that would decide the fate of all. Story 34. The Dragon in the Crypts. The crypts of Winterfell had always been a place of quiet reverence and somber mystery. Beneath the great castle of the Starks, the lords and ladies of the north had been laid to rest for generations, their statues watching over the halls of the dead. But there was one secret that even the Starks had long forgotten, a legend buried so deep in the shadows that only scraps of it remained. The story of the dragon in the crypts was a tale so old that it had been dismissed as myth. The sleeping dragon, bound by ancient Targaryen magic, lying dormant beneath Winterfell, awaiting the day when it would awaken to protect the north. The story begins in the early days of Targaryen rule, shortly after Aegon the Conqueror had united the seven kingdoms under his banner. So the north had bent the knee to Aegon on his dragons, the Starks were never fully at ease with their new southern overlords. The cold lands beyond the neck were a world apart from the rest of Westeros, and the northerners valued their independence and ancient traditions. Yet, despite their mistrust, an agreement had been forged in secret, an alliance between House Targaryen and House Stark, bound by magic older than either house. It was said that Aegon had foreseen a great threat rising from the north, a force that even dragons could not easily defeat. The old tales of the long night, of White Walkers and the dead rising from their graves haunted his dreams. So the Starks were the wardens of the north, charged with defending the realm from these ancient terrors. Aegon feared that steel and strength alone would not be enough, and so a pact was made. One of Aegon's dragons would be sent to Winterfell, hidden beneath the crypts, bound by a powerful spell, to sleep until it was needed. This dragon would lie in wait, a secret weapon to be called upon when the north faced its darkest hour. The dragon chosen for this task was not one of the great fiery beasts like Balerion or Vhagar. Instead, it was a smaller, more mysterious dragon known as Sebelwing. Sebelwing was a shadow among dragons, its black scales blending with the night, its flames burning cold blue rather than fiery orange. It was a creature born of shadow and winter, and unlike its more destructive kin, it was said to possess a strange connection to the cold lands of the north. Some whispered that Sabeling had been touched by the magic of the old gods, that it was as much a creature of the weirwoods as it was of Valyria. A Sabeling was brought to Winterfell in secret, its presence known only to Aegon and the Stark Lord of the time. Torrhen Stark, the king who knelt. In the dead of night, the dragon was led into the crypts beneath Winterfell, where it was bound by powerful magic. The spells woven around the dragon were ancient, drawn from both Valyrian sorcery and the old magic of the north. Sabeling would sleep, its fire dormant, until the time came when the north was in need of its protection. Only the blood of both houses, Targaryen and Stark, could awaken the dragon from its slumber. Centuries passed, and Sabeling remained forgotten, its legend fading into obscurity. The Starks focused on the immediate threats of wildlings and rival houses, paid little mind to the crypts beneath their castle, where the old lords and kings were buried. The knowledge of the dragon's existence passed out of living memory, reduced to little more than a ghost story told around the hearths of Winterfell on cold winter nights. The Northerners, ever pragmatic, dismissed the idea of a dragon beneath their feet as fanciful nonsense. After all, dragons had no place in the cold, hard land of the north. Yet there were some who still believed. Among the wildlings who lived beyond the wall and had their own legends, the story of the dragon in the crypts persisted. They spoke of a great fire-breathing beast that slept beneath Winterfell, waiting for the day when the dead would rise again. The wildlings, who had never bent the knee to the Targaryens, believed that this dragon was a curse, a southern magic that had no business in the north. Others, more hopeful, believed that the dragon would be their salvation when the long night returned. It was not until the reign of Lord Eddard Stark, Warden of the North, that the legend began to resurface in earnest. Though Ned Stark was a man of honor and practicality, there were secrets even he could not explain. He had long known that the crypts of Winterfell were more than just tombs. There was a presence in the deep, cold halls, something old and powerful that seemed to watch over the Stark dead. Ned had felt it as a child, wandering the crypts alone, the stone faces of his ancestors staring down at him with silent judgment. He felt it again as a man, as he walked the halls after burying his father and brother. But it was not until Jon Snow, his bastard son, began to dream of the crypts that Ned began to suspect that the old stories might hold some truth. Jon had grown up hearing the same tales of the dragon and the crypts, but unlike others, he felt a strange pull toward the crypts, as if something was calling to him. In his dreams, he saw a dragon's shadow moving through the dark halls, its eyes glowing with blue fire, its breath freezing the very air around it. Jon told no one of his dreams, fearing they were merely the product of his imagination, but the dreams continued, growing more vivid with each passing night. One cold winter's night, when the winds howled through Winterfell and the snow piled high against its walls, Jon found himself drawn to the crypts. The castle was quiet, the fires in the great hall dying down as the household slept. Jon made his way down the winding steps, his heart pounding in his chest, his breath clouding the air before him. The crypts were colder than usual, the darkness pressing in around him as he moved deeper into the tombs. And then he heard it, a low, rumbling sound, like the distant growl of a great beast. It was faint, barely more than a whisper, but unmistakable. The air around him grew colder, and for a moment Jon felt as though he was not alone. Statues of the old Stark Lords loomed over him, their stone eyes fixed on him, as if they knew something he did not. He felt the pull again, stronger this time, drawing him deeper into the crypts. As Jon reached the farthest corner of the crypts, where the oldest Stark kings were buried, he saw it, a great stone slab, larger and heavier than the others. It was ancient, worn smooth by time, and covered in frost. Jon's hand hovered over the slab, his breath shallow as the rumbling grew louder. For a moment he thought he could see the outline of something beneath the stone, something vast and dark, its eyes glowing faintly in the shadows. The dragon in the crypts had not been a mere legend after all. It had been waiting, bound by ancient magic, its fire dormant, but not extinguished. And now, with the cold winds of winter sweeping across the land, Jon knew that the time had come. The long night was approaching, and the north would need its protector. But awakening the dragon would come at a cost, one that only Jon, with his blood of both Stark and Targaryen, could understand. Story 35. The Dragon's Bloodline. Among the many myths that surrounded House Targaryen, none were more sacred or more mysterious than the tale of the dragon's bloodline. It was said that the blood of the Targaryens, the blood of the dragon, was no ordinary blood. It was divine, flowing with the power of ancient gods who had once ruled the skies. This story, passed down through generations of Targaryens, whispered of a time before Valyria, before dragons, when the gods themselves had walked the earth and flown through the heavens, wielding the elements like weapons. The Targaryens believed that their connection to dragons, their ability to withstand fire, and their claim to rule came from this sacred bloodline, tracing their origins not to mortals but to gods. The legend began in the shadowy age before recorded history, a time when the world was young and wild. Skies were not yet ruled by men, but by beings of unimaginable power, the sky gods. These gods, according to the tale, were not like the petty deities worshipped by men in temples and shrines. So they were creatures of pure elemental force, bound to the skies, to the wind, the fire, and the stars. Their forms were said to be vast and terrifying, and they could shift between states of matter, appearing as storms, comets, or, most often, great winged serpents wreathed in flame. To the primitive peoples of the world, these gods were dragons, beings of both destruction and creation. The most powerful of the sky gods was Draconis, the god of fire and the sun. His wings blotted out the sky, his breath was fire, and his roar was the sound of the earth splitting. Draconis was the lord of all the skies, and his flames brought light and life to the world below. The ancient peoples of Essos, long before the rise of Valyria, worshipped Draconis as their creator, offering sacrifices in his name and praying for his favor. It was said that Draconis, unlike the other sky gods, took an interest in the affairs of men, often descending from the heavens to walk among them, taking the form of a great dragon to speak to his followers. According to the folk tale, the people of Valyria were not always the masters of dragons. They were once a simple, nomadic people who lived in the shadow of the 14 Flames, the volcanic mountains that would one day be the heart of their empire. They worshipped the sky and the fire, praying to the gods for protection from the violent eruptions and deadly earthquakes that plagued their land. It was during one of these great catastrophes, when the earth split and fire rained from the sky, that Draconis appeared to the Valyrians. He came to them in the form of a massive dragon, his body wreathed in golden flames, his eyes burning like twin suns. The Valyrians, awed and terrified, bowed before him, believing that their prayers had been answered. Draconis, they said, did not destroy them, but instead offered them a gift that would change the course of history. He chose a single man from the tribe, a chieftain named Valerian, and blessed him with the blood of the dragon. From that moment on, Valerian and his descendants would carry the power of the sky gods in their veins. They would be able to control fire, to command the great winged beasts that would one day become known as dragons, and to rule over the earth as Draconis ruled the skies. With this blessing, the Valyrians began their rise to power. They learned to tame the dragons that roamed the mountains, creatures of fire and fury that no mortal man could approach without being burned alive. But Valerian and his bloodline were different. They could touch the dragons, speak to them, and even ride them. The Valyrians believed that this power came directly from the gods, that they were not merely men, but the chosen descendants of Draconis himself, the mortal vessels of the sky god's power. As the centuries passed, the Valyrians built an empire with their dragons, conquering vast lands and spreading their influence across the world. The blood of the dragon remained strong in their noble families, especially in the ruling class. They intermarried to keep the bloodline pure, believing that the strength of their connection to dragons and to the gods depended on it. The Targaryens, one of the most prominent Valyrian families, carried this belief with them when they fled the doom of Valyria and established their new seat on Dragonstone. The Targaryens, isolated on their island fortress, held fast to the ancient stories of their divine heritage. Aegon the Conqueror, before he set out to unite the Seven Kingdoms, was said to have spent countless hours in the halls of Dragonstone, contemplating the power of his bloodline and the legacy of the sky gods. Some claimed that Aegon believed himself to be the reincarnation of Valerian, the first man blessed by Draconis, and that his conquest of Westeros was not merely an act of ambition, but of destiny. The dragons were not just weapons of war, they were proof that the Targaryens were the rightful rulers of the world, chosen by the gods of the sky. The story of the dragon's bloodline became part of the lore passed down from one generation of Targaryens to the next. It was whispered to their children as they were taught to ride dragons, reminding them that they were not like other men. Their blood was fire, their power divine. Even as the dragons began to die out, and the Targaryen reign in Westeros became more fragile, the belief in their connection to the sky gods persisted. It was said that as long as a drop of dragon's blood remained in their veins, the Targaryens could never be truly defeated. But the tale also carried a warning. The sky gods, while powerful, were also volatile and unpredictable. Just as they had once blessed the Valyrians, they could take that power away. The Targaryens believed that their fall from grace, whether through the death of dragons or the madness that sometimes gripped their rulers, was a sign that the gods were angry, that the bloodline had been weakened, through impurity or hubris. Some Targaryens sought to restore their connection to the divine through rituals and sacrifices, hoping to call upon Draconis once more to renew their power. In the end, the Targaryens' belief in their divine heritage became both their strength and their downfall. The tale of the dragon's bloodline endured, a reminder of their glorious past, but also of the fragility of their power. For even the gods, the story said, could be capricious, and the blood of the dragon, while strong, was not a passage of time or the will of the heavens. The Targaryens, like the Valerians before them, had risen to power on the wings of dragons, but in the end, even the blood of gods could not guarantee immortality. The sky, like fire, was a force of creation and destruction, and the Targaryens, no matter how much they believed in their divine lineage, were not immune to its whims. Story 36. Shadow of King's Landing. During the tumultuous reign of King Aerys II Targaryen, the Mad King, King's Landing was a city on edge, its people living under the constant shadow of fear and paranoia. The streets were filled with whispers of rebellion, unrest, and madness that flowed from the Red Keep like a creeping poison. But among these unsettling rumors, there was one story that haunted the people more than any other, the tale of the Shadow of King's Landing, a mysterious figure who stood in the care of the city during the Mad King's rule, offering cryptic warnings of the city's destruction. It began quietly, almost unnoticed, in the dark alleys and narrow streets of Flea Bottom, where the poorest of King's Landing struggled to survive. On moonless nights, when the fog rolled in from Blackwater Bay and the lamps along the city streets flickered with uncertainty, some claimed to see a figure moving through the shadows. It was said that this figure did not walk like a man, but glided, as if part of the darkness itself. Those who saw him, or it, could never describe his face, for it was always obscured by shadow, but they swore that his presence was chilling, like the touch of death itself. At first these sightings were dismissed as nothing more than the imagination of drunken small folk or the idle talk of those eager to stoke fear in a city already on the brink of chaos. But then the warnings began. The first came to an old beggar, a man who spent his days on the steps of the great Sept of Baelor, begging for coin. One night, as the moon disappeared behind thick clouds and the city fell into an uneasy quiet, the beggar claimed that a shadowy figure had appeared before him. The figure spoke in a voice that was neither loud nor soft, but somehow seemed to fill the air around him. "The city will burn," the figure said. "The fire will come from within, and no one will be spared, and leave before it is too late." The beggar, terrified, fled the steps of the Sept and wandered the city in a daze, repeating the shadow's words to anyone who would listen. But in a city ruled by madness and fear, few paid attention to the ravings of an old beggar. Still, the warning lingered in the minds of those who heard it, a seed of unease that began to grow. Over the next few months, more sightings were reported, always at night, always in the darkest corners of the city. A merchant woman, closing her stall in the shadow of Visenya's hill, swore that a figure had appeared at her side, whispering the same dire prophecy: "The city will burn." Fire from within. A guardsman on patrol near the mud gate saw a figure slip through the shadows, disappearing before he could give chase, leaving only the ominous words echoing in his ears, "Leave before the fire comes." Each time the warnings were the same, cryptic, but clear in their meaning. King's Landing would be destroyed, consumed by fire, and those who remained would perish. The shadow, it seemed, was a harbinger of doom, and though no one could say who or what it was, the people began to take notice. Some believed the shadow was a spirit, perhaps the ghost of a long-dead Targaryen, come to warn the city of the Mad King's growing insanity. Others whispered that it was no ghost, but a servant of the old gods, sent to deliver a warning of divine judgment. There were even those who thought the shadow was a spy from Dawn, or a faceless assassin sent from Bravos, watching the city and its king for weaknesses. Whatever the truth, the warning spread, and the fear in King's Landing deepened. The Mad King himself remained oblivious, locked away in the Red Keep, consumed by his own delusions and paranoia. Ares had become more erratic with each passing day, obsessed with the idea that traitors surrounded him, that enemies both real and imagined were conspiring to overthrow his reign. His court had become a dangerous place, where one wrong word could mean death, and his ever-growing obsession with wildfire had begun to worry even his most loyal followers. It was during this time that the shadow appeared within the walls of the Red Keep itself. A young kitchen maid, tasked with cleaning the halls late at night, claimed to have seen the figure moving through the shadows near Maegor's holdfast. She had been scrubbing the floors when the candles suddenly flickered and went out, plunging the hallway into darkness. For a moment she thought she was alone, but then she felt it, a presence cold and silent, moving just beyond her line of sight. She turned and saw the figure, a shadow within the shadows standing at the end of the hall. The maid later swore that the figure had no face, only darkness where a man's features should have been. It spoke to her, its voice filling the empty hall. "The king is mad," it said. "He will burn the city to the ground. The flames will rise and none will escape. Leave before the fire consumes you." The maid, frozen with fear, could only watch as the figure disappeared into the darkness, leaving her alone in the cold, empty hall. The word of the shadow's appearance in the Red Keep spread quickly, though the maid herself was too frightened to tell her story to anyone but a trusted friend. Still, the tale reached the ears of several courtiers, and soon the shadow was no longer just a rumor from the streets of Flea Bottom. It had become a spectre that haunted the very heart of the king's court. Despite the growing fear, no one dared confront Ares with these warnings, to question the king, to even suggest that he might be responsible for the destruction of his own city, was a death sentence. As the shadow's warnings grew more frequent, so too did Ares's madness. He began to speak openly of burning his enemies, of purging the city of traitors with wildfire. The king's pyromancers, eager to please their volatile ruler, began stockpiling vast quantities of wildfire beneath the streets of King's Landing, hiding it in secret vaults beneath the city's most important buildings. The Red Keep, the Great Sept of Bala, even the Dragon Pit, all were rigged with the deadly substance, ready to be ignited at the king's command. It was in the final days of Ares's reign As Robert's rebellion drew closer to the capital, that the shadow had followed last time. This time it was seen by a scribe, a man who worked late into the night, transcribing letters for the king's council. As he sat at his desk, quill in hand, the air around him grew cold, and the candles flickered and died. The scribe looked up and saw the figure standing in the doorway, its dark form blending with the shadows of the room. "The city will burn," the shadow said, its voice like the rustling of dead leaves. "The king will strike the match. Leave before it is too late." The scribe, terrified, fled the Red Keep that very night. He was one of the few who survived the coming destruction. When King's Landing fell to Robert Baratheon's forces, and the Mad King was slain by Jaime Lannister, the wildfire hidden beneath the city was never ignited. But the Shadow's warnings had been true. Aerys had planned to destroy the city, to burn it to the ground in a final act of madness. And though the flames never rose, the spectre of what might have been haunted those who had seen the shadow, a reminder that destruction had been only a breath away. Shadow was never seen again after the fall of the Mad King, but the memory of its warnings lingered in King's Landing. Some believed it had been an omen, sent by the gods to warn of the destruction that Aerys had nearly unleashed. Others thought it was a manifestation of the city's collective fear, a figment of the madness that had consumed both the king and his people. The confrontation came sooner than Aerys expected. As he flew circles toward the Stormlands, a fleet of royal ships awaited him, armed with ballistae and scorpions, the same weapons that had been designed to fell dragons in wars past. Nerys, bold and unafraid, swooped down from the sky, intending to strike terror into his enemies. But as Shirkos unleashed its fiery breath, the scorpions struck. One, then two bolts pierced the dragon's hide, and Shirkos let out a deafening roar of pain. Nerys, desperate, urged the dragon to fly higher, to escape the storm of bolts, but it was too late. Shirkos fell, crashing into the sea, with a great splash of steam and fire. Nerys, thrown from the dragon's back, was never seen again. Some say he drowned, swallowed by the waves, while others believe he was captured and executed. His body burned in secret to prevent him from becoming a martyr. As for Shirkos, its body was never recovered, though some whispered that the dragon had survived, wounded but alive, and that it still roamed the deserts of Dorne, waiting for the day when another Targaryen would come to claim it. And so, the tale of the forgotten heir of Dorne became one more story in the long and bloody history of Westeros. Nerys Sand, the bastard who dreamed of ruling, was forgotten by most, but in the shadowy corners of Dorne, where the sands still whisper of dragons and fire, his name lived on as a cautionary tale of ambition, blood, and the power of a dragon born of the desert. Story 39. The Singing Dragon. In the vast and winding history of the Targaryens, there are many dragons whose names and deeds have been immortalized: Valerian, Varga, and Meraxes, to name but a few. But there was one dragon whose story has nearly been forgotten, that was said to possess a power unlike any other. This was the tale of the Singing Dragon, a creature whose voice was so beautiful and pure that it could calm storms, soothe wild seas, and bring peace to even the most tumultuous hearts. The dragon was ridden by a Targaryen princess whose name, like her dragon, has been lost to the winds of time, but whose legend remains a faint echo in the annals of history. The dragon's name was Numerian, and unlike its fearsome kin, Numerian was not known for its strength in battle or its destructive power. Instead, it was revered for its song, a haunting, melodic sound that seemed to come from the very depths of the dragon's soul. So few had heard Numerian's song claimed it was like nothing else in the world, a sound that could stir the heart and bring tears to the eyes of even the most hardened warriors. But the dragon did not sing often. Its song was rare, only heard during moments of great need, and always in the presence of its rider. The princess who rode Numerian was known in her time as Aelora Targaryen, though her name has been all but erased from history. She was the daughter of a lesser-known branch of the Targaryen family, born during a time of relative peace when the dragons had not yet dwindled into memory. Aelora was not a warrior like her more famous kin. She had no interest in the politics of King's Landing or the Iron Throne. Instead, she was a quiet and introspective soul, more at home in the skies with her dragon than in the halls of power. From a young age, she displayed an unusual connection to Numerian, a dragon that hatched from an egg that had been considered a dud, thought to be cold and lifeless for years. The egg had been kept in Dragonstone's vaults, gathering dust alongside other relics of the Targaryen past. No one expected it to hatch, but one night, while Aelora was wandering the halls of Dragonstone, as she often did when the rest of the castle was asleep, she heard a faint sound like the soft hum of music drifting through the air. Following the sound, Aelora found herself drawn to the room where the dragon eggs were stored. There, in the dim glow of a single torch, she saw the egg, the one that had been thought dead, cracking open. Aelora watched in silent awe as Numerian emerged from the egg. The dragon was unlike any she had ever seen. Its scales shimmered with a silvery blue hue, and its eyes, instead of burning with the usual fire of a dragon's gaze, were a deep, calming shade of violet. But it was the sound that came from Numerian's throat that truly set it apart. The dragon did not roar as most newly hatched dragons did. Instead, it sang a soft, ethereal melody that filled the chamber with warmth and light. Aelora, overcome by the beauty of the sound, knelt before the dragon and placed her hand on its scales, and in that moment an unbreakable bond was forged. As Aelora grew, so did Numerian, and the two became inseparable. Unlike the other Targaryen dragons, which were often used in battle or as displays of power, Numerian seemed to embody a different kind of strength, one that was not tied to destruction but to harmony. Aelora would often take Numerian to the skies, flying far beyond the shores of Dragonstone, across the narrow sea, and into the vast, unknown lands of Essos. Wherever they Numerian's song followed, calming the storms that plagued the seas and bringing peace to those who heard it. But it was during one such journey that Numerian's true power was revealed. Aelora had flown with her dragon to the coast of Dawn, where the winds were known to be fierce and unpredictable. As they soared above the desert, a great storm rose up from the sea, its winds howling and its waves crashing against the cliffs. The storm was so powerful that even the Dornish ships, built to withstand the harshest of weather, were at risk of being torn apart. The sailors, seeing the storm approaching, prepared for the worst, but then, through the thick clouds and the driving rain, they saw a dragon, a shimmering, silvery blue shape, cutting through the storm as though it were born of the wind itself. At first they feared it was a beast sent to destroy them, but as the dragon drew closer, they heard it, a song rising above the roar of the storm, clear and beautiful. The sailors stopped in their tracks, their fear forgotten as they listened to the melody that filled the air. The storm, which had been raging with all the fury of the gods, began to subside. The winds died down, the waves calmed, and the clouds parted, revealing the bright sun once more. Nymeria circled above the ships, its song still echoing across the water, and the sailors, saved from certain death, knelt in gratitude. From that day forward, the people of Dawn spoke of the singing dragon, a creature of legend that could calm the fiercest storms and bring peace to even the angriest of seas. Alora and Numerian became known throughout the land, not as conquerors but as protectors, their bond a symbol of the harmony that could exist between dragon and rider. But as with all tales of Targaryens and their dragons, the story of Alora and Nymeria does not end in peace. The power of the dragon's song, though miraculous, was coveted by those who sought to use it for their own ends. As whispers of Nymerian's ability spread, so too did the ambitions of those who wished to control the dragon. Lords and kings from across Westeros and Essos sent emissaries to Dragonstone, each offering Alora wealth, power, and influence in exchange for her dragon's loyalty. But Alora refused them all, choosing instead to remain in the skies with Nymeria, far from the greed and ambition of men. So Alora and Numerian disappeared from the world. Some say they flew beyond the shivering sea to lands where no man had ever set foot. Others claim that Alora, foreseeing the fate of the Targaryens and their dragons, sought to protect Nymeria from the coming wars by hiding the dragon away in a place where it could never be found. The truth of their fate remains a mystery, but the legend of the singing dragon lives on, a tale of beauty, peace, and a bond between rider and dragon that transcended the violence of the world. Though in the quiet corners of Dragonstone, where the old tales are still told, it is said that on certain nights when the sea is calm and the wind is still, you can hear the faint echo of Nymerian's song drifting on the breeze, a reminder that somewhere, far beyond the reach of men, the singing dragon still soars through the skies, its voice a testament to the harmony that once existed between the Targaryens and their dragons. Story 40. The Faceless Targaryen. In the long and bloody history of the Targaryens, where fire and blood shaped the destiny of kings, there is one tale whispered more cockadously than others, a tale of a prince whose claim to the Iron Throne was not made by dragonfire or conquest, but through the shadows. He was known in secret as the Faceless Targaryen, member of the royal family, who vanished from history, only to return years later, shrouded in mystery, trained in the deadly arts of the faceless men of Bravos. His journey was not one of glory or honor, but of deception, assassination, and betrayal, leaving a trail of bodies in his wake as he carved his art of power. It is said that this Targaryen prince, whose true name has been lost to time, was born during the reign of King Daeron II, a time when the Targaryen dynasty was fractured by political tensions, rumors of rebellion, and rival claims to the throne. As the second son of a lesser Targaryen prince, the young man had little chance of inheriting the Iron Throne. Overshadowed by his elder brother, who was groomed for kingship, the young prince was sent to Dragonstone to Gregin Silverhour. He was a boy of quiet intensity, his pale violet eyes always watchful, his silver hair a mark of his royal blood. While other Targaryen children took to dragons and the courtly life, he nurtured a darker, more restless ambition. The boy grew resentful of his fate as a spare, a pawn in a game of thrones that would never be his to win. He was not content to live in the shadows of his brother's ascension, or to be married off in some political alliance that would strip him of all power. At the age of 17, he made a decision that would alter his destiny and that of his house forever. One night, under the cover of darkness, he disappeared from Dragonstone, leaving behind his title and name. The Targaryen court believed he had fled to Essos, perhaps to avoid the life of political insignificance awaiting him. None could have guessed where he truly went. The prince had heard tales of the Faceless Men, the mysterious assassins of Bravos who could take the face of anyone they killed, becoming shadows in the world of the living. The Faceless Men were more than mere killers, they were believers in the many-faced God, who claimed all lives in the end. The prince, harboring a deep bitterness toward his family and a burning desire for power, sought them out, traveling to the free city of Bravos in secret. When he arrived at the House of Black and White, the temple of the Faceless Men, he left behind his identity, offering everything to the many-faced God. The Faceless Men did not care for titles or bloodlines, but the prince's willingness to forsake his royal birth intrigued them. He asked for a single thing: to learn their ways, to master the art of death, so that one day he might return and take the throne that was denied him, not through armies, dragons, or open war, but through quiet death. Years passed, and the young prince became no more. He had no name, no face of his own, just one of many in service to the many-faced God. He learned to kill without hesitation, to take on the identity of others, to shed his own face and replace it with that of his victims. The transformation was complete when he wore his first face, a wealthy Bravosi merchant whom he had killed in the dead of night. The prince no longer existed. In his place stood a man who could be anyone, a faceless shadow who could walk among the living, invisible and deadly. For years the faceless Targaryen lived among the Faceless Men, taking on contract after contract, perfecting his skills in the art of assassination. But deep in his heart, the embers of his ambition still burned. His training had given him the tools he needed to return to Westeros, to claim what he believed was rightfully his. He waited patiently, watching from afar as Westeros was torn apart by civil strife, watching as his elder brother ascended to the Iron Throne. When the moment was right, he would make his move. The faceless Targaryen returned to Westeros in the guise of a merchant, slipping into King's Landing unnoticed. So by now his brother was king, but his rule was fragile. The court was rife with intrigue, whispers of rebellion and mistrust. It was the perfect environment for the Faceless Men's most skilled pupil to thrive. The faceless Targaryen bided his time, learning the weaknesses of his enemies, slipping in and out of the shadows, gathering information. His first kill was subtle, a minor lord who had the king's ear, a man known for his loyalty to the crown. The faceless Targaryen took the lord's face, using his identity to gain access to the Red Keep's inner circle. Under this guise, he learned the king's habits, his routines, his fears. For months, the faceless Targaryen played the part of a trusted advisor, all the while planning his next move. But assassination alone would not secure the throne. The faceless Targaryen knew that in order to claim the Iron Throne he would need to eliminate not just his brother, but anyone who could challenge his claim. The king's children, the queen, and even the king's closest allies, one by one they began to fall. Some died in their sleep, others in accidents that seemed perfectly natural. The faceless Targaryen moved among them like a ghost, his face constantly changing, his presence never noticed until it was too late. When the king finally died, poisoned at a feast in his honor, it was widely believed that his death was the result of illness, a sudden and tragic turn of fate. But those who knew the whispers in the dark suspected that something more sinister was at play. By then the faceless Targaryen had carefully maneuvered himself into a position of power, taking the face of a distant cousin with a minor claim to the throne. Through deception and manipulation, he convinced the remaining lords of Westeros to support his ascension, all the while wearing the face of a man long dead. When the faceless Targaryen finally claimed the Iron Throne, no one knew his true identity. He sat upon the seat of power not as a conqueror or a rightful heir, but as a man who had erased his own existence to achieve his goal. Those who had known him as a young prince were long dead, and those who might have suspected the truth dared not speak it. The reign of the faceless Targaryen was one of quiet control, his enemies eliminated before they could rise against him. He ruled from the shadows, ensuring that no one ever knew the full extent of his power, or how many faces he had worn to secure his place as king. His face, like his name, had been lost to history, but his legacy as the ruler who came from nowhere, through shadows and death, endured. In the dark halls of Bravocos, the faceless men remembered him, not as a Targaryen, but as one of their own, the man who had once been a prince and had become a ghost, haunting the very seat of power that he had been denied as a boy. Story 41. The Frozen Flames. Among the many myths surrounding the Targaryen dynasty, there is one tale whispered in both fear and awe, a story so far-fetched that it seems like legend even in the world of dragons and fire. It is the tale of the Frozen Flames, a Targaryen dragon born not in the warmth of Dragonstone, but far beyond the wall, in the frozen lands of the north. This dragon, unlike any that had come before, was said to possess blue fire, fire that did not burn with heat but instead froze its enemies where they stood, turning flesh and bone to ice. This dragon, according to the legend, was both a creature of fire and ice, a symbol of the ancient power that once coursed through the veins of the Targaryens, and of the mysteries that lay beyond the wall. The story begins with a lost Targaryen prince, Aemon Targaryen, who disappeared beyond the wall many centuries ago. Aemon was not a prince in line for the throne, nor was he renowned for his prowess in battle or his political acumen. He was a quiet man, more interested in the old histories and the forgotten legends of Westeros than in the affairs of the court. His fascination with the North, with the ancient tales of the long night and the mysterious creatures beyond the wall, grew over time. Some said he was drawn to the cold lands by a dream, a vision of a great power that would one day rise from the frozen wastes and change the fate of the world. When Aemon vanished beyond the wall, many assumed he had perished. The North was an unforgiving place even for the men of the Night's Watch, let alone a Targaryen prince unaccustomed to the cold. But Aemon's disappearance became the stuff of rumor. Some believed he had gone in search of something, an ancient secret hidden in the frozen wilderness, a power older than dragons. Others whispered that Aemon had been lured by dark magic, seduced by the cold winds that swept down from the lands of always winter. Whatever the truth, Aemon was never seen again by the people of Westeros, but his story was far from over. Years after his disappearance, wildlings began to speak of strange sightings beyond the wall. They told of a creature that flew through the skies in the dead of night, its wings casting shadows over the endless fields of snow. It was not one of the Night's Watch's giant ravens, nor any creature native to the cold lands. No, this beast they claimed was a dragon with scales as white as snow and flames that burned an unnatural blue. The wildlings called it Skahagon, which in their tongue meant frozen fire, and they believed it to be a creature of both life and death, a being born of the cold and the fire that men feared. According to the legend, Skahagon was born in the farthest reaches of the north, where the ice never melts and the sun rarely shines. It was said that Aemon Targaryen, lost and alone in the frozen wastes, had stumbled upon an ancient cavern hidden beneath the ice. There, deep within the earth, he found something that no Targaryen had ever seen, a dragon egg, encased in ice, pulsing faintly with life. The egg was unlike any other Aemon had ever known. Its shell was not black or crimson, but pale as frost, with veins of blue light running through it like cracks in frozen glass. Driven by desperation, or perhaps by madness, Aemon took the egg and attempted to hatch it. For years he kept the egg close, believing that his Targaryen blood, the blood of dragons, would be enough to awaken the creature inside. He built a fire each night, surrounding the egg with heat in the hopes that it would hatch. But the egg remained cold, unresponsive to the warmth of the flames. It was not until Aemon, in a moment of despair, let the fire die and allowed the cold to seep in that the egg began to stir. The legend says that Skahagon was born not of fire, but of ice. When the flames died and the cold of the north surrounded the egg, the creature inside awakened. A crack appeared in the shell, and from it emerged a dragon unlike any the world had ever seen. Its scales were pale blue, shimmering like the surface of a frozen lake, and its breath, instead of the roaring flames of Valyrian dragons, was a plume of blue fire that froze everything in its path. Aemon, now the creature's rider, was said to have been transformed by the dragon's magic, his once warm blood turning cold, his eyes gleaming with the same icy light that burned within Skahagon. Together, Aemon and his dragon became figures of myth, feared by the wildlings and revered by those who still remembered the ancient power of dragons. It was said that Skahagon's breath could freeze entire armies, that a single plume of its blue fire could turn a man to ice in seconds. The dragon's roar was not the deep, fiery growl of its kin, but a piercing, high-pitched sound that echoed across the tundra like the howl of a winter storm. But while Skahagon's power was immense, it was not without its price. The dragon, born of ice and fire, was a creature of both elements, and its existence was tied to the balance between the two. It could not survive in the warmth of the south, where the sun burned too hot, nor could it thrive in the deepest cold, where even fire could not exist. Aemon, realizing this, kept Skahagon in the far north, flying it only in the coldest nights, when the winds were sharp and the air was frozen. For years Aemon and Skahagon were said to have lived beyond the wall, their legend growing among the wildlings and the Night's Watch alike. Some claimed that Aemon had become one of the others, the White Walkers who led the dead in the long night, his dragon a harbinger of their return. Others believed that Aemon had kept the dragon hidden, waiting for the day when the Targaryens would need its power to reclaim the Iron Throne. But none could say for certain, for Aemon and Skahagon disappeared into the cold winds of the north, leaving only stories behind. The myth of the frozen flames endures in the north, where the wildlings still tell tales of the dragon with blue fire that froze men where they stood. Some say that Skahagon still roams the icy wastelands, waiting for a new rider to awaken it from its long slumber. Others believe that the dragon was lost forever, buried beneath the ice, its power gone with the last breath of Aemon Targaryen. But in the coldest nights, when the wind howls like a dragon's roar, and the snow glows faintly with a pale blue light, the people of the north still look to the sky, wondering if they might catch a glimpse of the frozen flames, the dragon born of both fire and ice, whose song was the song of winter itself. Story 42. The Dragon King's Madness. In the annals of Targaryen history, there are many tales of madness that trace back to their infamous bloodline, a mixture of Valyrian steel and dragon fire that both strengthened and cursed them. One of the most chilling of these tales is the story of the Dragon King's Madness, a folktale told in hushed whispers about a forgotten king who slowly lost his mind after discovering a terrible secret about dragon eggs, one that drove him to set fire to his own castle and plunge his kingdom into chaos. The king's name was Aerion Targaryen, a ruler whose reign began with promise but ended in flames. Aerion, the youngest son of a minor branch of the Targaryen line, was not expected to sit the Iron Throne, but a series of tragedies, plague, rebellion, and assassinations claimed the lives of his elder brothers and left him as the last surviving heir. Thrust into power unexpectedly, Aerion ascended to the throne with little preparation, but he was determined to prove himself worthy of the crown. Though inexperienced, he was known for his intelligence and curiosity, especially when it came to the Targaryen legacy of dragons. From the moment he sat on the Iron Throne, Aerion became obsessed with one goal above all others, the rebirth of dragons. Dragons had died out decades earlier, their last remnants reduced to bones and ash, and Aerion believed that their extinction had weakened the power of his house. Like many Targaryens before him, he saw dragons as the key to the Targaryens' continued rule over Westeros. Without them, the fire of their ancestors would be nothing but a memory, To Aerion, this was unacceptable. He would be the king to bring dragons back to the world, to return his house to the glory of old Valyria. Deep within the vaults of the Red Keep, Aerion discovered a cache of old dragon eggs that had been passed down through generations but which had never hatched. These eggs, cold and hard as stone, had become little more than relics, treasures of a bygone era. Many believed that whatever magic had once resided in them had long since faded. But Aerion refused to believe that the eggs were dead. He became convinced that there was a secret, a forgotten piece of knowledge that could unlock the magic within the eggs and bring them to life once more. The king began poring over ancient Valyrian texts, consulting maesters, pyromancers, and even shadowbinders from Ashai in his quest for answers. He spent countless hours locked away in his chambers, surrounded by scrolls and tomes, searching for the key to hatching the dragon eggs. As the years passed, his obsession grew more intense. He withdrew from the affairs of the realm, neglecting his duties as king. The court whispered of his strange behavior, but none dared question him openly. It was during this time that Aerion made a discovery, one that would seal his fate. Hidden in one of the oldest Valyrian manuscripts was a passage of a terrible ritual, one that could supposedly awaken a dragon from its slumber. The text was vague, but it suggested that dragon eggs were not hatched merely through heat or flame, but through a more sinister force, blood magic. The sacrifice of life, it claimed, was the price of power. To bring forth a dragon, one had to spill blood, not just any blood, but the blood of those closest to the eggs, those bound to them by fate or lineage. This revelation shook Aerion to his core. For months he wrestled with the knowledge, torn between his desire to bring back the dragons and his fear of the cost. But the seed had been planted, and the more Aerion thought about the ritual, the more it consumed him. He began to see the faces of those around him, his family, his advisors, his courtiers, as potential sacrifices, their lives the key to unlocking the power within the dragon eggs. Aerion's behavior grew increasingly erratic. He began having strange visions, dreams filled with fire and blood. In these dreams he saw himself surrounded by dragons, their wings casting shadows over the world, and he heard a voice whispering to him in the old tongue of Valyria, urging him to perform the ritual, to embrace the power of the dragon's blood. He grew paranoid, convinced that those around him were plotting to steal the dragon eggs for themselves. He accused his most trusted advisors of treason, dismissing them, or, in some cases, executing them without trial. His family grew fearful of him, but none could dissuade him from his madness. The final descent into insanity came on a cold winter's night, when Aerion, alone in the dark halls of the Red Keep, decided that the time had come to perform the ritual. He ordered the dragon eggs to be brought to his private chambers and sent away the servants, locking himself inside with the eggs and the forbidden texts. What happened next is the subject of many conflicting rumors, but all agree that something terrible occurred that night. Some say that Aerion attempted the ritual on his own, spilling his own Blaesor's own blood in a desperate attempt to hatch the eggs. Others claim that he called for one of his family members, perhaps a son or daughter, and that they became the victim of his madness, sacrificed in the name of fire and blood. What is certain is that as dawn broke, smoke began to rise from the Red Keep. The king's chambers were engulfed in flames, the fire spreading quickly through the castle. The blaze could not be contained. By the time the court and the city realized what was happening, it was too late. The Red Keep burned, and with it the king and his precious dragon eggs. The fire raged for hours, consuming the heart of King's Landing, as though the very stones of the keep had been set ablaze by dragon fire. The flames were said to burn hotter than any natural fire, and some whispered that they had seen the outline of a dragon in the smoke, its wings unfurling in the sky above the burning castle. When the fire finally died, the Red Keep lay in ruins, reduced to little more than smouldering ash. Aerian's body was never found, though many believed he had perished in the flames, consumed by the very fire he had sought to control. The dragon eggs too were gone, their fate a mystery that haunted the survivors of the disaster. Some believed they had been destroyed in the fire, while others whispered that they had hatched, that Aerian had succeeded in awakening the dragons, but at the cost of his own sanity and life. The tale of the Dragon King's madness became a cautionary story among the Targaryens, a reminder of the dangerous power that came with their bloodline, and the peril of seeking to control forces that should remain untouched. The memory of Aerian, the king who burned his own castle in pursuit of a dragon's rebirth, lingered long after the ashes of the Red Keep had cooled, and in the shadows of the ruins it was said that sometimes, on cold winter nights, the faint echo of a dragon's roar could still be heard, rising from the depths of the lost king's madness. Story 43. The Red Lake's Curse. In the heart of the Reach, nestled among lush fields and sprawling woodlands, lies the Red Lake, a body of water with a beauty that belies its dark and cursed reputation. For centuries the small folk and nobility alike avoided its shores, whispering warnings about the strange and eerie happenings that plagued the lake. Among the many superstitions, the most enduring was the tale of the dragon that drowned beneath its waters, and how its ghost haunts the lake still, cursing any Targaryen who dares venture near. The story of the Red Lake's curse is one of tragedy, vengeance, and the shadow of a powerful beast that refuses to die. The legend begins during the reign of King Jaehaerys I, the old king, when the Targaryen dragons still ruled the skies of Westeros. The dragon in question was named Vermithor, a great bronze beast who had been one of the most feared and powerful dragons in the Targaryen arsenal. Vermithor was bonded to Prince Baelon Targaryen, Jaehaerys' second son, and together they were a force to be reckoned with. Vermithor's strength and size were second only to Balerion the Black Dread, and many believed that the dragon, with his fearsome roar and fire, would be the key to maintaining Targaryen supremacy for generations to come. However, the story of Vermithor did not end in glory, but in mysterious tragedy. During one of Prince Baelon's travels across the Reach, Vermithor and his rider made a stop at the Red Lake, a place known for its calm waters and scenic beauty. It was late in the evening, and the prince, weary from the day's journey, chose to rest by the lake's shore. He ordered his men to set up camp, and Vermithor, as was his custom, flew high above, circling the area like a guardian in the sky. The night was unusually still, the air thick with an unnatural quiet. The waters of the lake, normally clear and reflective, appeared darker than usual, tinged with an eerie red hue that seemed to pulse with the setting sun. Some of the soldiers murmured about strange lights beneath the surface, and there were whispers of the lake being cursed, but Prince Balin paid little heed to the tales of the small folk. To him the Red Lake was just another body of water, and Vermithor was invincible. As the camp settled in for the night, Vermithor suddenly descended from the sky, landing with a thunderous crash on the shore. The dragon was restless, agitated in a way that his men had never seen before. His massive wings flapped against the earth, sending gusts of wind that stirred the trees around them. Vermithor's roar, usually commanding and strong, echoed across the lake with an odd tremor of uncertainty, as though the beast sensed something no human could. Ignoring his men's concerns, Prince Balin tried to calm his dragon, but Vermithor remained on edge, pacing along the shoreline. But then, without warning, the dragon let out a piercing shriek and leapt into the air, flying low over the surface of the Red Lake. The soldiers watched in disbelief as Vermithor hovered just above the water, his powerful tail lashing the surface, sending ripples across the lake. And then, in a moment that would be recounted in hushed tones for generations, Vermithor plunged into the water with a great splash, his entire massive form disappearing beneath the surface. The men on shore were frozen in shock. Dragons did not dive into lakes. Vermithor had never shown any inclination toward water, and yet now he was gone, as though swallowed by the lake itself. Prince Balin, horrified, ordered his men to take boats and search the lake, but no matter how deep they ventured or how far they searched, there was no sign of the dragon. The waters, once calm, were now roiling, and strange currents tugged at the boats, as if the lake itself resisted their efforts. As dawn broke, the search party returned to shore, empty-handed and shaken. Vermithor, one of the greatest dragons of the Targaryen line, had vanished without a trace, his enormous body somehow swallowed by the depths of the Red Lake. Prince Balin, distraught, refused to leave the lake, convinced that Vermithor would return, but the dragon never emerged. Days passed and the strange events at the lake only grew. Some men claimed to hear the distant roar of a dragon beneath the surface, the sound muffled as though coming from deep underwater. Others swore they saw the shadow of a dragon moving beneath the waves, its wings brushing the water. But when they looked again, the lake was still. The air around the Red Lake grew colder, even though it was midsummer, and an unnatural mist began to cling to the water's edge, swirling in shapes that resembled wings and claws. It wasn't long before rumors of the Red Lake's curse began to spread. The small folk, already wary of the lake's peculiar color, believed that Vermithor's death had unleashed something dark and ancient beneath the waters. They spoke of an old magic that had been buried deep in the lake, a force that had resented the presence of the Targaryens and their dragons. Some even whispered that the lake had once been the home of an ancient god, a forgotten deity of water and ice, who had cursed Vermithor and claimed the dragon for its own. Whatever the truth, the Red Lake became a place of fear. The Targaryens avoided it, and no dragon was ever seen near its shores again. But the lake's curse did not end with Vermithor's death. Over the years, any Targaryen who ventured near the Red Lake met with misfortune. Some fell ill after visiting the lake, their skin turning as cold as ice. while others experienced strange visions and dragons rising from the water, their once majestic forms twisted and broken. There were tales of Targaryen riders who felt an uncontrollable pull toward the lake, as if something within the waters called to them, beckoning them closer to their doom. One of the most chilling accounts came from a later Targaryen prince, who, against the advice of his advisors, journeyed to the Red Lake in search of answers about Vermithor's fate. He spent 3 days by the water's edge, staring into the dark depths, until on the 3rd night he was found dead in his tent, his body cold and his face contorted in terror. His lips were blue, as though he had drowned, but there was no water near his body. Those who examined him swore they heard faint echoes of a dragon's roar, a sound that seemed to come from beneath the earth itself. To this day, the Red Lake remains a place of mystery and fear. The small folk avoid its shores, and even the most adventurous lords of the Reach give it a wide berth. The waters, always tinged with a faint red hue, seem to hold on to their secrets, and the legend of the Red Lake's curse lives on, a warning to any who would dare challenge the ancient forces that dwell beneath the surface. For it is said that Vermithor, though dead, still haunts the lake, his spirit trapped in the cold depths, waiting to exact vengeance on any Targaryen foolish enough to come too close. Story 44. The Dragon's Eye. Among the many legends that surround the Targaryens, there is one that stands out for its strange mixture of tragedy, magic, and prophecy, of the Dragon's Eye, a tale about a king who lost an eye in battle and replaced it with the eye of a dragon, only to gain the terrible ability to see the future. This legend, passed down through the generations, has become a part of the mystique of House Targaryen, a family bound by blood and fire, and haunted by the visions of what was to come. So legend begins with King Rhaegar Targaryen, a ruler whose name has been almost forgotten, overshadowed by the more famous and infamous monarchs of his line. Rhaegar was not a great conqueror like Aegon the Conqueror, nor was he a madman like King Aerys. Instead, he was a king whose reign was marked by constant conflict with rebellious lords and civil war, a period in Targaryen history rife with instability. Rhaegar, brave and skilled with a sword, was often considered unlucky, for no matter how fiercely he fought, peace always seemed to slip through his fingers. It was during one of these battles, fought in the stormy hills of the Riverlands against a coalition of rebel lords, that Rhaegar's fate took a dark turn. The rebels had risen against the Iron Throne, tired of the Targaryen rule and eager to claim power for themselves. Their king, determined to crush the rebellion swiftly, led his forces into the heart of the enemy's territory, commanding his dragon, Aelian, to rain fire upon the traitors from the skies. But Rhaegar's enemies were prepared. Armed with scorpions and dragon-killing weapons, they targeted Aelian as he swooped low over the battlefield, aiming to protect his rider. In the chaos of the battle, one of the massive bolts from the rebel scorpions struck Aelian, piercing his flank and sending the great beast spiraling out of the sky. Rhaegar, unable to control his wounded dragon, was thrown from his saddle and fell to the ground, where the rebels swarmed him. Though injured and disoriented, the king fought with all his strength, cutting down those who came too close. But during the frenzied melee, A blow from a mace struck him across the face, crushing his helmet and shattering his left eye. Aegon's men managed to rescue him, driving the rebels back and retrieving the king's broken body. They rushed him back to King's Landing, where the maesters did all they could to heal his wounds. But though his life was saved, Rhaegon was left with a terrible disfigurement. His left eye was gone, a gaping wound where once his violet Targaryen eye had burned with life. The king, once known for his fierce and commanding presence, was now a shadow of his former self. He refused to leave his chambers, haunted by the loss of his dragon, Aelian, who had succumbed to his wounds after the battle and the loss of his eye. But Rhaegon's story does not end in defeat. Desperate to regain his strength and power, the king began to search for a way to restore his vision. He consulted maesters, alchemists, and even shadowbinders from Ashay, seeking a remedy that could replace what had been lost. It was during this time that he became obsessed with an ancient Valyrian legend, one that spoke of the power of dragons' eyes. According to the myth, the dragons of Valyria did not merely see the world as mortals did. They could see beyond the present, glimpsing the threads of fate and the future. The more Rhaegon studied the old texts, the more convinced he became that a dragon's eye could restore not just his vision, but something far greater. He believed that if he could somehow replace his lost eye with the eye of a dragon, he would gain the ability to see the future, to know the fate of his enemies, and protect his family from the dangers that constantly surrounded them. Driven by this obsession, Rhaegon ordered his men to retrieve the body of his fallen dragon, Aelian. Though the beast had been dead for months, its body preserved in the cold of Dragonstone, its eyes remained intact. Against the advice of his maesters, who warned of the dangers of such dark magic, Rhaegon commanded that one of Aelian's eyes be removed. The great bronze eye, as large as a man's fist, was cut from the dragon's skull and brought to the king's chambers, where Rhaegon waited, cloaked in shadows. It was said that the king performed the ritual himself, using a mixture of ancient Valyrian spells and blood magic learned from the shadowbinders of Aegis Opusteen. He placed the dragon's eye into the empty socket where his own eye had once been, binding it to his flesh with spells and incantations long forgotten by the world. His pain, it was said, was unimaginable, but Rhaegon endured it, believing that his suffering would be rewarded with the power of prophecy. When the ritual was complete, Rhaegon emerged from his chambers with his new eye, a glowing molten orb that shimmered with the same fire that once burned in Aelian's gaze. His court was horrified by the sight of their king, whose appearance had become even more terrifying. But Rhaegon, for the first time since his injury, felt a new strength coursing through him. He believed that he had gained the power he sought, the ability to see the future and control his fate. At first, Rhaegon's visions were small and fleeting. He would dream of events that seemed inconsequential, small conversations, whispers in the halls, moments that held little importance. But as time passed, his visions grew stronger, more vivid. He began to see the fates of those around him, glimpsing deaths, betrayals and tragedies that had yet to occur. With this new power, Rhaegon believed he could prevent the disasters that had always plagued his reign. He saw enemies rising against him, and with preemptive strikes he crushed them before they could act. He saw threats to his family, and eliminated them before they could take root. But as Rhaegon continued to use the dragon's eye, he became consumed by the visions. What had once been a gift of foresight became a curse. He no longer saw the future as a clear path. Instead, it became a tangled web of possibilities, each vision leading to more uncertainty and doubt. He began to distrust those closest to him, seeing betrayal in every glance, every word. His paranoia grew, and soon he turned against his own court, convinced that they were plotting his downfall. The visions, once clear and powerful, became chaotic and overwhelming. Rhaegon would lock himself away for days, staring into the fire with his dragon's eye, muttering about fates only he could see. He grew distant from his family, paranoid and violent, his once firm grip on the throne slipping as his mind unraveled. The dragon's eye had given him the power to see the future, but it had also shown him too much, too many paths, too many deaths, too many betrayals. In the end, it was said that Rhaegon saw his own death in the flames, a vision that drove him to madness. He locked himself in the throne room of the Red Keep, setting fire to the hall and letting the flames consume him. His charred body was found still seated on the Iron Throne. His dragon's eye melted into his skull, a final reminder of the power that had destroyed him. The story of the dragon's eye became a cautionary tale among the Targaryens, a reminder that the power of prophecy is not a gift, but a burden. For to see the future is to see all possible futures, and in the end it may drive even the strongest mind to madness. Story 45. The Night of the Burning Skies. In the long and bloody history of the Targaryens, there were many moments of glory and triumph, but there were also nights of devastation, nights when dragonfire lit up the skies, and the world seemed on the brink of destruction. One such night came to be known as the Night of the Burning Skies, a night where multiple dragons fought over the King's Landing, their battle so fierce that the fires they unleashed turned the night into day. The flames consumed the city, the roar of dragons shook the walls, and the sky itself seemed to burn, leaving the people of the capital to wonder if the gods themselves had turned against them. It was a time of civil war, a struggle for the Iron Throne that would later be called the Dance of the Dragons, a brutal conflict between Narration Targaryen, the daughter of King Viserys I, and her half-brother Aegon I, both of whom laid claim to the throne after their father's death. Their rivalry tore Westeros apart, splitting noble houses, dividing loyalties, and most tragically pitting dragon against dragon in the skies above the Seven Kingdoms. While many battles were fought on the ground, it was in the air that the true horror unfolded, where the Targaryens' most feared weapons turned on each other. The night began like any other, with King's Landing under the control of Aegon II, who had been crowned king, despite the earlier promise that the throne would go to Rhaenyra. Tensions between the rival factions were at their peak, and rumors swirled that Rhaenyra's forces were planning to launch an assault on the city. But no one expected the scale of the destruction that was about to unfold. Aegon II, though seated on the Iron Throne, was not a king without fear. He knew that as long as his half-sister lived and held dragons of her own, His claim to the throne would never be secure. The first sign of the coming disaster came just after dusk, when the skies to the east began to glow with an unnatural light. The people of King's Landing, used to seeing dragons in flight, at first thought little of it. But as the light grew brighter and more intense, it became clear that something was wrong. The air was filled with the distant sound of dragon roars, one, then two, then many more, echoing across the Blackwater rush. Soon after, the first dragon appeared on the horizon, its massive wings blotting out the stars as it flew toward the city with terrifying speed. It was Syrax, the golden dragon of Lord Rhaenyra Targaryen, and on her back was the princess herself, clad in black armor, her long silver hair flowing behind her as she urged her dragon forward. Syrax let out a piercing roar as she descended toward the city, her flames lighting up the rooftops of King's Landing like a beacon of fire. But Syrax was not alone. Following close behind her were two more dragons, Caraxes, ridden by Daemon Targaryen, Rhaenyra's husband and uncle, and Vermax, flown by Jacaerys Valerian, her eldest son. They had come to claim the Iron Throne by force, and their dragon's fury would soon be unleashed upon the city. From the Red Keep, Aegon I watched in horror as the sky filled with the wings of his enemies' dragons. But he was not without his own firepower. With a single command he summoned his dragon, Sunfire, a golden beast with scales that shimmered like the sun itself. Sunfire rose from the dragon with a deafening roar, his massive wings beating against the air as he took to the skies. Moments later, Vhagar, the oldest and largest of the Targaryen dragons, joined him, ridden by Aemond Targaryen, Aegon's younger brother. Vhagar, the dragon who had once flown in the time of Aegon the Conqueror, was a monstrous creature, her fire more deadly and her strength unmatched. The two factions met in the sky above King's Landing, and what followed was nothing short of carnage. Dragons clashed in midair, their claws and teeth tearing at one another, their roars shaking the very foundations of the city below. Fire burst from their mouths, not in controlled streams but in wild torrents, setting the rooftops and streets ablaze. The night sky, once dark and peaceful, became a battlefield of fire and fury as the dragons fought for dominance above the city they were meant to protect. Syrax, with Rhaenyra on her back, was the first to strike, diving towards Sunfire with deadly precision. The two dragons collided in a whirlwind of fire and smoke, their wings beating furiously as they clawed and bit at each other. Sunfire, though smaller than Vhagar, was a fierce opponent, his golden flame scorching the sky as he fought back. Below, the people of King's Landing could only watch in terror as their city began to burn. The flames spread rapidly, leaping from house to house, as dragonfire rained down from above. Caraxes and Vhagar were next to join the fray, their battle even more violent than the one between Syrax and Sunfire. Caraxes, long and serpentine, was known for his speed and viciousness, and Daemon pushed him to his limits as they engaged Vhagar in a brutal aerial duel. Vhagar, though older and slower, was still a force of nature, her massive wings creating gusts of wind that sent debris flying across the city. The two dragons collided with such force that the impact sent shock waves through the air, toppling buildings and sending towers crumbling into the streets below. As the battle raged above, the fires on the ground grew out of control. Entire districts of King's Landing were engulfed in flames, the heat so intense that it melted stone and steel. The people screamed and ran, trying to escape the inferno, but there was no safety to be found. The docks along the Blackwater Rush caught fire, the ships in the harbour reduced to charred husks as the flames leapt from one vessel to the next. Even the walls of the Red Keep were not spared, as dragon fire licked at the stone, threatening to bring the mighty fortress to the ground. Throughout the night the dragons fought, their roars mingling with the screams of the dying below. It was a battle unlike any Westeros had ever seen, and it left a scar on King's Landing that would never fully heal. By the time the dawn broke, the once proud capital of the Targaryen dynasty lay in ruins. Smoke rose from the charred remains of buildings, and the streets were littered with the bodies of the dead. The skies, once filled with dragons, were now empty, save for the occasional wisp of smoke that drifted lazily into the morning air. Rhaenyra, Daemon, Aegon and Aemond had all survived, but their dragons had not. Sunfire was found barely alive, his once golden scales blackened and scorched, his wings torn to shreds. Laga, mighty and ancient, had perished in the final moments of the battle, her body crashing into the Blackwater Rush, sending waves of steam into the sky as the water met her smouldering remains. Coraxes, too, had been mortally wounded, and Daemon wept as his dragon died at the gates of the city they had once hoped to claim. The night of the burning skies became a legend in the years that followed, a tale of destruction and betrayal, where the Targaryen dragons, symbols of the family's power, turned on one another, leaving King's Landing in ashes. It was a night when the sky itself seemed to burn, and the fires of civil war consumed not only the city, but the very soul of House Targaryen. Story 46. The Bloodfire Rebellion. In the long history of Westeros, many rebellions have been fought in the name of crowns and kings. Some have been etched into the annals of time, shaping the course of the Seven Kingdoms for generations to come, while others have faded into obscurity, forgotten by all but the most devoted scholars. One such forgotten uprising was known as the Bloodfire Rebellion, a rebellion so dark and strange that even House Targaryen sought to erase its memory. It was a time when a group of Targaryens, born with a unique and terrifying gift, skin resistant to fire, attempted to overthrow their own family, plunging the realm into chaos. The seeds of the rebellion were sown during the reign of King Maeghan Targaryen, a ruler whose cruelty and paranoia left the realm in a state of unrest. Maeghan was not a beloved king. He was feared, and many whispered that he had inherited more than just his ancestors' lust for power. He had inherited their madness. Known for executing anyone he suspected of disloyalty, Maeghan ruled with an iron fist, often using dragon fire to make an example of those who dared to defy him. His dragon Aethrax was his instrument of terror, its flames reducing both castles and men to ash at his command. But while Maeghan relied on dragon fire to maintain his control, a secret lurked within his family, one that would eventually tear the Targaryens apart from within. The rebellion began with a discovery made by Maeghan's youngest brother, Aerion Targaryen. Aerion had always been different from the other members of his family, not only in temperament, but in his strange, almost unnatural connection to fire. As a child, he had often played too close to the flames, yet while others would have been burned, Aerion seemed immune to their touch. His parents believed it to be a mere coincidence, a trick of fate. But as Aerion grew older, it became clear that this was no accident. His skin, pale as moonlight, was impervious to heat, even to dragon fire. Where other Targaryens had been known to survive brief encounters with fire, Aerion could walk through flames as easily as one might walk through water. It was said that he could even rest his hand in the heart of a roaring fire without so much as a blister. At first Aerion kept his strange gift a secret, sharing it only with a few close confidants, including his twin sister, Valena. But as Maegon's tyranny grew, so did Aerion's resentment. He began to believe that his fire-resistant skin marked him for something greater, that it was a sign from the gods that he, not Maegon, was destined to rule. Valena, equally gifted with the same immunity to flames, shared her brother's ambition. Together they plotted in the shadows, drawing others to their cause. Cousins, uncles, and distant Targaryen relatives who had also been born with the same strange trait. It was not long before a small but dangerous faction formed within House Targaryen, united by their shared gift and their belief that Maegon was unworthy of the throne. They called themselves the Bloodfire, after the fire that flowed through their veins and did not burn them. These rebels believed the fire-resistant skin made them the true heirs of Valyria, the rightful rulers of Westeros, and that Maegon was a usurper, a weak king whose madness was an affront to their bloodline's legacy. The Bloodfire rebels planned their uprising with meticulous care, knowing that to challenge Maegon openly would be suicidal. The king was paranoid, always watching for signs of disloyalty, and his dragon Aethrax was more than capable of turning any would-be usurpers to ash. But the Bloodfire had an advantage. While they could not match Maegon in brute strength or the might of his dragon, they had no fear of fire. They trained in secret, learning how to fight in the midst of flames, and they waited for the right moment to strike. So that moment came one fateful night when Maegon, believing his grip on the throne to be secure, hosted a grand feast at the Red Keep. The most powerful lords of Westeros were in attendance, and the hall was filled with wine, laughter, and the flickering light of 1,000 candles. It was during this feast that Aerion and Valena made their move. Disguised as servants, they and their fellow rebels infiltrated the castle, slipping past guards and into the heart of the keep. Their plan was simple. They would kill Maegon and his loyalists, seize the Red Keep, and declare Aerion king. As the feast reached its height, Aerion struck. He and the Bloodfire rebels set fire to the great hall, trapping Maegon and his guests inside. The flames spread quickly, fueled by the tapestries and wooden beams of the keep. Chaos erupted as lords and ladies fled, their screams echoing through the smoke-filled corridors. Maegon, enraged and panicked, called for his dragon Aethrax, but the flames that had consumed the hall separated him from the beast. It was then that Aerion revealed himself, stepping through the fire unscathed, his skin glowing with the heat but untouched by it. Magon, seeing his brother emerge from the flames like some Valyrian god, was struck with a mix of fury and fear. He called Aryan a traitor, but his words were drowned out by the roar of the fire and the shouts of the dying. In the chaos, Aryan advanced on his brother, confident in his victory. But Magon, mad as he was, refused to go quietly. In a final act of defiance, he managed to escape the inferno, mounting Athrax and taking to the skies, determined to crush the rebellion with dragonfire. The battle that followed was one of legend. Aryan and the Bloodfire rebels, their skin impervious to flame, fought amidst the burning streets of King's Landing as Athrax rained fire down upon them. But no matter how fierce the dragon's flames, the Bloodfire rebels could not be burned. They fought with reckless abandon, their immunity to fire giving them an advantage no enemy had ever anticipated. However, the rebellion was not destined to succeed. Magon, though mad, was still a Targaryen, and he had the power of a dragon at his command. So Bloodfire rebels could not be burned, but they could be killed by sword and claw, and Athrax tore through their ranks with savage fury. Her Aryan, despite his strength, was no match for a dragon. He fell in battle, his body left charred but intact, a symbol of the rebellion's failure. The Bloodfire rebellion was crushed, and those who survived were hunted down and executed. Magon, though victorious, was never the same. His paranoia deepened, and his reign grew even more tyrannical as he sought to erase all memory of the uprising. The Red Keep was rebuilt, the bloodstains and scorch marks scrubbed away, and the name of Aryan Targaryen was struck from the records. But the tale of the Bloodfire lived on in whispers and forgotten songs, a reminder that even within the blood of the dragon, there were those who would challenge the very essence of fire and rise up against their own kin. It was said that, on certain nights, the ghosts of the Bloodfire rebels could still be seen walking through the flames of the Red Keep, unburned and unbowed, forever seeking the throne they believed was theirs by right. Story 47. The Scales of Silver and Black. In the ancient histories of House Targaryen, dragons were not merely beasts, they were reflections of their riders, bound to them by blood and will, their fates intertwined. Among the many tales of Targaryens and their dragons, few are as tragic and bitter as the story of the Scales of Silver and Black, a tale of two dragons, one silver and one black, whose rivalry mirrored that of their Targaryen riders and led to a bloody conflict that would scar the family for generations. The story begins with two Targaryen siblings, Vaelor and Raymond, children of King Daron Targaryen, born into a time of uneasy peace. Vaelor, the elder by 3 years, was a warrior at heart, fierce and ambitious. From a young age she showed great skill with a sword and a deep connection to dragons. And Raymond, in contrast, was quieter, more reflective, and uninterested in the pursuits of war and power that so captivated his sister. Yet both were united by their bond to dragons, the creatures that had given their house its strength. Vaelor's dragon Agros was a magnificent silver-scaled beast, a creature whose brilliance lit up the sky whenever it flew. Agros was swift, agile, and temperamental, much like his rider, Raymond by contrast, bonded with a dragon named Noctis, whose scales were black as night, an enormous and brooding creature with a quiet intensity. Noctis did not roar as often as the other dragons, but when it did, its deep rumble could be heard for miles. Though the two siblings loved their dragons dearly, their relationships with their beasts reflected the growing divide between them. Laura, driven by her ambition and belief in her superiority, often saw herself as the rightful heir to the Iron Throne, even though her father had not yet named his successor. She was a woman of action, frequently leading hunting parties and organizing military drills. In her mind, only strength and decisiveness could ensure the survival of House Targaryen. She believed that her dragon, Argyros, with his shining scales and fiery spirit, was a symbol of her destiny. Many in the court admired her for her bravery and daring, but just as many feared her arrogance and ruthlessness. Raymond, on the other hand, sought a different path. He had little interest in ruling through force. He preferred diplomacy, favoring reason and understanding over violence. Where Valyora saw power as something to be seized, Raymond viewed it as a burden to be shared. His bond with Noctis was one of quiet contemplation. They would often fly far beyond the walls of the capital, seeking solitude in the distant mountains. Raymond's calm demeanor won him the favor of the small folk, but in the eyes of his sister he was weak, unfit to inherit the legacy of dragons. The tension between the two siblings grew over the years, simmering beneath the surface until it finally erupted when King Daeron fell ill. The question of succession, once distant, now became a matter of immediate concern. Though Vaelora believed herself the obvious choice, her father hesitated. Daeron saw the wisdom in Raymond's peaceful nature, recognizing that Westeros needed a ruler who could navigate the political complexities of the realm without resorting to war. But the king also knew that Baelora's strength could not be dismissed. She had the fire and determination of a conqueror, and there were many who supported her claim. When rumors spread that Daeron was leaning toward naming Raymond as his heir, Baelora's patience snapped. She confronted her brother in the Hall of Dragons, a vast chamber where their ancestors had once kept their mighty beasts. The two siblings stood before the carved stone dragons that lined the hall, the air thick with the tension of unspoken words. Vaelora, her eyes blazing with fury, demanded that Raymond renounce his claim to the throne. She told him that Westeros needed a ruler of strength, not weakness, and that his soft heart would doom their house. Raymond, ever calm, refused. He reminded Vaelora that their father had not yet made his decision, and that there was still time to find a path forward that did not lead to bloodshed. But Vaelora, driven by her need to prove her superiority, would not listen. In a fit of rage, she stormed out of the hall, vowing that if her brother would not step aside, she would make him. That night, the skies above King's Landing were filled with the roar of dragons. Vaelora had taken to the skies on Argyros, circling the city like a storm cloud of silver fire. Raymond, knowing that his sister would not be calmed by words, mounted Noctis and flew to meet her. The two dragons soared high above the Red Keep, their shadows casting a dark omen over the city below. What began as a tense standoff quickly turned violent. Argyros, ever quick to anger, lunged at Noctis with a blast of silver flame, the heat so intense that it lit up the night like day. Noctis dodged the attack, his massive wings propelling him higher into the sky. But Argyros was relentless, diving and weaving, his silver scales glinting in the firelight. Laura, atop her dragon, screamed for her brother to yield, but Raymond would not fight her. He tried to steer Noctis away, hoping to escape the battle without further bloodshed, but Laura would not let him go. The battle in the sky raged on, the two dragons tearing at each other with claws and teeth, their roars shaking the walls of the city. Below, the people of King's Landing watched in horror as the night sky became a battlefield of flame and fury. Argyros, faster and more aggressive, drove Noctis back again and again, but Raymond's dragon was larger and more resilient, withstanding the onslaught. It was then, in the heat of the battle, that the unthinkable happened. In a final, desperate attack, Laura pushed Argyros too far, diving directly at Noctis with reckless abandon. The two dragons collided with such force that the impact sent a shockwave through the air. Noctis, badly wounded, retaliated with a blast of black fire, engulfing Argyros in flames. Silver Dragon screamed in agony, his shining scales blackening as he fell from the sky. Laura, still on his back, plummeted with him, her scream lost in the roar of the fire. The city watched as Argyros and Laura crashed into the waters of Blackwater Bay, the flames still burning as they sank beneath the waves. Noctis, gravely injured, barely managed to land, collapsing in the courtyard of the Red Keep. Raymond dismounted and rushed to his dragon's side, tears streaming down his face as he realized the price of his sister's ambition. Laura's death shattered House Targaryen. The once promising unity of the family was torn apart by grief and guilt. Raymond, though he had not sought the fight, was blamed by some for his sister's death. Others saw it as a sign that the gods had favored him, granting him victory over the silver-scaled dragon and its rider. But Raymond, broken by the loss, would never be the same. He abdicated his claim to the throne, retreating into isolation with his wounded dragon, leaving the Iron Throne to others. The legend of scales of silver and black became a cautionary tale within House Targaryen, the story of how the rivalry between two siblings and their dragons led to a conflict that brought only destruction. The dragons, once symbols of power and majesty, became reminders of the cost of ambition and the fragility of even the mightiest bloodlines. And for years afterward, the people of King's Landing would look to the sky with trepidation, fearing that the fire of dragons might one day rain down upon them once more. Story 48. The Secret of Aerys II. The reign of Aerys II Targaryen, the Mad King, was one of paranoia, cruelty, and madness. His descent into insanity has been well documented in the histories of Westeros, where tales of his erratic behavior, his bloodlust, and his obsession with wildfire have become infamous. However, there exists a hidden folk tale, whispered among the courtiers and small folk of King's Landing, that tells of a more mysterious obsession that consumed Aerys in the final years of his reign, his fixation on an ancient dragon egg that he kept close to him at all times. This tale, passed down in hushed voices, speaks not only of his madness but also of his desperate belief that the egg held the key to restoring the Targaryens' lost power and rekindling the fire of dragons. The story begins in the later years of Aerys' rule, when his mind had already begun to fray under the weight of his delusions. As his paranoia grew, so too did his obsession with fire, He believed that fire was the ultimate purifier, a force that could cleanse the world of traitors, enemies, and even his own perceived inadequacies. This obsession manifested in his increasing use of wildfire, the dangerous alchemical substance that burned hotter and more destructively than ordinary flames. His pyromancers became his closest confidants, and the green flames of wildfire soon became a symbol of his reign. Story 50. A. The Weeping Dragon. Among the many tragic tales of House Targaryen, few stories are as sorrowful or as poignant as the legend of the Weeping Dragon. So this is the tale of a mighty dragon whose tears of molten fire fell upon the battlefield after its beloved rider, a Targaryen queen, was slain in combat. The dragons were known to be fierce, powerful, and unrelenting in their loyalty to their riders. This story speaks of a bond so deep that even the fire-breathing beast was not immune to grief. The queen's name was Laenora Targaryen, the daughter of old Valyria, who was beloved by her people and admired for her beauty, strength, and wisdom. She was not just a queen, but a dragon rider of great renown, a warrior queen who had defended her kingdom in times of war and guided her people in times of peace. The dragon Varian was a magnificent creature, its scales the color of dark obsidian, with veins of fiery red that shimmered like embers. Varian was known for its speed, grace, and raw power, and together Laenora and Varian formed an unbreakable bond, forged in fire and strengthened by years of trust. Laenora's reign was a time of both prosperity and tension. The realm was at peace, but as always there were whispers of rebellion, factions of nobility plotting in the shadows, envious of the Targaryens' hold on power. Laenora ruled with fairness, but she was not blind to the dangers that lurked beneath the surface. She knew that her family's enemies would strike when the opportunity presented itself, and so she kept her dragon close, always ready to defend her people should the need arise. The moment of tragedy came during the Battle of Goldenglen, a conflict that began as a skirmish between the forces loyal to the crown and a rebellious faction of lords who had grown tired of Targaryen rule. Goldenglen was a small but strategic fortress located in the Reach, and when the rebel lords seized it, Laenora knew that she could not allow such defiance to go unchecked. She led her army into battle herself, riding atop Varian, her armor gleaming in the sunlight, her long silver hair flowing behind her like a banner of Valyrian fire. The battle began like so many others with the roar of dragonfire and the clash of steel. Varian's flames swept across the battlefield, turning the enemy's siege engines into smouldering ruins and scattering their foot soldiers like leaves in the wind. Laenora fought with the grace and precision of a seasoned warrior, cutting down her enemies with a single stroke of her blade. The rebels, faced with the might of a dragon and the ferocity of a queen, seemed to falter, their lines breaking as they fled from the heat of Varian's fire. But in their desperation, the rebel lords had prepared a trap, one designed not to defeat the queen's army, but to kill Laenora herself. As the battle raged, a group of archers hidden in the hills above the battlefield took aim at the queen. These archers had been armed with scorpion bolts, specially crafted weapons designed to pierce dragonhide. and they had been trained to strike at just the right moment. As Lenora guided Targaryen low over the battlefield, unleashing another torrent of flames, the archers let their bolts fly. One of the bolts struck Targaryen in the wing, tearing through the dragon's membrane and sending it spiraling toward the growing ground. The beast let out a deafening roar of pain, its fire sputtering as it crashed into the earth. Lenora, though unharmed by the fall, was thrown from her saddle, landing hard among the bodies of the slain. Before she could rise, the second wave of the trap was sprung. A group of enemy knights, hidden in the chaos of battle, charged toward her, their swords raised. So Leonora fought valiantly, cutting down several of her attackers. The numbers were against her. One by one the knights struck, and despite her skill, she was overwhelmed. The final blow came from behind, a sword thrust through her back, piercing her heart. The queen fell to her knees, blood staining her silver armor, her vision fading as the sounds of battle began to fade. Her last thoughts were of her dragon, a Targaryen, who had fought so bravely at her side. As Lenora's life ebbed away, Targaryen, still grounded and wounded, let out a cry that echoed across the battlefield. The dragon struggled to rise, its injured wing dragging behind it as it crawled toward its fallen rider. Those who witnessed the scene later said that Targaryen's movements were slow and deliberate, as though the great beast knew that its queen was dying and was powerless to save her. When the dragon reached Leonora's body, it curled its massive form around her, shielding her from the carnage of the ongoing battle. And then something extraordinary happened. The mighty Targaryen, the feared dragon whose flames had laid waste to entire armies, began to weep. So the dragon's eyes, glowing with the fire of its inner flame, filled with molten tears, liquid fire that fell from its eyes and hissed as it hit the ground. The tears did not scorch Leonora's body, nor did they burn the earth around her. Instead, they pooled around her, a circle of molten fire that seemed almost protective, as if Targaryen's grief was too powerful for the fire to harm her. The rebels, seeing the dragon's grief and sensing the shift in the battle, withdrew. Even the fiercest of them could not bring themselves to attack a dragon in mourning, and the sight of the weeping beast struck fear into their hearts. The queen's forces, emboldened by the sight of their fallen leader and her grieving dragon, rallied and drove the enemy from the field. When the battle was over, Leonora's body was recovered, still surrounded by the molten fire of Targaryen's tears. The people mourned her loss deeply, but none more than Targaryen. The dragon, refusing to leave the spot where Leonora had fallen, stayed by her side for days, its grief unrelenting. Some say that Targaryen's flames never burned as brightly again, that the dragon's fire had been dimmed by the loss of its rider. Others claimed that the beast's heart had been broken, and it was never the same after that day. How, in the years that followed, the tale of the weeping dragon became a story passed down through the generations, a symbol of the deep bond between dragon and rider. People of Westeros remembered Rhaenyra not just as a queen and warrior, but as a woman who had shared an unbreakable connection with her dragon, a bond so powerful that even death could not sever it. The molten tears of Targaryen, it was said, had been a final testament to that love, a reminder that even dragons could feel the sting of loss and the weight of grief. Targaryen, though wounded, lived for many years after the battle, but it never took another rider. The dragon flew alone through the skies of Westeros, its once brilliant fire now muted, its heart forever bound to the memory of the queen it had loved. Story 51. The Fall of Silverwing. The Targaryen dynasty is filled with tales of great dragons soaring high over the seven kingdoms, bringing both fear and awe to those who looked upon them. Among these legendary beasts, one of the most revered was Silverwing, a dragon of beauty and grace, known for her gleaming silver scales that shimmered like moonlight on water. Silverwing was bonded to Queen Alysanne Targaryen, the beloved wife of King Jaehaerys I, and together they flew across Westeros, cementing peace and stability in a realm often racked by conflict. But while Silverwing's early years were filled with triumph, her final flight was marked by mystery and tragedy, a flight that ended during a fierce and unnatural storm, shrouded in darkness and loss. Silverwing was hatched from one of the oldest dragon eggs kept in the vaults of Dragonstone, a direct descendant of the mighty dragons that had once flown over Valyria. From the moment she emerged from her egg, it was clear that she was no ordinary dragon. The scales were a radiant silver, a rare and beautiful coloring that set her apart from the darker and more fearsome beasts of her kin. Silverwing was no war dragon. Though she could be as fierce as any in battle, she was known instead for her gentleness, particularly when ridden by Queen Alysanne. Alysanne and Silverwing formed an unbreakable bond. Together they travelled the length and breadth of Westeros, with Alysanne using her dragon to foster goodwill among the lords and small folk alike. Silverwing, with her dazzling appearance and calm demeanour, became a symbol of hope and peace. The people adored Alysanne, calling her the Good Queen, and they revered Silverwing almost as much as they did her rider. It was said that when Silverwing flew overhead, the clouds seemed to part and the sun would shine down upon the realm. But as time passed, the Targaryen dynasty began to change, and so too did Silverwing's fate. After Queen Alysanne's death, Silverwing, heartbroken and alone, no longer soared through the skies with the same joy and freedom. She remained at Dragonstone hunted to a new rider, for no one dared claim the dragon were badied as such a revered queen. Silverwing's once brilliant flights became rarer, and the dragon's fiery spirit seemed to diminish with the loss of Alysanne. Then came the fateful night years after Alysanne's death, when Silverwing took her final flight. It was a stormy evening, and the skies above Dragonstone were thick with dark, roiling clouds. The sea raged below, and the wind howled through the cliffs, but the storm was no ordinary one. Some whispered that it had come from beyond the shivering sea, from the lands of always winter, or that it had been conjured by dark forces unknown. Whatever the cause, the storm was fierce, and the skies seemed to rage with a fury unlike anything seen before. Despite the dangers, Silverwing took to the air that night. Some say she flew because she could no longer bear the sorrow of being earthbound without a Leanne. Others believe that the storm itself called to her, as though the winds carried whispers only a dragon could hear. Whatever the reason, Silverwing soared into the storm, her silver scales flashing against the black clouds, her wings beating furiously against the gale. The people of Dragonstone watched in awe and fear as the great dragon disappeared into the tempest. Lightning cracked across the sky, illuminating Silverwing's silhouette as she flew higher and higher, seemingly trying to outrun the storm's fury. The wind grew stronger, and the sea below churned with waves that crashed against the rocks like the hammer blows of a god. Thunder boomed, drowning out the roar of the dragon, and the sky became a chaotic swirl of darkness and light. Silverwing fought against the storm, her powerful wings carrying her above the clouds. Where the sky was clearer, that the storm followed, unnatural in its persistence, as though it was determined to bring the dragon down. Those watching from the ground saw the dragon twist and turn in the air, struggling to maintain a flight. More than once it seemed as though Silverwing would be lost to the storm's might, but each time she regained her balance, pushing forward with a determination that defied the elements. To then, just as hope began to flicker that the dragon would survive the storm, the skies above Dragonstone erupted in a blinding flash of lightning. A bolt, brighter than any that had come before, struck Silverwing mid-flight. The dragon let out a piercing, heart-wrenching scream that echoed through the storm, a sound so powerful and full of sorrow that it could be heard even above the howling winds. A flash illuminated the sky for miles, revealing Silverwing's massive form tumbling from the heavens, her wings aflame with molten fire. Silverwing fell, spiraling down toward the sea. The flames that had caught in her wings glowed like the dying embers of a great fire, trailing behind her as she plummeted toward the crashing waves below. In that moment the storm seemed to quiet, as though it had accomplished its terrible purpose. The people of Dragonstone watched in horror as Silverwing, once the pride of the Targaryen dynasty, crashed into the sea with a deafening roar. The impact sent waves surging toward the shore, and then all was silent. For hours the storm raged on, but no one saw Silverwing again. The dragon who had once flown so proudly beside Queen Alysanne was gone, swallowed by the sea and the storm that had taken her. When the storm finally passed, search parties were sent out to find Silverwing's body, but they found nothing. The sea, as if guarding a secret, had claimed her, leaving only the echoes of her final cry and the memory of her brilliant, fiery fall. In the days that followed, rumors spread throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Some said that the storm had been conjured by dark sorcery, that Silverwing had been lured into the skies by forces beyond human understanding. Others believed that the storm was the will of the gods, a final test of Silverwing's loyalty to her fallen queen, a test she had failed by succumbing to the elements. Still others whispered that Silverwing had not died at all, but had flown beyond the known world, seeking to join Alysanne in some distant, forgotten land where dragons and their riders are reunited after death. Yet there was something more. Those who served in the Red Keep began to notice a strange change in Aerys's behavior. He began to retreat from his public duties, spending long hours alone in his private chambers. Only a few were allowed into his presence during these times, his most trusted pyromancers, and a handful of loyal servants. These servants, who later fled King's Landing during Robert's rebellion, spoke of a peculiar object that the king had become fixated on, a dragon egg. According to the rumors, the egg was no ordinary relic. It was said to have been discovered deep within the vaults of the Red Keep, where it had been stored for generations, forgotten by all but the oldest Targaryens. The egg was ancient, its once brilliant scales dulled by time. yet it still seemed to pulse with a faint, otherworldly energy. Aerys, upon discovering the egg, became convinced that it held the secret to hatching a new dragon, a dragon that would secure his rule and ensure the Targaryen dynasty's eternal dominance over Westeros. The egg, however, was cold and lifeless. No matter how much heat or flame was applied to it, the dragon inside remained dormant. This, according to the tale, drove Aerys deeper into his madness. He became obsessed with the idea that his blood alone was the key to awakening the dragon, that the flames of Valyria still burned in his veins and could bring forth the beast within the egg. He began carrying the egg with him everywhere, clutching it close as if it were his most prized possession. Those who saw him during this time described him as a man possessed, his wild eyes fixated on the egg, as though it spoke to him in whispers only he could hear. Some say that Aerys believed the dragon inside the egg was not just any dragon, but the reincarnation of Balerion the Black Dread, the most fearsome dragon ever to have flown over Westeros. He spoke of Balerion's return with a feverish intensity, insisting that the great black dragon would rise again to scorch his enemies and restore the Targaryen name to glory. This belief fed into his growing paranoia. He came to see betrayal in every corner, fearing that his enemies, both real and imagined, were conspiring to steal the egg from him and deny him his destiny. Aerys' obsession with the egg soon influenced every aspect of his rule. He ordered the construction of more wildfire caches beneath King's Landing, preparing to burn the city to the ground should he ever be overthrown. He believed that in the midst of the flames the dragon egg would hatch and the fire-born dragon would emerge to protect him. His descent into madness became more pronounced with each passing day. His closest advisors, even his own hand, Tywin Lannister, could do nothing to quell his growing insanity. The king's once fearsome presence became a shadow of its former self, consumed by his delusions and the egg that never left his side. The Queen Rhaella Targaryen grew increasingly concerned for her husband's mental state, though she was powerless to stop him. She too had heard the stories of the dragon egg, but to her it was merely another sign of Aerys' crumbling mind. She worried for their son Rhaegar, who, though distant from his father's madness, was the rightful heir to the throne, and would one day have to deal with the consequences of Aerys' actions. Rhaella urged her son to stay away from King's Landing as much as possible, hoping to shield him from his father's growing instability. One of the most chilling aspects of the tale is the belief that Aerys began to perform strange rituals with the egg. Servants who escaped King's Landing spoke of the king locking himself in his chambers for hours, murmuring incantations in the old Valyrian tongue, his hands pressed to the egg, as though trying to commune with whatever creature lay dormant within. Some whispered that Aerys had begun to dabble in blood magic, using his own blood to anoint the egg, hoping that the sacrifice of royal blood would be enough to stir the dragon awake. As Robert's rebellion broke out and the armies of the Baratheon Starks and Arryns marched on King's Landing, Aerys' obsession with the egg reached its peak. He refused to listen to reason, convinced that the dragon inside would awaken in time to save him and destroy his enemies. When Robert Baratheon's forces neared the capital, Aerys gave the fateful order to ignite the wildfire stored beneath the city. Yet he believed that by engulfing King's Landing in flames, the egg would finally hatch and his dragon would rise from the ashes. But as history remembers, that day never came. Before the wildfire could be unleashed, Jaime Lannister, one of Aerys' own Kingsguard, killed him in the throne room, ending the Mad King's reign and sparing the city from the fiery inferno he had planned. When Jaime found Aerys, the dragon egg was clutched tightly in the king's arms, his fingers stained with blood. It was said that even in death, Aerys' grip on the egg could not be loosened, and it had to be pried from his cold, lifeless hands. The fate of the dragon egg remains a mystery. Some say it was lost in the chaos of the sack of King's Landing, taken by looters, or destroyed in the fires that raged through the Red Keep. Others believe it was hidden away, perhaps taken by one of the few Targaryens who survived the rebellion. Yet, for all the mystery surrounding the egg, one thing is certain. It was the final obsession of a king driven mad by the ghosts of his family's past, a relic of a time when dragons ruled the skies, and a symbol of the power Aerys so desperately sought to reclaim but never could. And so, the tale of the secret of Aerys I became a forgotten story, buried beneath the more infamous accounts of the Mad King's reign. But among those who still remember, it is said that somewhere, in the ruins of the Red Keep, or perhaps far beyond the seas, the dragon egg still lies, waiting for the day when it might finally hatch and fulfill the dark dreams of the king, who went to his grave believing in its power. Story 49. The Dragon Queen of a Sea. Among the many legends that surround House Targaryen, there are few tales as enigmatic or as steeped in shadow as that of the Dragon Queen of Asshai. It is a story told in whispers, rarely mentioned in the halls of King's Landing or Dragonstone, and almost entirely forgotten in the official histories. Yet in the distant and mysterious lands of Essos, where magic and prophecy still hold sway, the tale of a Targaryen princess who journeyed to Asshai and communed with ancient fire gods is still remembered, a tale of ambition, power, and the dark secrets that lurk at the edge of the known world. The princess in question was named Daenys Targaryen, though she is often confused with Daenys the Dreamer, the visionary who foresaw the doom of Valyria. This Daenys lived generations later during the reign of Aegon I's successors. She was not in line for the Iron Throne, but her blood was that of dragons, and from a young age she displayed a deep and almost unsettling fascination with fire. Unlike her brothers and sisters, who reveled in the glory of riding dragons and ruling over the 7 kingdoms, Daenys sought something more, a knowledge that went beyond the physical power of fire-breathing beasts. She was drawn to the idea that fire itself was a source of magic, a force that could shape not just the world, but the fate of men. As a child, Daenys would spend hours in the libraries of Dragonstone, poring over ancient Valyrian texts, reading the histories of old Valyria and the sorcerers who had ruled before the Targaryens fled to Westeros. She was particularly intrigued by the forbidden stories of Asshai, the fabled city at the edge of the known world. Asshai was said to be a place of shadows where dark magic thrived, and where sorcerers and shadowbinders held sway. It was also a place that few dared to go, for the streets of Asshai were said to be haunted by the ghosts of forgotten gods, and its waters tainted by blackened flames. Daenys, however, was not deterred by these warnings. In fact, they only fueled her curiosity. As she grew older, her obsession with fire and its mysteries deepened. She began to have strange dreams, visions of a great flame that spoke in a language she could not understand, but which filled her with both fear and longing. The dreams were vivid, terrifying and seductive, and Daenerys became convinced that they were more than just dreams. They were a call, an invitation to discover the true nature of fire and perhaps to unlock powers beyond anything her family had ever known. Against the wishes of her family, Daenerys set sail for Essos, travelling farther east than any Targaryen had before. The journey took her across the narrow sea, through the free cities, and past the Dothraki Sea, until finally she reached Asshai, the city at the end of the world. Asshai was everything the stories had said it would be: dark, silent, and unsettling. Its towering buildings, carved from black stone, loomed over the narrow streets, casting long shadows that seemed to move with a life of their own. The river, known as the Ash, was black and oily, its waters thick with the residue of unknown magic. But it was not the city itself that drew Daenerys, it was what lay beyond it. The people of Asshai were strange and secretive, and they spoke of a place even more mysterious than the city, the Shadowlands, where the fire gods of old were said to dwell, their power undiminished by time. These gods, they whispered, were beings of pure flame, capable of granting great power to those who could survive their trials. Many had ventured into the Shadowlands seeking their favor, but few had ever returned. Daenerys was undeterred. She sought out the Shadowbinders of Asshai, those who were rumored to possess knowledge of these gods, and begged them to take her beyond the city's walls, into the heart of the Shadow. At first they refused, warning her that the Shadow was a place of death, where even the strongest could be consumed by the darkness. But Daenerys was persistent, and eventually a Shadowbinder known only as Loras agreed to guide her. Loras was a mysterious figure, shrouded in red and black robes, her face hidden behind a veil. She claimed to know the ancient ways of fire, ways that had been forgotten even by the Targaryens, and she promised Daenerys that, if she was strong enough, she could unlock the secrets of the fire gods. Together they ventured into the Shadowlands, a place where the very air seemed thick with ash, and the sky was forever dark. The land was desolate, filled with jagged rocks and the remnants of ancient, forgotten temples. It was here, Loras said, that the fire gods dwelled, and it was here that Daenerys would find her answers. For days they travelled through the wasteland, until they reached a vast chasm filled with flames. The fire here was unlike anything Daenerys had ever seen, black as night, yet burning hotter than any flame. Loras told her that this was the heart of the fire god's domain, and if Daenerys wished to commune with them, she would have to enter the flames. Without hesitation, Daenerys stepped into the fire. What happened next has been lost to time, but the stories say that Daenerys did not burn. Instead, she emerged from the flames transformed. Her silver hair, once the pride of her Valyrian bloodline, had turned black, and her eyes, once the deep violet of her ancestors, now burned with an inner fire. Raz, the Shadowbinder, bowed before her, calling her the Dragon Queen of Asshai, and proclaiming that she had been reborn in the fire god's image. When Daenerys returned to Asshai, she was no longer the curious princess who had set out from Westeros. She was something more, something both terrifying and awe-inspiring. She had gained knowledge that no one else possessed, and with it she claimed to have unlocked the true nature of fire. Some say she could summon flames with a single word, that the fire obeyed her will as if it were a living thing. Others claim that she had learned to control shadow as well, bending the darkness to her will. But whatever power she had gained, it came at a price. Daenerys was no longer fully human. A time in the shadow had marked her, and she was forever changed. Stories of the Dragon Queen of Ashay spread through the east, though few dared speak of her in Westeros. Some said she had become a queen in her own right, ruling over a secret kingdom in the Shadowlands. Others believed that she had gone mad, consumed by the very fire she sought to control. But one thing was certain: Daenerys Targaryen had ventured into the heart of darkness and returned with a power that no one could fully comprehend. In the years that followed, the Targaryens who remained in Westeros tried to forget the story of Daenerys and her journey to Ashay. But the legend persisted, whispered by those who believed that the knowledge she had gained could one day return, perhaps in the form of a new dragon queen, one who would wield both fire and shadow to reshape the world. For the fire gods of Ashay were not easily forgotten, and their flame, once ignited, would burn forever in the hearts of those bold enough to seek their power. Thus the tale of the Dragon Queen of Ashay remains a mystery, a dark and foreboding legend of a Targaryen princess who went in search of the fire gods, and returned with the knowledge to command them, knowledge that, even in the hands of a dragon, was more dangerous than anyone could have imagined. The truth of Silverwing's final flight remains a mystery, but her loss was felt deeply by the Targaryens, and by all who had known the dragon. Queen Alysanne had been beloved, and Silverwing had been her constant companion, a symbol of peace and strength. With the dragon's fall, it seemed as though part of that legacy had been lost forever. In the years that followed, the tale of the fall of Silverwing became a cautionary story, told in hushed voices in the halls of Dragonstone and the Red Keep. It was a reminder of the fragility of even the mightiest dragons, and of the mysteries that still lay beyond the reach of men and their fire-breathing companions. Silverwing, the dragon who had once been a symbol of light and hope, had been claimed by the darkness, leaving behind only the memory of her silver scales and the tragic beauty of her last, fateful flight. Story 52. The Dragonstone Oracle. The Targaryens were a house bound to fire and blood, their legacy tied inexorably to the dragons that once soared through the skies of Westeros. But in the shadows of their history, there are stories of darker omens, of fates foretold and destinies twisted by prophecy. One such tale, often whispered among the maesters and hidden in the dustiest corners of Dragonstone's libraries, is that of the Dragonstone Oracle, a forgotten king who sought out forbidden knowledge and was driven to madness by the prophecy he uncovered. The king's name was Gaemon Targaryen, a ruler whose reign fell in the long centuries between the conquest and the dance of the dragons. He was not remembered for conquest or wisdom, but for the strange and tragic events that marked the end of his rule. Gaemon was the second son of a minor Targaryen prince, never intended for the throne, but fate saw him crowned after his older brother's untimely death during a hunting accident. Though unprepared for kingship, Gaiman was determined to prove himself worthy of the Iron Throne. But where other kings sought glory through strength, Gaiman's mind was drawn to the mysteries of the world, to the forgotten magics and the whispered secrets of his Valyrian ancestors. Gaiman had always been a strange and introspective man, fascinated by the ancient texts that told of Valyria's fall and the prophecies that had haunted his house for generations. His obsession with the unseen forces that shaped the world grew over the years, and he often spoke of destiny and fate as though they were living things guiding his every step. The dragons, too, were a fixation for him, not just as symbols of power, but as creatures tied to something greater, something beyond the understanding of even the wisest maesters. But it was this obsession that led Gaiman to seek out the Oracle of Dragonstone, a forgotten seer whose name had long since been lost to history. The Oracle was said to dwell in the deepest, most ancient caverns beneath Dragonstone, a place where even the Targaryens rarely ventured. According to legend, the Oracle was a figure older than the Targaryen conquest of Westeros, perhaps even older than Valyria itself, a being who could see the future, but whose visions came at a terrible price. The existence of the Oracle had been known to only a few within the Targaryen bloodline, passed down from king to king in hushed tones, for the power of prophecy was something the house feared as much as it respected. The Oracle's prophecies were never wrong, but they were often cruel, their truth revealed only through suffering. Many Targaryen rulers had chosen to ignore the old tales, preferring to forge their own destinies rather than risk being enslaved by prophecy. But Gaiman, in his endless search for understanding, could not resist. One cold and stormy night, when the skies above Dragonstone were lit by flashes of lightning and the sea below roared with fury, Gaiman descended into the cowls of the castle. Alone, carrying only a torch and the weight of his curiosity, he walked through the dark, twisting tunnels that led beneath Dragonstone to a place where even the strongest of his ancestors had feared to tread. The air grew colder as he went deeper, and the walls of the cave seemed to close in around him, like the jaws of some ancient beast. At last he reached a small, hidden chamber carved from the black stone that gave the island its name. In the center of the chamber sat the Oracle, a figure shrouded in darkness, their face obscured by a heavy hood. Gaiman could not tell if the Oracle was a man or a woman, or something else entirely, so the air around the Oracle was thick with an unnatural energy, and the flickering light of Gaiman's torch barely penetrated the gloom. The walls of the chamber were covered in strange markings, runes and symbols that Gaiman did not recognize, even after years of studying the Valyrian glyphs. The Oracle spoke without looking up, their voice a low, rasping whisper that seemed to echo off the walls. They asked Gaiman why he had come, though it was clear they already knew. The king, his heart pounding in his chest, explained that he sought knowledge of his fate, of the fate of his house. He wished to know whether the Targaryen legacy would endure, whether his children and their children would continue to rule Westeros, or whether his line would fall as Valyria had before. The Oracle remained silent for a long moment, and Gaiman began to wonder if he had made a terrible mistake. But then the Oracle raised their head, revealing eyes that glowed faintly in the darkness like embers from a long dead fire. They told Gaiman that the future was not a single path, but a web of possibilities, each thread leading to a different outcome. But for the Targaryens, there was one prophecy that could not be avoided, one fate that had been sealed the moment they fled Valyria and brought their dragons to Westeros. The oracle spoke of the blood of dragons, a line destined to rule and destined to fall, consumed by the same fire that had once made them great. They spoke of a doom that would come not from without, but from within, a civil war that would tear the Targaryen family apart, pitting brother against sister, dragon against dragon. They told Gaiman that the Iron Throne itself was a curse, forged from the swords of conquered enemies and drenched in blood, a seat of power that would destroy any who sought to hold it too long. But there was more. The oracle revealed a vision of the end, an end not just for the Targaryens but for all of Westeros. They spoke of a great darkness rising from the north, a cold and terrible force that would sweep across the land, threatening to extinguish all life. And at the heart of this darkness, there would be a song of ice and fire, a battle between light and shadow that would decide the fate of the world. The Targaryens, they said, had a role to play in this final battle, but whether they would stand as heroes or as villains, saviors or destroyers, was still unclear. Gaiman listened in stunned silence as the oracle's words echoed in his mind. The weight of the prophecy pressed down on him like a physical burden, and he felt as though the walls of the chamber were closing in around him. He had come seeking knowledge, but what he had found was a vision of doom, one that would haunt him for the rest of his life. When Gaiman emerged from the caves beneath Dragonstone, he was a changed man. The once curious king, eager to learn the secrets of the world, had become consumed by the prophecy he had heard. He could think of nothing else. The words of the oracle replayed in his mind day and night, and he began to see signs of the coming doom everywhere he looked. I grew paranoid, convinced that his own family was plotting against him, that the civil war foretold by the oracle would soon begin. In his madness, Gaiman ordered the construction of new dungeons beneath Dragonstone, where he imprisoned his own kin, believing them to be threats to his rule. He became obsessed with the idea of preventing the prophecy, though the oracle had warned him that it could not be stopped. His dragon Myraces, once a loyal and noble beast, became a weapon of fear. Its fire used to burn those Gaiman suspected of treachery. But no matter what he did, the prophecy continued to gnaw at him. He saw visions in his sleep, visions of dragons falling from the sky, of blood pouring across the Iron Throne. His court began to fear him, whispering that the king had gone mad, and soon even his closest advisors abandoned him. In the end, Gaiman died alone, consumed by the madness that had taken root in his soul the night he visited the oracle. His reign was forgotten, his name erased from the official histories, as later Targaryens sought to distance themselves from the mad king who had tried to defy prophecy. But the tale of the Dragonstone oracle endured, passed down in secret by those who still remembered the dark warnings that had been given that stormy night beneath the castle. And so the prophecy remained, a shadow hanging over House Targaryen, a reminder that even dragons cannot escape their fate, no matter how hard they try. Story 53. The Dragon Who Fled. In the long and turbulent history of the Targaryens, Dragons were known for their loyalty to their riders. They fought beside their masters in battle, burning enemies and armies alike with torrents of fire, and were seen as the ultimate symbol of power and dominance. However, there exists one dark tale, whispered in the shadows of Dragonstone, about a dragon that broke this sacred bond, a dragon that fled in the face of battle, abandoning its rider to die. This is the story of the dragon who fled, and the curse that haunted it thereafter. The dragon in question was named Elrion, a magnificent creature, with scales the color of burnished bronze and eyes that gleamed like molten gold. Elrion had been hatched during the reign of King Daeron II, a period of relative peace for the Targaryens. So the dragon was bonded to Prince Aerion Targaryen, a fierce and ambitious young man with a reputation for both his skill in battle and his fiery temper. Aerion, known among his peers as Aerion Brightflame for his reckless and often violent nature, was a man who saw himself as destined for greatness, and Aelrion, his dragon, was the key to fulfilling that destiny. Aerion believed in the old Valyrian way as the idea that dragons were not just tools of war, but the embodiment of Targaryen supremacy. He trained Aelrion to be a fierce and merciless creature, often flying the dragon high above the skies of King's Landing, reminding the people of the tower the Targaryens still held. Aelrion was larger and stronger than many of the younger dragons of the era, and Aerion was confident that, in battle, they would be unstoppable. The prince often boasted that he and Aelrion were invincible, that no foe could withstand their combined might. But Aerion's arrogance would be his undoing. His ambition and hunger for glory led him to seek out dangerous conflicts, hoping to carve his name into the annals of history as one of the greatest dragon riders of his time. When the Second Blackfire Rebellion erupted, a war that pitted the Targaryens against the pretenders who sought to take the Iron Throne, Aerion saw his chance. He was eager to prove himself on the battlefield, to destroy the traitors who dared challenge his family's rule. The Blackfires were formidable enemies, descendants of a bastard line of House Targaryen, who had long coveted the Iron Throne, and their forces were well trained and well equipped. The decisive battle took place on the open fields near the Redgrass Plain, a site that would later become infamous for its bloodshed. The Targaryen forces, bolstered by dragons, met the Blackfire rebels in a brutal clash that would determine the fate of the rebellion. Aerion, riding high upon Elrion, soared over the battlefield, his heart racing with anticipation. He could see the banners of the enemy fluttering in the wind, and the sight of the Blackfire dragon sigils filled him with rage. He ordered Aerion to descend, eager to unleash the dragon's fire on the traitors below. But as they descended, something strange happened. Aerion, who had always been obedient and aggressive in battle, hesitated. The dragon, instead of diving toward the enemy, pulled back, its wings beating uncertainly. Aerion, confused and angry, shouted commands, urging his dragon forward, but Aerion refused to obey. The mighty beast hovered above the battlefield, its golden eyes scanning the scene below, and for the first time Aerion felt a tremor of fear. He could not understand what was happening, why his dragon, his powerful, loyal companion, was faltering at such a crucial moment. The battle raged below them, the sounds of clashing steel, and the screams of the dying rising up from the ground like a terrible symphony. The black fires were gaining ground, their forces pushing the Targaryens back. Aurion, desperate to turn the tide, once again ordered Aurion to attack. But instead of responding, Aurion let out a low, rumbling growl and began to rise higher into the sky, retreating from the battle. Panic seized Aurion. He could feel the shame and humiliation burning in his chest as he realized what was happening. His dragon was fleeing. Aurion, the great bronze beast that had once struck fear into the hearts of men, was abandoning the fight, abandoning him. Desperately, Aurion pulled on the reins, cursing and shouting at the dragon, but it was no use. Aurion ascended higher and higher, the battlefield growing smaller beneath them, until finally, with a powerful beat of its wings, the dragon turned and flew away from the battle entirely. Below, the Targaryen forces were in disarray. Without the support of Aurion's fire, the Blackfire rebels pressed their advantage, and the tide of battle shifted decisively in their favor. Aurion, abandoned by his dragon, was left helpless in the sky, forced to watch as his comrades were cut down and his family's forces crumbled. But it was Aurion's own fate that was sealed that day. A Blackfire archer, spotting the lone rider above, took aim with a scorpion, a massive crossbow designed to kill dragons. The bolt flew true, striking Aurion in the chest and throwing him from his saddle. His body tumbled through the air, and he fell to the ground with a sickening thud, his lifeless form landing among the bodies of the slain. Aurion, sensing its rider's death, let out a mournful roar that echoed across the battlefield, but it did not turn back. The dragon flew away, disappearing into the distance, leaving behind the chaos and destruction of the war. In the years that followed, Aurion was never seen again, and rumors of the dragon's flight spread throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Some said that the dragon had been cursed, doomed to wander the skies alone for abandoning its rider. Others whispered that Aurion had been struck by a terrible madness, a fear so great that even the bond between dragon and rider had been shattered. The Targaryens, ashamed of the dragon's failure, erased Aurion's story from their official histories, refusing to speak of the dragon who had fled. But the curse that followed Aurion was not one that could be so easily forgotten. It was said that the dragon was never able to bond with another rider, that it flew aimlessly over the lands of Westeros and Essos, its great wings casting a shadow over villages and towns. Wherever Aurion went, storms seemed to follow. Terrible winds and rains that battered the land as though the very sky wept for the dragon's betrayal. There were stories of sailors who claimed to have seen the dragon flying over the seas, its bronze scales glinting in the moonlight, and of travelers who swore they heard its mournful cries echoing through the mountains. But no one ever dared approach the dragon, for they believed it to be cursed, a creature marked by its cowardice. The legacy of Aurion became a dark and cautionary tale, a reminder that even the mightiest of dragons could falter, and that the bond between rider and dragon was one that, once broken, could never be restored. And so, the tale of the dragon who fled became one of the forgotten stories of House Targaryen, a symbol of shame and loss, hidden away in the dark corners of Dragonstone's history. But in the distant lands where Elrond still roamed, the dragon's sorrow and guilt lingered, a testament to the power of fear and the curse that follows those who flee from fate. Story 54. The Stormborn Legend. In the chronicles of Westeros there are few figures as captivating and divisive as Daenerys Targaryen, the last known heir of the Targaryen dynasty and the woman who would one day be called Mother of Dragons. The story, intertwined with both the legacy of her ancestors and the fate of Westeros itself, began with a storm so fierce and relentless that it was whispered to be an omen, foretelling both greatness and destruction for the Targaryen line. The legend of her birth and the storm that surrounded it would come to be known as the Stormborn Legend. There was the final days of Robert's Rebellion, a bloody conflict that saw the overthrow of the Targaryen dynasty after nearly 3 centuries of rule. King Aerys II, known to history as the Mad King, had been slain, and the Targaryens, once the mightiest house in Westeros, were hunted down and slaughtered. Rhaegar Targaryen, the crown prince, had fallen in battle, and his children had been brutally murdered in King's Landing. Only a few scattered remnants of the family remained, and among them was Queen Rhaella, the widow of Varys, who had fled across the narrow sea to Dragonstone with her young son Viserys, her hopes resting on the child still growing in her womb. The storm that struck Dragonstone on the night of Daenerys' birth was unlike anything the island had ever seen. The sky was a mass of black, churning clouds, and the wind howled through the halls of the ancient Targaryen stronghold, rattling windows and tearing at the banners that hung from the stone walls. Waves crashed against the cliffs, so powerful that they sent sprays of seawater over the battlements. It was as if the very gods had turned their fury on the last remnants of the Targaryen line, determined to wade with the storm's relentless rage. Rhaella labored through the night as the storm raged on, her body racked with pain and exhaustion. The maids whispered prayers to the Seven, but Rhaella's thoughts were far from the gods of Westeros. In her heart she clung to the ancient Valyrian traditions, praying instead to the old gods of her ancestors, calling upon the blood of dragons that still ran through her veins to protect her unborn child. As the storm's fury grew, Rhaella's cries echoed through the stone halls, mixing with the thunder that shook the castle to its very foundations. And then, at the height of the storm, Daenerys was born. The maids who attended the birth would later speak of the moment with a mixture of awe and fear. As the child drew her first breath, a great flash of lightning lit up the sky, illuminating Dragonstone as if it were daylight. The thunder that followed was so loud, it seemed as though the very walls of the castle might crumble beneath its force. The storm outside reached its peak, and the winds, which had been raging for hours, suddenly fell silent, as if the elements themselves had paused to acknowledge the birth of the last Targaryen heir. Queen Rhaella, weak and fading, looked upon her daughter for the first and last time, whispering the name Daenerys before slipping into the darkness of death. In her final moments she believed that the storm had been a sign that her daughter would grow to reclaim the Targaryen legacy, that the blood of the dragon still had a destiny to fulfill. But the storm's wrath was not merely seen as a portent of power. For those who had witnessed the fall of the Targaryen dynasty, the storm was a symbol of something darker, something more ominous. The death of the Mad King had brought an end to an era of madness and bloodshed, but in Daenerys' birth, some saw the potential for that madness to return. The storm was not just a sign of a ruler born for greatness, it was a warning that the Targaryen line, steeped in fire and blood, might bring destruction to the world once again. Storm that had battered Dragonstone did not relent even after Daenerys' birth. Ships in the harbour were smashed against the rocks, and men who had fought in Robert's rebellion whispered that the Targaryens were cursed, that the dragons come gone from the world had left behind only the chaos of their bloodline. Those who had survived the rebellion spoke of the Stormborn child with dread, fearing that she would carry the same madness that had driven her father to burn his enemies alive. In the years that followed, the legend of Daenerys Stormborn grew. She and her brother Viserys were smuggled to safety across the narrow sea, where they lived in exile, far from the land of their birth. But even in the free cities of Essos, the story of her birth persisted. Merchants and sailors who had visited Dragonstone spoke of the storm that had torn through the island, of the way the sea itself had seemed to rise up against the Targaryens, only to fall silent at the moment of Daenerys' birth. In taverns and marketplaces, the whispers spread. Daenerys Targaryen was born to a storm, and her fate, whatever it might be, would be as powerful and unpredictable as the winds that had howled the night she came into the world. As Daenerys grew into a young woman, the prophecy surrounding her birth became both a burden and a source of hope. Her brother Viserys, obsessed with reclaiming the Iron Throne, often spoke of her as the key to their family's return to power. He believed that the storm had marked her for greatness, that she was destined to lead the Targaryens back to glory. Yet Daenerys, haunted by the weight of her family's history, could not shake the feeling that the storm had also been a warning, the sign that her path would be fraught with danger, and that the legacy she carried was not just one of power, but of destruction. The prophecy of the Stormborn was tested time and again as Daenerys' journey unfolded. From the moment she hatched her dragons in the funeral pyre of her husband, the world began to take notice of the last Targaryen. She was a ruler of fire, capable of great compassion and mercy, yet driven by the same bloodline that had brought ruin to her house. Her rise to power was meteoric, but with each victory came the shadow of her father's madness, the fear that the storm that had marked her birth would one day consume her. In the end, the legend of Daenerys Stormborn became both a prophecy fulfilled and a curse realized. She brought dragons back into the world, claimed cities, and amassed armies, but as the storm had foretold, her journey also led to destruction. The storm that had signaled her birth was a reflection of the chaos she would bring, a tempest that would reshape Westeros and leave the realm forever changed. And so the tale of the Stormborn legend lived on, a story of a queen born in the midst of a tempest, destined for both greatness and ruin, her life shaped by the winds of fate that had howled on the night of her birth. Story 55. The Wings of Shadow. Among the many myths and legends that surround House Targaryen, there is one story whispered in dark corners of Dragonstone and passed down in the free cities of Essos, a tale so shrouded in mystery that even the Targaryens themselves sought to bury it. It is the legend of a dragon unlike any other, a beast known only as the Wings of Shadow, a dragon whose existence was half in this world and half in another, seen only at dusk, and written by a Targaryen exiled for practicing dark magic. This is a tale of power, betrayal, and forbidden sorcery, the story of a dragon that lived in the twilight, and the prince who was lost to the shadows. The legend begins with Maegor Targaryen, a prince born several generations after Aegon's conquest, during a time when the Targaryens had begun to lose some of their dragons. Maegor was not the heir to the Iron Throne, nor was he particularly loved by his family. While his brothers and sisters devoted themselves to courtly duties, diplomacy, and the art of ruling, Maegor pursued darker interests. From a young age he was fascinated by the old Valyrian sorceries that had been forbidden after the fall of the Freehold. He sought out ancient texts, hidden away in the deepest vaults of Dragonstone, and spent hours alone in the castle's darkest chambers, studying the forgotten arts of magic. Maegor's obsession with dark magic did not go unnoticed. His father, the king, was troubled by the boy's interest in things better left untouched, and he forbade Maegor from continuing his studies. But the young prince defied the king's orders, secretly delving deeper into his research. They were said to have consulted shadowbinders from Ashay, learned the secrets of blood magic from the Red Priests of Volantis, and even communed with creatures from beyond the known world. His ambition knew no bounds, and soon Maegor began to search for a way to bind these dark forces to the Targaryen bloodline. Which was during this time that Maegor discovered a forgotten dragon egg hidden deep beneath Dragonstone, a relic of the earliest Targaryen settlers. Unlike the other dragon eggs, this one was not black or red or green. Its shell was a deep, impenetrable black, so dark that it seemed to swallow light. The egg felt cold to the touch, as though it had been infused with a shadow that had long since drained the warmth from it. Maegor, intrigued by the egg's strange properties, took it for his own, believing that it held the key to unlocking the greatest of Valyrian powers, a dragon born not from fire but from darkness. Over the next several years, Maegor devoted himself entirely to the egg, using every spell and incantation he had learned in his travels. He was often seen walking through the halls of Dragonstone at dusk, clutching the egg and muttering words in the ancient Valyrian tongue, his pale face lit by the fading light of day. Those who encountered him in these moments spoke of an eerie feeling that followed him, as if a chill passed through the air wherever he went. Rumors began to spread that Maegor was dabbling in forces far beyond his control, and the court grew uneasy. One night, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the shadows of Dragonstone lengthened, and Maegor emerged from his chambers, holding the egg aloft. He walked to the edge of the cliffs overlooking the sea, where the wind howled and the waves crashed violently against the rocks below. It was there, at the hour of twilight, that Maegor called upon the forces he had learned to command. In a voice that echoed through the night, he spoke the ancient words of summoning, calling forth the dragon within the egg. The shadows around him seemed to shift and swirl, drawn to the egg as if they were living things. And then, in the dying light of dusk, the dragon hatched. But this was no ordinary dragon. Its scales were not the vibrant colors of fire-breathing beasts, nor did its eyes burn with the golden glow of Valyrian magic. Instead, the dragon's form was almost indistinct, its scales a deep, shadowy black that seemed to melt into the twilight around it. It moved silently, its massive wings stirring the air with barely a whisper. Those who claimed to have seen it that night spoke of a creature made of darkness itself, a dragon that appeared only in the fading light of dusk and vanished with the coming of night. Maegor named the dragon Umbrax, meaning shadow in the old Valyrian tongue. The bond between Maegor and Umbrax was unlike any other between dragon and rider. The dragon obeyed no one but Maegor, and it was said that the beast could pass unseen through the skies, a silent predator that struck fear into the hearts of those who knew of its existence. Wherever Umbrax flew, the shadows seemed to deepen, and a chill would follow in its wake, as if the very warmth of the world recoiled from the creature's presence. With Umbrax at his side, Maegor's power grew, but so too did the fear and mistrust of his family. The king, already uneasy with Maegor's dealings in dark magic, grew increasingly wary of his son's ambitions. Whispers circulated that Maegor was preparing to challenge his brother for the throne, using his dark dragon and forbidden magics to overthrow the royal family. The court, sensing the growing tension, began to fracture, with some fearing Maegor's shadowy power and others drawn to the promise of the strength he wielded. When the king finally confronted Maegor, demanding that he abandon his dark pursuits and relinquish his claim to Umbrax, the prince refused. Enraged by his father's threats, Maegor mounted Umbrax and fled Dragonstone under cover of dusk, disappearing into the shadowy skies. His exile was swift and absolute. Maegor was stripped of his titles. His name struck from the royal line, and any mention of his dark dragon was forbidden in the histories of House Targaryen. But Maegor did not disappear entirely. In the years that followed, rumors of Umbrax and its exiled rider spread across Essos and Westeros alike. Some claimed to have seen the shadowy dragon flying over the Dothraki Sea, its wings blotting out the stars as it passed. Others swore that Maegor had taken refuge in Ashay, where he continued to practice dark magic and build a following of those who sought to overthrow the Targaryen line. But wherever Maegor went, he remained a figure of fear and darkness, always seen at the edge of twilight, when the shadows were at their longest. The curse of Umbrax followed the dragon for the rest of its days. It was said that no fire could touch the creature, that it was immune to the very flame that had birthed the other dragons. But it was also said that Umbrax was bound to the shadows, unable to fully exist in the light of day. Wherever the dragon flew, it left behind a trail of despair, villages that fell into ruin, crops that withered, and men driven mad by the sight of the creature's ghostly form. Those who spoke of Maegor and Umbrax said that the bond between them was a curse, not a blessing, and that the dragon rider had sold his soul to the shadows in exchange for power. In time, Maegor and his shadowy dragon vanished from the world entirely, whether they died in some forgotten corner of the earth, or whether they still roam the skies at dusk. No one knows. But the legend of the Wings of Shadow endures, the story of a Targaryen prince who sought to wield the power of darkness itself and paid the price for it. Story 56. The Fall of Sunfire. Among the many dragons that soared through the skies during the Dance of the Dragons, none were as resplendent or as tragic as Sunfire the Golden, the dragon ridden by King Aegon II Targaryen. Sunfire, with his brilliant gold scales that shimmered like molten sunlight, was renowned for his beauty and power, embodying the majesty of House Targaryen. Yet his end was a far cry from the glory that had once defined him. The story of Sunfire's last battle is one of valor, desperation, and a mysterious series of events that led to his downfall, a defeat that continues to be debated by maesters and dragonlords alike. Sunfire had been a symbol of Aegon I's claim to the Iron Throne during the brutal civil war known as the Dance of the Dragons, a war that pitted Aegon against his half-sister, Rhaenyra Targaryen, in a struggle for the throne after the death of their father, Viserys I. As the conflict escalated, both sides unleashed their dragons in battle, turning the skies of Westeros into fields of fire and ash. Sunfire, with his golden scales and searing flame, had been instrumental in several key victories for Aegon. I had once been a mighty force on the battlefield, his fire so hot that it melted stone, and his wings carrying him across the skies like a golden storm. However, Sunfire's fate took a turn during the siege of Rook's Rest, a key stronghold held by supporters of Rhaenyra. Aegon I, eager to deal a decisive blow to his sister's forces, led an attack on the castle, hoping to capture it and solidify his hold on the region. But Rhaenyra's dragon, Meleys, ridden by Princess Rhaenys, was also present, and what began as a siege quickly turned into a deadly confrontation in the sky. Meleys, known as the Red Queen for her crimson scales, was older and more experienced than Sunfire, and in the ensuing battle she proved a formidable opponent. The fight between the two dragons was fierce. Meleys, with her speed and ferocity, struck first, ripping into Sunfire's wing with her claws. Sunfire retaliated with a blast of golden fire, but Meleys twisted in the air, dodging the flames and launching another attack. Aegon, despite his best efforts, was outmatched by the skill of Rhaenys and her dragon. Meleys tore into Sunfire's side, and in the chaos of the battle, both dragons plummeted from the sky, crashing into the ground below with a thunderous impact. When the dust settled, Rhaenys and Meleys were dead. Their bodies lay broken among the ruins of the battlefield, a testament to the terrible cost of the war. But Sunfire, though grievously wounded, survived. His wing was shattered, his scales torn and blackened by fire, and his once beautiful golden form was reduced to a mangled, bleeding wreck. Aegon I, too, survived, but he was severely injured, burned by the fire of Meleys and crippled from the fall. In the weeks that followed, Sunfire struggled to recover. He was moved to Dragonstone, the ancestral seat of the Targaryens, where he was kept under heavy guard as he slowly healed. But the damage had been severe. His wing never fully mended, and the dragon that had once soared high in the skies could no longer fly. Sunfire became a shadow of his former self, grounded and in constant pain. Despite this, His bond with Aegon remained strong, and the king, bedridden and bitter, took comfort in the presence of his wounded dragon. It was during this time that strange events began to occur. Sunfire, though unable to fly, had managed to escape his enclosure on more than one occasion. He would disappear for days at a time, only to be found miles away from Dragonstone, his body further battered and bloodied. No one knew where the dragon went, or how he managed to travel such distances, given his injuries, but each time he returned, he was in worse condition than before. The maesters tasked with tending to him could offer no explanation, and the mystery deepened as the dragon's health continued to deteriorate. The final battle that sealed Sunfire's fate came when the forces of Rhaenyra laid siege to Dragonstone. Aegon, still recovering from his wounds, could do little to defend the stronghold, and Sunfire, crippled and barely able to move, was in no condition to fight. Yet as the enemy forces closed in, Sunfire made one last desperate attempt to defend his king. The dragon, despite his broken wing and failing strength, dragged himself to the walls of Dragonstone. His once mighty roar, now hoarse and pained, echoed through the castle as he unleashed a torrent of golden flame at the attackers. But it was not enough. His flames, though still deadly, lacked the intensity they once had, and his movements were slow, hindered by his many wounds. The enemy archers took advantage of his vulnerability, loosing volley after volley of arrows at the weakened beast. It was then that something peculiar occurred. As Sunfire continued his desperate defense, he suddenly let out a shriek unlike any he had made before, a sound that was not one of pain but of terror. Witnesses later claimed that, in the midst of the battle, Sunfire seemed to be reacting to something that was not there, thrashing about wildly, as though fighting an invisible foe. His golden eyes, once filled with rage, now gleamed with fear, and his roars became frantic, as if he were calling out for help. Some believed that Sunfire was haunted by the ghost of Meleys, the dragon that had nearly killed him at Rook's Rest. Others thought that the injuries he had sustained had driven him mad, that the pain had finally overtaken his mind. But whatever the cause, Sunfire's erratic behavior left him vulnerable. The enemy forces pressed their attack, and before long the once great dragon was overwhelmed. His body, already ravaged by wounds and exhaustion, collapsed under the weight of his own agony. As his last breath escaped him, the dragon's brilliant golden scales, now darkened by blood and ash, seemed to lose their luster, fading into the shadow of death. Aegon, upon learning of Sunfire's death, was said to have wept for his dragon. Though the king had become a tyrant in his later years, his bond with Sunfire had been genuine, forged in battle and strengthened by the hardships they had endured together. The fall of Sunfire marked the end of an era, the symbol of the Targaryen dynasty's fading power, as the dragons that had once ruled the skies were now reduced to memories of fire and blood. The peculiar circumstances surrounding Sunfire's final moments have never been fully explained. Was the dragon truly haunted by the ghost of Meleys, or was his madness the result of his terrible injuries? Some believe that Sunfire's fate was a reflection of the madness that had consumed Aegon, that the dragon's death was a mirror of the king's own spiraling descent into tyranny and ruin. Druids see it as a tragic end for a creature once so full of life and majesty, brought low by the brutal reality of war. Regardless of the truth, the fall of Sunfire remains one of the most haunting tales of the Dance of the Dragons, a reminder that even the mightiest dragons, like the kings and queens who rode them, were not immune to the cruelty of fate. Sunfire's golden wings no longer grace the skies, but his legend endured, a story of beauty turned to ash, of power consumed by tragedy, and of a dragon whose final battle was as mysterious as it was heartbreaking. Story 57. The Ashes of Old Valyria. The Targaryens were the last of the Dragon Lords to survive the doom of Valyria, the catastrophic event that brought the once great empire to ruin. Centuries after their flight to Dragonstone, the Targaryens ruled Westeros with the might of their dragons, but the shadow of old Valyria lingered in their blood and dreams. Among the many tales of that ancient and forgotten land, one story stands out, a chilling folktale about a lost Targaryen prince who returned to the ruins of Valyria seeking forbidden power and never returned. His fate became the stuff of nightmares, a warning to those who dared to chase the lost glory of Valyria and the darkness that lay within its ashes. The prince's name was Vaelor Targaryen, a figure of both admiration and mystery, born several generations after the Targaryens established their rule over Westeros. Vaelor was not the heir to the throne, nor was he a man of politics or ambition. Instead, from a young age, he was fascinated with the stories of Valyria, the once great empire from which his family hailed. While his siblings studied statecraft and prepared to inherit their father's titles, Vaelor immersed himself in the ancient lore of Valyria, poring over forgotten tomes and scrolls kept in the libraries of Dragonstone and the Red Keep. His obsession grew as he learned about the rise and fall of the Freehold, its dragons, and its feared sorceries. Vaelor often spoke of Valyria with an intensity that unnerved those around him. He believed that the Targaryens had only a fraction of the power their ancestors once wielded, that the true strength of the Valyrians had been lost with the doom. He dreamed of returning to the ruins of his ancestral home, seeking the knowledge and magic that had been buried beneath the smoking mountains and blackened teas. His family, particularly his elder brother, the king, tried to dissuade him from this path. Valyria was a cursed place, they warned, a land haunted by the ghosts of its past, its skies filled with poisonous smoke and its waters boiling with fire. But Vaelor was not deterred. The ruins called to him, and he believed that within them lay the key to restoring the Targaryens to their former glory. As he grew older, Vaelor's obsession deepened. He became withdrawn, speaking less and spending long hours alone in his chambers. It was said that he began experimenting with old Valyrian magic, using spells and incantations he had learned from ancient texts. Strange sounds were heard coming from his rooms at night, whispers in an old and forgotten tongue. His eyes took on a distant, feverish glow, and some began to whisper that he had become touched by madness. But Vaelor did not care for the opinions of others. He knew what he wanted, and he believed that the answers lay in the ashes of Valyria. One day, without warning or permission from the king, Vaelor left Dragonstone. He took with him a small ship and a handful of loyal men, sailors who had followed him on many voyages across the narrow sea. His destination was clear. He was headed for Valyria, the place that had haunted his dreams for as long as he could remember. He sailed away in the dead of night, slipping into the darkness as quietly as a shadow. His departure was discovered the next morning, but by then it was too late. His ship had vanished into the mists, and none knew when or if he would return. The journey to Valyria was long and perilous. The waters surrounding the ruined land were treacherous, filled with strange currents and unpredictable storms. It was said that the air itself was toxic, and that ships that ventured too close would disappear without a trace, swallowed by the blackened seas. But Vaelor pressed on, driven by a force that seemed to defy reason. He believed that the lost magic of Valyria awaited him, and he was willing to risk everything to find it. When Vaelor and his men finally reached the shores of Valyria, they were greeted by a landscape of utter desolation. To the once great cities of the Targaryens had been reduced to smoking ruins, their towers and palaces crumbled to ash. The ground was scorched and blackened, and the air was thick with the stench of sulphur and death. Rivers of molten rock flowed through the valleys, and the skies above were dark and choked with ash. It was a hellish landscape, a place where life had been obliterated by the fury of the doom. But Vaelor was undeterred. He and his men ventured deeper into the ruins, navigating the twisted and broken remnants of Valyria's cities. The further they went, the more unnatural the land became. Strange shapes moved in the shadows, and whispers echoed through the crumbled streets, though no one could say where they came from. The men who had followed Vaelor began to lose their courage. Some claimed they saw ghostly figures wandering through the ruins, their eyes glowing with an unnatural light. Others spoke of hearing voices that promised power but filled them with an overwhelming dread. As they ventured deeper, Vaelor's men began to fall, one by one. Some succumbed to madness, driven insane by the sights and sounds of Valyria. Others simply disappeared, vanishing into the ruins without a trace. Vaelor pressed on, alone, driven by an unshakable belief that he was close to uncovering the secrets of his ancestors. He descended into the deepest parts of Valyria, places where even the dragons had once feared to tread. What he found there, no one knows, for Vaelor Targaryen was never seen again. The ship that had carried Vaelor and his men to Valyria returned months later, battered and empty, drifting into the harbour of Dragonstone, as if carried by some unseen force. The crew was gone, and the only signs of life were the eerie whispers that seemed to cling to the sails. The king ordered the ship burned, fearing that it carried some cursed count. In the years that followed, stories of Vaelor's fate spread across the realm. Some believed that he had perished in the depths of Valyria, consumed by the same magic that had destroyed the freehold. Others whispered that he had found what he was seeking, that he had uncovered the dark power of the Valyrians and had become something more than human, a creature of shadow and fire. It was said that on certain nights, when the moon was full and the wind blew in from the east, the outline of a great dragon could be seen in the sky above Dragonstone, its wings made of smoke and its eyes glowing with an eerie red light. The people of Westeros called it the ghost of Valyria, and they feared it was Vaelor returned from the dead to claim the power he had sought. The legend of the ashes of old Valyria became a warning to all who would seek the lost glory of the Valyrians. It was a tale of ambition and obsession, of a prince who dared to chase the forbidden magic of his ancestors and was lost to the darkness. To this day, the ruins of Valyria remain untouched, haunted by the ghosts of the past, and the name of Valar Targaryen is remembered only in whispers, a prince consumed by the ashes of his own legacy. Story 58. The Dragonborn Prince. In the annals of Targaryen history, tales of extraordinary births and omens abound, but none is as strange or as tragic as the story of the Dragonborn Prince. This prince, born with dragon-like features, was believed by many to be the living embodiment of the ancient bond between the Targaryens and their dragons. Yet with this great power came a terrible curse, a curse that foretold his death before he could ever fully realize his strength. The story of the Dragonborn Prince became both a symbol of the Targaryens' connection to their Valyrian past and a reminder of the fragility of life, even for those who carried the blood of dragons. The prince's name was Aerion Targaryen, born in the final years of King Daran the First's reign, a time when the Targaryens were beginning to face internal strife. Aerion was the second son of Prince Baelor Targaryen, a fierce warrior and devoted dragon rider. From the moment of his birth, Aerion's arrival was marked by signs that would make him the subject of legend. His mother, Lady Aelora Velaryon, went into labor during a night of fierce storms, when lightning danced across the skies of Dragonstone and the waves crashed violently against the castle's ancient walls. The midwives who attended the birth spoke of unnatural heat radiating from the child the moment he emerged into the world, as if he had been born in the heart of a dragon's fire. But it was not the storm or the heat that made Aerion's birth so unusual, it was the boy himself. When the midwives first laid eyes on him, they gasped in shock. Aerion was born with features that no human child should possess. His skin had an unusual sheen, almost like scales in the flickering torchlight, and his eyes were not the pale violet common to the Targaryens, but a deep, molten gold. His hair was silver white, but it grew in strange, wispy patches, giving him an otherworldly appearance. Most striking of all, his fingers and toes were tipped with sharp, curved nails more like the talons of a dragon than those of a human child. Rumors spread quickly through Dragonstone and across the narrow sea to King's Landing. The Targaryen prince had given birth to a dragon child, some said a creature touched by the magic of old Valyria. Others whispered that the birth was an ill omen, the sign that the blood of dragons had become too strong, and that the curse of Valyria was taking its toll on the Targaryen line. But Aerion's parents, Prince Baelor and Lady Aelora, refused to believe that their son was cursed. To them, Aerion was a miracle, a sign that the Targaryen connection to their ancient dragons was as strong as ever. As Aerion grew, it became clear that he was no ordinary child. From a young age he displayed incredible strength, far beyond that of other boys his age. He could lift objects that even grown men struggled to move, and his endurance was unmatched. His reflexes were sharp and quick, and there were moments when his family swore that they saw a flicker of fire in his golden eyes. His body, though small and slight, seemed to radiate heat, and those who touched his skin said it was always warm, as if he carried the fire of a dragon within him. Despite his physical gifts, Aerian's appearance continued to unsettle those around him. His strange, almost scaly skin became more pronounced as he grew, particularly along his back and arms, where faint ridges seemed to form, as if echoing the spines of a dragon. His fingers grew long and claw-like, and his golden eyes, though striking, made him seem more dragon than. The courtiers at Dragonstone began to avoid him, fearful of what he might become, and even his own siblings, who once played with him, began to keep their distance. As the years passed, Aerion became more isolated. He spent much of his time alone, wandering the halls of Dragonstone, or sitting by the sea, watching the dragons fly overhead. He had not yet bonded with a dragon of his own, though there were the whispers that no dragon would come to him, sensing the strangeness in his blood. But Aerion did not mind the solitude. He was content with his own company, finding solace in the roar of the waves and the crackle of the castle's great fires. But there was one shadow that loomed over Aerion's life, a prophecy spoken by a mysterious shadowbinder from Ashay, who had visited Dragonstone shortly after his birth. The shadowbinder had taken one look at the child, and declared that he was cursed, that though he possessed the strength of a dragon, his life would be short, and his death would come before he ever reached manhood. The shadowbinder's words had been dismissed at the time, but as Aerion grew and his strange features became more pronounced, the prophecy lingered in the minds of his family. By the time Aerion reached his 15th name day, the curse seemed ready to fulfill itself. Though he remained strong, his body began to show signs of illness. He grew feverish, often burning with an internal heat that no maester's salves could soothe. His breathing became laboured, and there were moments when he seemed to struggle just to stand. Despite his strength, it was clear that something was terribly wrong. His parents, desperate to save him, consulted every maester and healer they could find, but none could offer a cure for his strange affliction. It was during this time that Aerion made a decision that would seal his fate. Despite his weakened state, he climbed to the dragon pit Dragonstone, where the dragons roamed freely. He called out to them, his voice echoing through the stone halls, and for the first time one of the dragons, Galatox, a young but powerful beast with dark red scales, answered his call. The dragon approached him, and for a brief moment those who witnessed the scene believed that Aerion had bonded with the creature. But as Galatox came closer, something went wrong. The dragon reared back, its eyes wide with fear, and let out a deafening roar. Aerion, weakened by his illness, collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing in agony. The fire that had burned within him for so long seemed to consume him from the inside. His skin cracked, as if the heat within was trying to escape, and his golden eyes glazed over. In a matter of moments, Aerion's life flickered out, like a candle snuffed by the wind. The prophecy had come true. The dragon-born prince, with all his strength and strange power, had been cursed to die young. His body was laid to rest in the crypts of Dragonstone, though his legend would live on. Some believed that his death was a warning, that the Targaryen bloodline had become too close to the magic of dragons, and that Aerion's birth had been a sign of the family's downfall. Others saw him as a tragic figure, a boy born with the fire of a dragon, but unable to survive the weight of his own power. And so the tale of the dragonborn prince became a cautionary legend, a reminder of the fine line the Targaryens walked between man and beast, power and destruction. Targaryen, with his dragon-like features and cursed fate, was both a symbol of the Targaryen legacy and a warning of the dangers that came with the blood of dragons. Story 59. The Red Wedding of Dragons. In the shadowy history of the Targaryens, many events have been buried or lost to time, hidden beneath the weight of their more famous battles and conquests. Among these forgotten chapters is one of the darkest and most tragic tales ever whispered in the halls of Dragonstone and the Red Keep, the Red Wedding of Dragons. It was a night when celebration turned to slaughter, where treachery was answered not by steel, but by the fury of dragon fire. Though rarely spoken of, this massacre marked a turning point in Targaryen history, one that would never be recorded in the official annals, but whose legacy lingered in the fear and awe surrounding the Targaryen name. The event took place during the reign of King Aegon III, known as Aegon the Dragonbane, a ruler whose relationship with dragons was fraught with tragedy. Aegon had been a child when he witnessed the death of the last dragon in Westeros, and the trauma of that event had left him with a deep fear and mistrust of the creatures his family had once controlled. However, it was not Aegon's fear of dragons that set the stage for the infamous night of betrayal, but the ambition of his younger brother, Prince Maelor Targaryen. Maelor was everything Aegon was not, charming, bold, and charismatic. He was beloved by the court and seen by many as the true embodiment of Targaryen power. While Aegon ruled with caution, Maelor sought to restore the might and glory of their ancestors. He believed that the Targaryen line had grown too soft, too reliant on politics and alliances. Maelor longed for a time when dragons once again flew over the skies of Westeros, a time when fear of dragonfire ensured loyalty to the Iron Throne, and he believed that he was the one destined to bring that era back. The Red Wedding of Dragons was supposed to be a joyous occasion, the marriage of Maelor to Lady Nyssa Velaryon, a union meant to strengthen the already close ties between the Targaryens and the Velaryons, the Dragonlord's most loyal allies. The wedding was held on Dragonstone, the ancestral seat of House Targaryen, a place steeped in the magic and power of old Valyria. The castle's halls were decorated with rich tapestries, and the great feasting table was laden with the finest foods and wine. Nobles from across the realm gathered to witness the union, eager to celebrate what they believed would be a new era of Targaryen dominance. But beneath the surface of celebration a plot was brewing. Maelor, though adored by many, had made enemies. His boldness had earned him the ire of powerful lords who saw him as a threat to the stability of the realm. Chief among his enemies was Lord Roderick Lannister, a man who had long been wary of the Targaryens' desire to reclaim their former power. Roderick, along with several other lords, feared that Maelor's ambitions would plunge Westeros back into the chaos of war, and they decided that the wedding presented the perfect opportunity to rid themselves of the prince once and for all. On the night of the wedding, the hall was filled with music and laughter. Maelor and Nyssa sat at the head of the table, toasting their guests as the festivities reached their peak. Wine flowed freely, and the mood was light. But as the night wore on, something changed. The musicians' songs grew quieter, and a tension began to fill the air. It was then that Lord Roderick rose from his seat, his face set in a cold expression. With a single word, the doors to the hall were barred, and in an instant the massacre began. Roderick's men, disguised as servants and guards, drew their weapons and set upon the guests. Maelor, caught off guard, leapt to his feet, but he had no time to react. The first blade struck him in the side, and as he staggered back, a second blow cut him down. The hall erupted into chaos as guests screamed and tried to flee, but there was no escape. The traitorous lords had planned their betrayal well, and soon the floor of the great hall was slick with blood. Lady Nysa was killed where she sat, her wine spilling from her goblet as her body slumped over the table. The Red Wedding of Dragons would have been remembered as nothing more than a bloody coup, if not for what happened next. As Maelor lay dying on the floor, gasping for breath, a terrible roar echoed through the castle. Sound shook the very foundations of Dragonstone, and the traitors froze in place, their weapons still raised. The roar came from Vermithor, the last living dragon bonded to Maelor. Vermithor, aged and no longer the fearsome creature he had once been, had remained fiercely loyal to the prince. The dragon had sensed his rider's death and now, consumed by rage, broke free from his chains. The castle walls seemed to tremble as Vermithor descended upon the hall, his massive wings blotting out the moonlight as he flew toward the scene of the massacre. The great doors, which had been barred by Roderick's men, were torn apart as the dragon forced his way inside. The traitors, who had moments before believed their victory was complete, were now confronted by the full wrath of a dragon. Vermithor unleashed a torrent of fire, his golden flames engulfing the hall. The once lavish feast was reduced to ash in seconds, and the lords who had betrayed Maelor were burned alive, their screams lost in the roar of the flames. Lord Roderick, who had orchestrated the massacre, tried to flee, but Vermithor hunted him down with terrifying precision. The dragon's fire consumed him, and soon the only sound that remained in the hall was the crackling of flames. The bodies of the slain lay charred and twisted, their faces frozen in expressions of terror. Vermithor, having avenged his rider, let out one final roar before collapsing beside Maelor's body, his strength spent. The dragon had avenged the prince, but at the cost of his own life. In the aftermath of the massacre, the Red Wedding of Dragons was quietly covered up by those in power. King Aegon III, ever fearful of dragons and their destructive potential, ordered that the event be stricken from the records. Deaths were attributed to a fire, a tragic accident that had claimed the lives of many noble lords. But the truth could not be so easily erased. Those who had surveyed the night spoke in hushed tones of the dragon's vengeance, of how the once glorious feast had turned into a night of blood and fire. The story of the Red Wedding of Dragons became a whispered legend, a reminder of the power of dragons and the terrible consequences of betrayal. It was said that on certain nights, when the wind blew in from the sea and the moon hung low in the sky, the ghosts of the slain could still be heard in the halls of Dragonstone, their cries echoing through the dark corridors. And though the Targaryens would continue to rise and fall, the memory of that night, the night when a dragon avenged the blood of its rider, would linger in the shadows of their history, a tale of treachery, fire, and the unbreakable bond between dragon and rider. Story 60. The Call of the Dragons. Among the many myths and legends that swirl around House Targaryen, one of the most mysterious is the tale of the Call of the Dragons. It is said that every 100 years the dragons of Westeros and Essos would call out to their ancient ancestors, beasts long dead, whose bones had turned to ash in the fires of Valyria. Song was no ordinary sound, for it was not meant for mortal ears. Only those who carried the true blood of Valyria, those with the pure line of the Targaryens, could hear the call. So it was a song of fire and ancient magic, of power and loss, and it beckoned to the soul of the one who was destined to answer it. The legend begins in the early days of Targaryen rule, when dragons were still plentiful and the blood of Valyria ran strong. The Targaryens had fled the doom of Valyria and had established themselves on Dragonstone, watching from afar as their ancestral homeland was consumed by fire and destruction. Though they were the last of the Dragon Lords, they believed that their connection to dragons would endure as long as their bloodline remained unbroken. Dragons were not just creatures of war to the Targaryens, they were kin tied to them through blood and magic. But as the years passed and the dragons began to dwindle, a new legend emerged among the family, the legend of the Call. It was said that once every century, the dragons would gather in secret, high in the skies above Dragonstone or deep in the fiery valleys of Essos, and sing a song to the stars. A song, a reverberation of ancient Valyrian magic, would be carried on the winds and across the seas. It was a call that no mortal could hear, except those of pure Valyrian descent. Only a Targaryen of unblemished blood could perceive the song, and even among the Targaryens it was rare. So many lived and died without ever hearing it, and for generations the call remained a mystery, its purpose forgotten by all but a few. The call was not just a sound, it was a pull, a compulsion that could not be resisted. Those who heard it were said to be overcome with a deep, primal longing, an urge to leave behind their lives and follow the song wherever it led. And so, the legend became both a blessing and a curse. To hear the call was to be marked by fate, to carry the burden of a power that few could comprehend. One of the most famous accounts of the call came during the reign of Rhaegar Targaryen, though few outside the family knew of it at the time. Rhaegar the Crown Prince was a man of many talents. He was a warrior, a scholar, and a musician, but from a young age he had felt a strange emptiness, a void that he could never quite explain. He spent much of his time in the halls of the Red Keep, poring over old scrolls and prophecies, seeking answers to the questions that gnawed at him. The songs he played on his harp were said to be haunting, filled with sorrow and longing, as if he were searching for something just beyond his reach. One fateful night, as Rhaegar stood alone on the walls of Dragonstone, watching the distant waves crash against the cliffs, he heard it, the call. It came on the wind, a faint, echoing melody that seemed to rise from the depths of the earth and the heavens at once. The sound was like nothing he had ever heard before, a song that stirred something deep within him, awakening a part of his soul that had lain dormant. Rhaegar's heart raced as the music filled the air, and for a moment he could almost see the shapes of dragons flying in the clouds, their wings beating in time with the rhythm of the song. At first Rhaegar thought he was imagining it, that the pressures of prophecy and destiny had finally driven him mad. But as the song grew louder, more insistent, he knew that this was no mere fantasy. This was the call, the ancient summons that only a true Targaryen could hear. It was said that when the dragons sang to their ancestors, they were calling for a successor, a chosen one who would carry the legacy of Valyria forward into the future. And Rhaegar, though he had never sought such a destiny, knew that he was the one they were calling. For days the call haunted Rhaegar. He heard it in his dreams, in the rustling of the leaves, in the crackling of fire. It followed him wherever he went, growing louder and more urgent. The pull was so strong that he could hardly focus on his duties at court. He became distant, distracted, lost in thought as the song played endlessly in his mind. Those around him began to notice the change. His once bright and confident demeanor had dimmed, replaced by a deep melancholy. Even his beloved wife Elia Martell could not understand what was troubling him. Rhaegar knew that he had to answer the call, but he did not know where it would lead. The legends were vague, and no one alive had ever heard the song before. But there was one thing he knew for certain: to ignore the call was to deny his fate, to abandon the legacy of his ancestors. And so, late one night, Rhaegar left Dragonstone, taking only his harp and his dragon, Meraxes, with him, and did not tell anyone where he was going, for he did not know himself. He only knew that the song was eyeing him, and he had no choice but to follow. The journey took him across the narrow sea, to the fiery lands of Essos, where the ancient dragons of Valyria had once roamed. He followed the song through the desolate wastes of the Dothraki Sea, through the burning sands of the Red Wast, and into the smoking sea, a place where no man dared to venture. Here the air was thick with smoke and ash, the sky darkened by volcanic clouds. The song grew louder, reverberating in Rhaegar's very bones, until it was all he could hear. In the heart of the ruins of Valyria, the song reached its crescendo. As Rhaegar stood among the blackened ruins of the once great empire, he saw them, dragons, their spectral forms swirling in the smoke, their eyes glowing with the fire of ages past. They circled above him, their wings beating in time with the song, and in that moment Rhaegar understood. The call had not been for him alone, it had been for all Targaryens, for the blood of Valyria itself. It was a reminder of their origins, a reminder that the power of dragons was both a gift and a curse, one that could never be fully controlled. The call of the dragons was not just a song, it was a test. It asked those who heard it to remember the past, to honor the legacy of fire and blood, and to accept the burden of that power. Rhaegar, standing alone in the ruins of Valyria, knew that he had been chosen, but he also knew that the power of dragons came with a terrible price. The call had been answered, but the song would play on, waiting for the next true Targaryen to hear its haunting melody. And so, Rhaegar returned to Westeros, changed by what he had seen. The call of the dragons would not be the last time the song would echo through the ages, but it remained a hidden chapter in Targaryen history, a reminder that the legacy of Valyria was always there, just beneath the surface, waiting for its chosen to hear.